Oh, hello. What's going on? Just gonna do a quick audio check. Hello. What's going on? It sounds good. How's everybody doing? How are we doing today? Doom Sage is here. GS is here. Swiss Pikeman as well. Guillaume was here. Don't know if he's still around. But we are here today with an ODM, their Challenger of the Grail series. It's just a land battle tournament series that they're running. And I'm not sure if it's actually leading up to like a playoffs or anything. I actually don't know what their end goal is, but I know they just host land battle tournaments for fun, which is nice. So Hanadin's contacted me, said, hey, you dumb rat bitch, you want to cast this one, play in it? And I said, I don't know, Hanadin's. He said, shut up. You're casting this one. I'm like, all right, Mr. Hanadin's, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to disobey. So here we are. Here we are. I'm Butcherbird. Why call me GS? Because I just realized that your YouTube name is... if your YouTube name wasn't your Discord name, I just guessed I probably should not DDoS you or whatever that is. Not DDoS. The thing where you reveal someone's other identities. I don't know, man. Anyway, let's take a look at the bracket, do our usual things, predict our two favorites to win the tournament, and then our dark horse. All right, taking a look around. The Phoenix King is probably my favorite to win the tournament. Follow up behind that. Ooh, Tzeentch, Strat Game, Bird, Green One, Dr. Jellyfish. Those are all probably my contestants. I'll go with the Dr. J. Big Dr. J. So my two favorites to win the tournament will be the Phoenix King and Dr. Jellyfish. And my dark horse for today, I could vote on myself, but I won't. Since he's here in chat, let's go with Butcherbird. Dark horse to win the whole tournament. He's gonna frickin' do it, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go. I will stream my first-person perspective until I get knocked out, and then I will switch over to just casting random games. Dr. Jellyfish is also streaming. He's over on Twitch, if you wanted to go check that out. I don't know if he's streaming in English or not. I don't know. I think he's Polish, so he might be streaming in Polish. So if English isn't your native language and you want some good content, you can hop over there. Kept calling him Butcher, so I switched it to my initials. All right, let's get on with this. Ban Nurgle, ban VC. So the pick and ban for today is the ODM stuff. They've been trying out some new things. So we do all of our pick and bans at the very start, and then we play all three games. Pick one, ban two, and then I counterpick. And then I pick one, ban two, he counterpicks. And then for the tiebreaker, we both pick four factions, and we blind pick one. Okay. That's interesting. That's new. What's the map? I'm in round 2, so Cliff of Beasts is the first map. Oh, God. People would think that I like this map because I'm a Skaven player and it's wide open, but I actually hate Cliff of Beasts. I pick victory. Nice. Ah, that tea is still hot, but I want the caffeine. I want it! I do have a blocker up. It's a try-hard tournament. I do kind of want to try hard. I want to play my best. Use best builds and stuff, and then if I don't have a blocker up, then if I get counterpicked or like a different build exactly counters what I brought and I didn't have a blocker up, then there's always the nagging suspicion of like, did they stream snipe me? So it's just better if I have a blocker up when I'm tryharding. You're gonna pick Bowman as the winner? Bowman's cool. He's a cool dude. He plays some cool builds, but I don't know. I don't think he's the best player in this tournament. That's not like throwing shade, it's just being honest. I also don't think I'm the best player in this tournament. I think Phoenix King is the best player in this tournament. That's why I bet on Phoenix King to win. Your favorite active player? Yeah, that's fair. Favorite's hard to pick. Favorite's hard to pick. I usually like Tzeentch a lot. Alright, my opponent's just working on their picks and bans, so give it a second. Sorry. Hubby has a pro mod bias. Can't throw shades, they're hidden. If you've ever seen a Stonehorn charge into shades, you'll know that you can throw shades. You can throw them everywhere. So Nurgle and Vampire counts are banned globally for this best of 3. My opponent picked Dark Elves ban Slaanesh, but he has 2 bans, and I informed him of that. Dark Elves ban Warriors of Chaos and Slaanesh. Dark Elves ban Warriors of Chaos and Slaanesh. What do I want to play into Dark Elves? Probably Empire. I'll play some Empire into Dark Elves. What's the next map? Because we're supposed to do all of our picks and bans right away. Doc Karaz? It sounds like a medium map, so I'll just do my Skaven. Skaven ban VC is global banned, so I can ban Warriors of Chaos, Slaanesh. Though it looks like he switched over Dark Elves, so I don't know if he's going to want to do all the picks and bans at the start. Technically, we're supposed to, but there might be a bit of a language barrier here. A Nurgle ban that's unusual? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what he has up his sleeve. Alright, Impero versus Dark Elves. Do I have a save build? That would be too easy, wouldn't it? High Elves? He picked High Elves into my Skaven? It's kind of wild. Bold. I believe this is the part where Human Boy gets kited for 20 minutes. They can try. They can try. Okay, so we have that. That's all fine. Get some of those. Get a lot of those. And then I'm all out of money. So I guess it's fine. Round 3, Warriors of Chaos, Slaanesh. Okay, so game 2 is going to be Skaven versus High Elves. Warriors of Chaos, Slaanesh. How does this work? Pick 2, I pick 3. Okay. Dwarves, High Elves, Cathay. Then he picks 2 and I pick 1. Dwarves, High Elves, Cathay. Tomb King Skaven. Warriors of Chaos Slaanesh, Tomb King Skaven. I have Dwarves, High Elves, Grand Cathay. I'll go Warriors of Chaos as well. No, I'll go Tzeentch. And then if it comes to it, I'll blind pick stuff, but anyway. Okay, so then back to this. What was I doing here? It looks fine. Yeah, this is decent. Sorry. No, I just need to pick my flag and I'm good. Ooh, I like Hawkland. Hawkland's fun. That's the wrong faction? What's the wrong faction? I don't think the Empire has penicillin yet, so they'll push the Spear Wall and Seaguard spam. Countercharge anything that breathes too hard with the double Dragon Princess. Alright. So the pick phase should be done now. Should be. We have our round 1 and 2 figured out. And then round 3, we have each blind picked 4 factions, and if we get there, we just send it to Hanniden's. Should be good to go. High Elves is the correct faction always? Oh. I mean, no. I mean, like, the thing about High Elves is no. The thing you're forgetting about High Elves Doom Sages is that they are no. I think this is a good build, but I don't know. I'm nervous now. High Elves into Skaven. Traditionally, that's a bad matchup for High Elves, round 2, but I don't know. I think the last time I played it, I forget who I was playing against, but I lost it. Maybe the times are changing. I will throw the biggest tantrum. Warhammer 2 factions in general have more interesting themes and armies, in my opinion. They're just largely outcast by chaos. Yeah. Ooh. 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 Oh. I was having a discussion with some of my admins, and this is way oversimplifying. There's much more to it than this, but the general feeling I have is that there's 2 like tiers of factions at the moment. And again, this is way oversimplifying. But there's like 2 tiers of factions. There's the top tier factions, there's the bottom tier factions. And within those, everything's largely equal. Like, Wood Elves are worse off than most factions, true. But, like, Wood Elves versus Beastmen is plenty playable. Wood Elves versus Lizardmen is fine. You know, that kind of thing. Wood Elves versus Bretonnia is playable. Like, it's not favored, don't get me wrong. But then, like, in the top tiers are, like, Dark Elves, Slaanesh, Tzeentch, Warriors of Chaos. That kind of thing. And, like, Slaanesh versus Beastmen or Slaanesh versus Greenskins feels fucking terrible. Or, like, Tzeentch versus Greenskins or Tzeentch versus, you know, Bretonnia or things like that. So it's just kind of weird how there's, like, the way overtuned factions that are all relatively competitive against each other and the way undertuned factions that are all relatively competitive against each other. And there's not a lot of factions in the middle. I'd say one of the few factions in the middle is probably Empire. High Elves are either high tier or middle. What up, Trigger? How you doing? Trigger, you playing today? Doesn't look like it. Trigger, why aren't you playing today? We miss you. Slaanesh versus Greenskins crushed you as a Greenskin main. I've been playing Greenskins recently and having fun, but I chose having fun carefully because winning is different. But they are fun. Traeger's not playing today. Damn. It's the big sad. Alright. Dark Elves versus Empire. The Trips War Wagon. It's here. It's here, it's ready. Also, I'm going to turn the volume up a little bit. I remember watching back some of my own streams and it was a little quiet, but let me know if I get drowned out by the noise. But I just wanted it to be a little bit louder. So you have Huntsmen, they trade fine into Cold One Knights or Dark Riders. They're just generally good at pokey pokes. They're stalked from a distance. They can't get shot by like bolt throwers or whatever. They're good against Malekith or Manticores or any of that nonsense. Front line, we got some Spear Boys. Just a shit ton of Spear Boys. And then we have one more Spear. We have Trips War Wagon that I'm going to put on skirmish mode. No, skirmish mode just pisses me off. We have some Empire Knights mostly for countercharging or blocking, not really for harassing the enemy backline unless they go like full shades and have very little mobile presence at all. Then we have Marcus Wolfheart, Amethyst Wizard. Since the Dwellers Below nerfs, I don't really want to take a Life Wizard here. And I don't know yet what Wind of Magic is the best, but I know Spirit Leech is generally pretty good. Especially paired with Marcus Wolfheart and the War Wagons, it's pretty much... Ooh, yeah, look at that enemy troop count. So I'm feeling okay about my picks right now. Because, like, I have a lot of sniping potential, and they have a very small army. So then that's going to be good for me. Where, like, my weakness is definitely clearing out Fields of Chaff. Because I only have Spirit Leech for magic, right? But he didn't bring Fields of Chaff. He only has 700 models. So he's fine. Slaanesh using extremely similar armor design to Greenskin army. I'm so much more successful. I might try Dark Elves out. I've gotten into them. I hate Slaanesh at the moment. Dark Elves are strong. Dark Elves can be fun too. Just depends. So you have double Reaper Bolt Thrower, Malekith in the sky, double Dark Riders, a front line of Dread Spears, Blackheart Corsairs, and Dread Bleak Swords, 2 Scourge Runners, Cold One Knights, and double Master. Okay. I don't love this build from the Dark Elves. What he's gonna have to do, he's gonna have to have those bolt throwers target my war wagons, and he is. So I'm gonna start dodging. But Marcus, in the meantime, has to go get active. You guys keep dodging. The rest of you move up. I'm trying to dodge around. There's a lot going on here. So I don't have any healing for my war wagons, which does suck. I'll admit that. Sucks and blows. What we're gonna do... I'm gonna try to just snipe Malekith out a lot. Really dwindle his healing supply. Okay. Huntsmen are almost in range of these. Which will do a lot there. Our war wagons are having a great, grand old time. But okay. One of our war wagons got fucked up by the bolt throwers. That happens. Honestly, Empire Knights just go fight those Dark Riders 1v1. He'll be fine. Gonna keep focusing down Malekith a little bit. Punish him for landing right there. You guys come over here. Huntsmen run away. You guys come with me and get a better charge on the side of these Dark Riders. But getting a lot of damage out onto Malekith, so that's good. Spearmen are gonna come over here. Bolt throwers are still doing a lot of work onto us. We don't like that at all. We're pretty behind on the balance of power too, which is a bit of a bitch. But both these Empire Knights are going to be able to come up here and take out those bolt throwers. Meanwhile, this group will continue to kite away. Almost have another Spirit Leech. You come with me. You go over here. Trying to get these guys out. That's a big Soul Stealer, but that happens. Okay.
Take the ground! Sir! For the Emperor! Quick march! For the Emperor! Powder dry! Stay true!
The Scourge Runners are almost out of ammo. We just sniped out an entire Master, which is nice. These Bolt Throwers are really getting on my nerves. But we've taken out one, we've almost got another. Huntsmen are back in the fight for now. Just need to keep as many war wagons alive as possible. You guys come with me. You guys ignore Malekith. Shut down that goddamn bolt thrower before I lose more war wagons.
To battle! Move out! Take the ground! Kill! Curses of Shaiish. Sigmar calls! Watch your backs!
Okay, got rid of him.
Quick march!
Got rid of the bolt throwers. You guys come over here for a rear charge.
Emperor's might! Moving. Bowstrings taut! Ready for war!
Huntsmen are still trying to deal with that. Malekith's up in the sky.
Get them! Spearman!
But
Ready! All right!
things have gone better. I'll admit that. It's not the worst thing in the world just yet. That friendly fire should finish off those dread spears. Should is a pretty key word there. Marky Mark and these side boys are going to do that.
Yes. Receive. Yes, General. Sir. Fire! Fire! Go!
Mark so far is gonna have to kite away.
General,
You guys come over here. You state troops come over here. You're doing all right. Come with me. War wagons are going to continue kiting out that Hunts boy. Not Hunts boy, the Master. You guys try and come here and peel off Malekith. Oh, he killed my guy. That's sad. War wagons continue to kite away. Continue to kite away. Can someone shoot him, please? I love how they're shooting at Scourge-on chariots instead of the guy right next to them. Jesus Christ.
Sigma preserve us! To battle!
Shoot him. Shoot him. Alright, Wolfheart's getting killed by Malekith, and that's probably going to be GG.
Sigma calls!
Because my war wagons, for some reason, were shooting Scourge-on chariots half a mile away from them instead of Malekith. Not Malekith, the Master, who was literally right on top of them. That was pretty fun.
Ready for war!
Okay, we killed the Master. You guys come back.
To battle!
That Soul Stealer's probably gonna kill Marcus.
Charge!
Malekith is going to carry this game.
Spear there! To battle! Marcus Wolfhawk! Go! Ready!
Yeah, army losses is closing in.
Prepare! Yes, General! Sigma calls! All ranks fire! Ready! Withdraw!
What up, Samurek? How you doing? It's you, my boy. Kite, you got this. Malekith with a casual 3,000 value. The Double Master didn't really do anything. It annoyed my war wagons, for sure, but they mostly got killed by the very war wagons they were chasing, except for that last part where my war wagons were being dumbasses and wouldn't shoot the right target. Bolt throwers are pretty good. Dark Elf frontline killed a lot of state troops, which is fine, but it was mostly just the Malekith carry show. So, that's that. Wolfheart did okay. Spirit Lich Caster paid for himself twice over, so I guess that's fine. War Wagons, one of them got sniped out right away by the Bolt Throwers. Empire Knights did some blocking stuff. Huntsmen did okay. State Troops did what they had to do, but yeah. Might want to switch to handgunners, I guess. CA buff Malekith, please. In my admin chat, I won't name names, but there were, I know one person, but I think there were two people saying Malekith isn't even that good or anything, and I'm like, dude, I'm so tired of seeing Malekith just spam Soul Stealing. They're like, nah, Soul Stealer sucks now, and I'm like, does it though? As Malekith just solo carries yet another game, you're like, does it suck though? Is Soul Stealer really bad? Is it? So, to that person, if you're in the stream right now, does it though? Does Soul Stealer suck now? Is Malekith not overpowered? Is it? Alright. Skaven versus High Elves. Okay, we have that. What else do I need? These. Oh god. Do I take that? It's been really bad recently, but take those. What up, Torox? How you doing, dude? How you doing? Oh, these cost increases. These cost increases are going to be the end of me. Oh, stretch. Oh, good stretch. Sure, that looks like a build. Torox, good, good. Clan Septic. We're about to go 0-2 and it's going to be glorious. It's about to be glorious. I probably should have been more aggressive with my cav. I thought my huntsmen would get in range of the bolt throwers and take them out. And they did get in range, they just didn't kill them nearly as fast as I had hoped. And then they got mucked up by Dark Riders charging and Malekith charging. Then I also hoped Malekith would take more damage from getting netted in front of Marcus Wolfheart using both of Marcus's abilities, all 3 War Wagons shooting him, and the Spirit Leech spam. He took decent damage, but not as much as I would have hoped, honestly. So those things all going tits up. Then my War Wagons took a bunch of damage from the Bolt Throwers I thought I would have been able to take care of, and Malekith had more health going into the late game than I thought he would have, and it all went to shit from there. Otherwise, things went largely according to plan. Our front line traded about even at the end of the game. There was 2 Dark Elf units left and like 4 of my guys, but Dark Elves probably could have grounded out, probably. I had Cav left and he didn't. His chariots were out of ammo and low health, so it was all down to Malekith having more health than I thought he would at that point in the game, and having less War Wagons than I thought I would have, because I didn't take out the Bolt Throwers as fast as I thought I would. So, rip. Could keep the same build. Could go 2 handgunners instead of 2 huntsmen. Save 100 gold. Spend it somewhere. But handgunners would punish Malekith a little faster than huntsmen will. Handgunners will be less useful in supporting the cav fights, though, because of their straight angle of fire. They can't shoot over my... Because that's the nice thing about huntsmen is if my Empire Knights are fighting Cold One Knights, huntsmen can support by firing up and over, whereas handgunners can only shoot direct line of sight. But, oh well. So could have gone handgunners. Could stick with huntsmen. But next time, if I have 4 cav to his 3 plus 2 Scourge Runners, I should just ignore the Scourge Runners with my cav and run at his Bolt Throwers and take them out. Because they did a lot of damage to the... They did a lot of damage to the War Wagons. Which is weird. I'm still trying to dial in how artillery feels in this game. Because in Game 3, a lot of artillery feels like shit, and then there will be certain games where artillery just wrecks shop. Like that game... The Reaper Bolt Throwers were deleting my War Wagons. Which, like, they should. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's bullshit. It's just like, okay, High Elf Bolt Throwers, I've used them plenty. They miss everything. Warp Lightning Cannons I've used plenty. They miss everything. Empire Cannons I've used plenty. They miss everything. Vampire Coast Cannons I've used plenty. They miss everything. Cathay Cannons hit everything. You know? So it's like, it's just weird. Artillery in Game 3 is like... super specific. Each artillery piece has its own like weird personality. Why go 0-2 and you could go 0-3? Thanks for the encouraging words, Samrak. All right. So we're loading in. Cygor misses everything. Cygor missed everything in game 2, though. Which I'm not saying is a good thing. Cygors have needed help for a long time. Alright. Always happy to boost your confidence. Thanks. So, you have the RR Lightning Cannon to find their mage, wherever their mage is, and track it the entire game and just make their mage's life a little bit of hell. We have the Avalanche Mortars to take out any and all infantry problems I might have. Yeah. I'm going to put them next to this terrain because they can fire up and over the terrain, whereas the Natty Boobos might have some issues with line of sight. And the Natty Boobos to poke at Cav or skirmishers or really anything, but they're just stealth, so they take less damage and stuff. Front line of clan rats to hold against the high elves, and then we'll have supporting lines of Skaven slaves to be annoying. You have 4 rat ogres, one of which is already placed for some reason. I don't remember doing that, but okay. They're just around. They're ready to go fight some stuff. Then we have dogs. In case of Shadow Warriors, honestly, that's most of it. Just in case Shadow Warriors exist, then dogs can run them down, or archers in general, dogs can run them down. Ikka Claw, good versus the High Elves. Howling Warp Gale in case of birds, which are quite common in this matchup. He also has Warp Lightning, pretty cheap spells you can just spam out to keep getting Musk of Fear. Minus 12 melee attack is pretty good. Brass Orb to clear out more high elf infantry, and since this build doesn't have globes, I actually might need help clearing out infantry, because the avalanche mortars are good, but they can't kill everything before the front lines hit. So Brass Orb and Warp Lightning will do pretty good there. So that's that. That's the whole thing. Let's pair the Rat Ogres. 2 on the left. No, god damn it. There you are. For fuck's sake! There. 2. There. 2 on the left. Jesus Christ. I'll pair the dogs in case I have them running around the late game, and all the infantry. Ready. Alright. Let's see how this goes. And it's a bunch of bolt throwers, okay. So move up a bit. You can't outduel the bolt throwers, so you just get in range of doing that and then start firing. The rest of you come with me. Man, this guy really likes bolt throwers. Okay. Giselles are on bolt thrower duty. Go chase them around for a bit. But it's time we got to Yeetus deletusing some stuff. Alright, so we're taking out the bolt throwers. Warp lightning cannon's taking some damage. We have dogs and rat ogres and some random Skaven slaves just chasing around these Illyrian Reavers, which is fine. Bring you guys over here. Bring the dogs also over here. Bring another rat ogre over here, since everything that's threatening anything is over here. Oops, Gisele's overextended a little bit. I probably need to back up. Yeah, I'll back off. Take it, go get involved. Throw down that. Dogs are chasing down those Illyrian Reavers. You guys are gonna charge up there. Dogs and rat ogres are chasing down these Illyrian Reavers. You're back online, so let's shoot these bolt throwers. You come over here. I don't fully know what you're shooting at, but good for you. See if you can go get involved over there. They tried their best, but they didn't really get a whole lot done. Dog's still chasing down these Illyrian Reavers. Are we done with that bolt thrower? Just about. You can get like one more volley off, then I'm gonna need to move you. Okay, run. Things are looking pretty good. I have another Howling Warp Gale up as soon as I have the Winds of Magic. Here. Let's end this charade. Oh, that breath attack did a lot of damage to my Warp Lightning Cannons, honestly. But not enough. Alright. Warp Lightning Cannon is missing at point blank range! Remember when I said a little weird something about like it depends on which artillery unit we're talking about, how they perform? Because for some reason a lot of artillery units perform shittily. Does anybody remember me saying that? Because it might turn out if you're netted at point blank range, a warplating cannon's just gonna miss. It's just gonna miss because I don't know reasons. Jesus H fuck. I don't know how much I have to set you guys up, but apparently a lot. Dodge the dwellers. I don't know why you guys just routed, but you did. Net him in place as the warplating cannon just continues to fucking miss all the time. What is this? This is wild. This is wild what you're witnessing right now. Alright, rat ogres trying to path through and get to those basic archers. Wolf rats are here. Come get to these basic archers. You don't have anything up. You guys come over here and support Icket. I kind of want to keep this blob going, though, in case I can get a warp lightning off. We're still trying to track that life mage, which is pretty cool. That's pretty fun. What a fun, sexy time for you. Alright. So a lot of stuff's getting chased off. There's my warp lightning. I'm not gonna net her anymore because you fuckers have not done anything about that. Just like absolute failures. Okay. Dogs are chasing off these archers. You guys are all doing that. We're in a very commanding position to win this game. I will say Icket Zap Zap has held on for an awful long time, and it has done well despite the fact it's paid for itself, sure, but man, I have had to do everything for it. All right, those wolf rats are gonna chase off that stuff. You guys are gonna come over here with me. Dogs chase those. Those dogs have routed those, so now they can go over here and chase these. Those Illyrian Reavers can chase my wounded ass rat ogres all the way to hell for all I care. What are you, a clan rat? No, you're a Skaven slave. What are you, a clan rat? Clan rat? Okay, both of you are clan rats, but you're so injured, just chase off those Alden Sea Guards, please. What are you, a Skaven slave? At this point, you can go wherever you want. You can do whatever you want. These dogs are gonna chase down these Illyrian Reavers. That's shattered, so do a chase and chase that down. Make the claws a brass orb for me. Here. What are these, Skaven slaves? Okay. Sorry, lads. Friendly fire. Bam! But it's worth it to take out those white lions. Alright. So we're chasing everything off. Both of you, since you're both so scared, chase that. You go chase this. You guys go get that. You go chase him. So now we're chasing everything, except for the only thing that's not routing, which is the lady. Throw this out to lower leadership. There we go. It's over. This is easily the best stream of my life. Cannon got a big hit and I didn't give them credit. For how much I babysat those fuckers, they should have had 8 million value. Not 2,000 after firing all game. The Giselles also got 2,000, which was nice. Avalanche Mortars did okay, but they got heavily focused. Ikaclaw did great. Rat Ogres ran around. Dogs did great, but they were mostly chasing down things. Yeah, that was close. Only 1,000 value on the Dragon Lady. Her breath attacks were pretty insane on her Blighting Cannon. Yeah. Well played. Well played. I thought I put my Natty Boobos in guard mode, but I didn't, so they got too close to the Heil front line a couple times. It could zap zap. It did its job, but I'm still mad at it for, like, how far I had to drag it across the finish line. That fucking thing, dude. GG. All right, we got a blind pick to Hanniden's. And it's 1-1. Me. Ugh. Y'all are gonna be mad. Y'all are gonna be salty. You're gonna unsubscribe from the channel at what's about to happen. But you know what? I'm okay with it. Whoever wins is supposed to make the blind before game 1. Okay. Oh, the final picks will be revealed. All right. Yeah, I misread it. Okay. I'm already mad. I woke up mad. You woke up and chose violence. So, for anybody who's curious, the last pick is each player picks 4 factions they want to play, and then knowing what 4 factions your opponent could possibly play, you blind pick one of them, send it to the tournament admin, and then he reveals what you both picked. So, for me, I had Dwarves, High Elves, Grand Cathay, and Tzeentch to pick from, and my opponent had Warriors of Chaos, Slaanesh, Tomb Kings, and Skaven. All right. I'm trying to figure out where he's going to post this so when I know what I'm going to fight. Okay. If this is a VC mirror, I'm going to punch you through the screen. Nah, Nurgle and VC are global banned. He global banned Nurgle, I global banned VC. I'd rather fight Cathay than VC, honestly. The last couple times I've played Vampire Counts, it's just like, I feel like I literally can't win, whereas Cathay... They're very strong, don't get me wrong, but at least I feel like I can win. Alright, Hanniden says my opponent's still picking, so... I'm waiting. I don't want to... just in case anybody's listening, I don't want to reveal what my pick is. Tzeentch versus Warriors of Chaos. Let's go. Tzeentch, baby, gonna carry me to a victory. Let's fucking go. So what did my what was my build the other day that actually did really well? God damn it. I had a build I really liked. Probably those. Probably that. I think it was something like this. Who was I playing yesterday? Was that a strat game? No, who? It was me. M-I, not me. Me. I doubt they remember my build. That blue fire, though. I can say, without a doubt, for a fact, blue fire spam incoming. 100%. Yep. Doing it. Uh-huh. Yep. Not a meme. Uh-huh. I don't have something entirely different on my side of the screen, and you're about to find out what that is. Nope. Yep. It's what Golden Floof said. Yep. No one ever does anything interesting. You're right. Yep. Uh-huh. Tzeentch warp fire throwers are better than Skaven warp fire throwers. But both are somehow terrible. What up, fat kid at recess? Alright. Remember, I am serious tryharding. This is my tryhard face. I am trying the best, hardest I can. And this is a build that I won with yesterday that I feel good about. So let's see how it goes versus VM's John Silver. I'll give you a little bit of spoilers. It might be 7 Marauder Horsemen, Kairos Fate Weaver with Blue Fire and nothing else. 3 more Marauder Horsemen, 2 Soul Grinders of Tzeentch, and 8 more Marauder Horsemen. Like that, it might be that. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is, but it might be that. No Plague Toads? Dude, fuck Plague Toads. I hate Plague Toads. They're trash. When my opponent takes Plague Toads, I feel bad because I know I'm going to win. If I left 4,000 gold on the table, didn't use it on my build, but my opponent used all of their money and took 1 Plague Toad, I already won. That's how bad they are. No Plague Toads, no win. Tzeentch doesn't even have Plague Toads. That's how bad Plague Toads are. Alright, let's do it. Can we do it? Can Tzeentch beat Tzeentch, but with more Lord options? ROR Toad's not bad. It's not if you're going to get into a melee blob fight, which Nurgle isn't bad if you're going to get into a melee blob fight, but the Toad's main problem is ranged units. So, yeah, the ROR Toad, it's not bad. Why am I so nervous today? My voice is quavering a little bit, my hands are shaking. What is this? Guess we haven't been streaming too much. Maybe it's that. You guys think I'm gonna win? Let's see, is anybody else done? Dr. Jellyfish 2-0'd my buddy Bowmore. Sabrus Regnum 2-1 Bowman, and now he's fighting Strat Game. Tzeentch can't beat Tzeentch because Tzeentch always beats Tzeentch. How could you fall for such an obvious trap? Yep. Alright, here's the build. We got Village with Pink Fire and Infernal Gateway. No Blue Fire, ladies and gentlemen. There's no Blue Fire here to be found. Because Village on foot can't really get a good Blue Fire angle, so I just take Pink and Infernal Gateway with him. We have 1 Soul Grinder to do some snippy snipes. Front line of Spear Boys. And a secondary line of Blue Horrors. In case of Warriors of Chaos Marauder Horseman spam, my horrors kind of act like archers, and archers are a counter to Skirmish Cav, because they usually have a longer range and higher DPS. Yeah. And then a couple Screamers to, like, have some aerial presence, but they're also good at countercharging, like, Cavalry, or Chariots, or Chaos Warriors, or I don't know. They're generally just good, and I need some. They're like mobile armor-piercing dogs. Well, that's the build. That's all of it. It's the whole kit and caboodle. I don't know. I like it. We'll see how it goes. It's 1-0, so it's won every single game it's played, which was one game. But I really like Village. I think Village is underrated. Okay, it's Be'lakor. Boy spam. Lots of lads. We have some Skirmish Cav and some Hellstriders. Okay, so largely what we expected. He's just trolling us. I'm not trolling you, Hanadins. I like Village. I think all you Tzeentch players are underrating Village. Why are you taking a Troll Grinder? Because Soul Grinders are real good. They are, in fact, super pog. Alright. This guy's whole job is just to make Be'lakor's life annoying. You guys all continue moving up with Village. Yeah, Village will go fight some Marauders, sure, why not? These are basic Marauders, we're fine with that. Let's shoot these Chaos Warriors with great weapons. Now we can turn and fire at that. I'm not quite in range to hit those. Now we turn around and deal with these. These Chaos Warriors. Okay, then they need an Infernal Gateway. Blue Horrors, turn around and shoot. So use our Screamers and backline to defend backline. Kill a whole bunch of these Hellstriders. Blue Horrors do need to advance. You guys can chase down those guys, but doing a lot of damage over there. Still fighting off these Marauders. Screamers can go now help the Soul Grinder. And yeah, that's how that goes. So Soul Grinder is freed up to go shoot at Be'lakor. Pink Horrors will defend Pink Horrors. Pink and Blues will defend me from the Skirmish Cav. You guys go walk at Be'lakor ominously. You shoot at the Marauders with great weapons. You Blue Horrors be on standby. Screamers are still trying to peel off these Hellstriders who are miraculously hanging in here. Village has another Pink Fire ready, but these Marauders, no, they're Chaos Warriors. Okay. So I need an Infernal Gateway to deal with them. Pink Horror is retreating. Anybody sleeping? It doesn't look like it. And these Spearmen are going to go get surrounded, but that's kind of okay. These Screamers need to get up in the sky. You can shoot at Be'lakor. You can go bump and grind over here for a bit. You can shoot at them for a little bit. Screamers are back up in the sky. Let's go down here. I have a Pink Fire ready, but these are Chaos Warriors. So I'll just hold it. Still poking down Be'lakor a little bit. Screamers are still trying to kill off these Hellstriders. You guys are still fighting. Village will get a little Pink Fire in there. Get some decent damage down. Route off these guys, come over here. Throw this onto Be'lakor just to get some more poke down. You need to walk away. And Village can help route these guys a little bit. But keep poking him. Screamers. Yeah, get the charge on the Hellstriders at this point. Just route them. Try to route them, I guess. Village, and these guys need to come over here. Soul Grinder needs to listen to commands. 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 Soul Grinder needs to do anything besides stand around like a fucking dumbass. Come here. Come here. Come here. What is wrong with you? Get over here. What is stopping you? They're behind you, you giant piece of shit. Move. Run. Oh my god, you took so much fucking damage you didn't need to. Jesus H, fuck, dude. Alright, he's starting to crumble now, and that's probably gonna lose us the entire game. So we just lost a Soul Grinder with half ammunition because he's a goddamn dumbass? That's pretty cool. Bonk. We've probably lost at this point. That fucking Soul Grinder, dude. That Soul Grinder made me sad. Alright, my aspiring champions can't get out. They can't come help me fight Be'lakor, which is also fine. I'm gonna up Village's regen because I really need a pink fire right now. Holy shit, my aspiring champions can be terror routed? Oh yeah, because Be'lakor has even ITP doesn't work, doesn't he? Yeah, he removes immune to psychology. That's pretty cool. God damn it, dude. Be'lakor's so busted. How I beat him previously was the Soul Grinder slowly poking him down, but then the Soul Grinder in this game decided not to play, which was pretty awesome. So now it's all down to whether or not Village can solo carry. Which Uboy he trying? What is that, 6 wins of magic? Okay, how much do I have left? 26? Yeah, I should be able to get it back. Be'lakor's kicking his ass right now, though. Yeah. That fucking Soul Grinder, man. That made me sad. Did they buff Soul Grinder ammo? Yeah. Yeah, they did. Look at this amazing lord. I did more damage value than Be'lakor, and I'm half the cost. Hanadins. The Soul Grinder and the Severed Claw really fucked up. They did not do anything, which sucks. In other games they did well, but in this one they got terror routed because Be'lakor has anti-ITP, but it was definitely not Village's fault. Village did amazing. Shit, man. Hellstriders still wildin'. I love how they buried themselves in infantry, got rear charged by my screamers on both sides, and still almost all paid for themselves. That was pretty fun and cool. That was pretty fun and cool. I'm so sad my Soul Grinder did jack shit, that he just like sat around like a dumbass. That made me sad. The spells did well. Yeah, but like, dude, I would have to go so expensive. Because Kairos doesn't even have those 2 spells, so I would have to go with an Exalted Lord of Change of Tzeentch to get Pink and Infernal Gateway. And then, I mean, I guess you'd want the Fury Summon if you're taking them, but you're already paying 1,000 more gold, man. I would have to cut like 2 Marauders to pay for that. The build just gets way narrower. Or I'd have to cut a Pink and a Marauder. He's trash and ugly. Nah, dude. Village allows you to go wide. That's the thing. And that's why I like him. Pink, Infernal Gateway. Yeah. Just have the usual Lord on disc and summon with it. Summon? What summon? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Wills? I would still have to cut another unit. But this guy, the usual Lord on disc, doesn't have a summon. Other Lord is cheaper and better? This guy is more expensive than Village. What are you talking about? The other guy? Oh, the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Pink Fire, Infernal Gateway. Not that. Sword of Change, disc. He's still more expensive. What are you talking about? Look at him being more expensive. You're a liar. You are a liar, sir. You are doing the big lies. I like Village. I think Village is nice. He's tanky, so he doesn't get sniped out. Remove all abilities? Yeah, but you don't take him with no abilities. Like, you just said take him with the summon. The summon alone makes him more expensive than Village, and you seriously wouldn't take Arcane Conduit? But you said take the summon. Hannah, you're contradicting yourself. Does he have the summon or does he not? Because if he takes the summon, he's more expensive than Village. And so if Weld bid summon is an item. Yeah, I got rid of all of his abilities. Look, he's more expensive. I don't have the funds to finish my build, where with Village, I had this build plus 2 chevrons on my spears. You gaslighting me. That's like the dictionary's word of the year. The summon is an item. You take it. Yeah, dude, I know that. But you're saying he's cheaper than Village, which he isn't. But you don't take abilities. I have no abilities selected. What is happening right now? Cut a spell? But Village had the, but then I could cut a spell in Village too. Right, let's cut Infernal Gateway. I have 150 gold. Hooray. But then if I pick Village, and I also cut Infernal Gateway, so just take that, the Twisted Tin Paragon of Change, which I wanted, I'm 250 gold cheaper. Like, I'm not saying the Disc Lord isn't a better Lord. That's up for debate. But I'm factually confused about what you're saying, Hanniden's, that he's cheaper, because he's not. Like, delay is causing trouble. Like, the only way he's cheaper if I take him butt naked. But you were talking about taking the summon, which makes him factually more expensive. That's all. Just play Ogre, simple as. Nah, dude. Nah, dude. Hellstrider's still OP. And it makes me sad. Oh, boy. Let's try and find somebody to spectate. $11, $17, $11, $20. Okay. So there looks like someone hasn't quite started yet, so I'll go in there. I would say ban Hanniden's for lying. Yeah. That build's worked before. So now it's 1-1, the one with Village. The main problem I ran into was Hellstriders being Hellstriders. Like, rear charging them with Screamers, and they're surrounded in infantry, and they fight to the death and pay for themselves somehow. That was a problem. The Soul Grinder, forgetting how to do anything was a giant problem, but that's not a unit problem. That's like a Warhammer 3 problems. You can't predict on that game to game. The Severed Claw were good in the game that I won yesterday. But in this game, with Be'lakor just removing their ITP, they don't even have ITP, but with Be'lakor just lowering their leadership so much, they got fucked on and ran away. Because they used to just bodyguard Village and grind with them to the very end. And the blue and pink horrors did okay versus Skirmish Cav. They honestly did nicely, but then they just got charged by Hellstriders. And I thought it would be nice to surround the Hellstriders. We've had this conversation already, but it's like, yay, the Hellstriders charged into these guys, which are hybrid melee units. And then I rear charge them with Screamers. The problem is that just didn't kill the Hellstriders remotely fast enough because they're fucking Hellstriders. Did you get KO'd? Yeah, I did. The last game was kind of some bullshit. It was some bullshit. It made me mad. But yeah, we had good infantry clearing with Village. I thought we had good counter skirmish with all these horrors, which we did. I mean, he had 2 Horse Masters that didn't get a lot done, so that was fine. But it's just like Hellstriders and Be'lakor carried the entire game, which is a problem. Yeah, sucks and blows. Also, the person I messaged about letting me in their game has not answered, so I'll try someone else. So we're just looking for a game at the moment. Okay. Found one. It's going to be the green one versus Dr. Jellyfish. And it is 0-0 currently. Jelly versus green, spectate. 1, 2, 3. But before I hit enter, shift that up. God damn, dude, I'm so salty. Oh, the ODM. ODM, the green one. Take out the space, move this back a little bit, and it'll fit. 0. That's like, it's not nearly as bad as vampire counts, don't get me wrong, but that is a lot of the reasons I hate vampire counts at the moment. Is like, it feels like you can play better and lose, and that's definitely how I felt with that last game, where it's just like, aha, your Hellstriders are diving into infantry they can't kill very quickly, and I'm going to rear charge them with these Screamers and support with some spells and stuff. It's going to be great. And then it's just like, yeah, but they just outgrind you anyway. Just tuned in. Why the salt? I ended up losing in a pretty close game 3. That's why. Not seeing why you bubbling away in chat was strange. Oh, yeah. Hey, Booch. Dude, fuck Hellstriders and fuck Be'lakor. That's all I gotta say. Alright, looks like we maybe have Skaven Wood Elves. Maybe. It's hard to tell what the pick and bans are behind the curtain. I'll message green one. You have pick and bans, or doing them. My 50 gold increase made all the difference to them, I see. Yeah. Well, doesn't all of Slaanesh have ITP because of the Mark of Slaanesh? Hang on, let's see. How can I find that again? Spell browser, units. Yeah, so Hellstriders have ITP, which fucking blows. And they have 10% physical resist. And they get damage resistance and leadership for each kill made by the unit? Oh, I actually didn't know they had that one. Yeah. Skaven Wood Elves is actually our first matchup. Interesting. I have to take a leak, but then I have thoughts on this. Burb. Alright, I'm back. We're loading in. Alright, Skaven versus Wood Elves. This used to be pretty Wood Elf favored. Nowadays, not so much. It's either even or Skaven favored just because the Wood Elves are... yeah, Wood Elves are not faring so great. Skaven got some buffs coming into game 3, plus Ultra Unit Size is just helping them, and Wood Elves in general have a harder time sniping stuff out when it all has larger health pools. And range units took a nerf coming into game 3, where they got less reload time by like 15% across the board for some reason. So, yeah. This is a toughie. Most matchups are toughy for Wood Elves these days. Look at that Skaven balance of power, because this was even true at the end of Warhammer 2, but Wolf Rats really buff up the balance of power. Builds are still setting up, so stuff's going to move around while I try to say what it is. So I'll just stall for a second and then talk about things when they're a little more set up. I am uncertain about this Dr. Jellyfish build. This is a weird one. Looks like he's already mostly set up. Nope, he's still moving stuff. So we have some Dryads, Glade Riders with Spears, 2 Wild Riders. We have 2 War Dancers. 4 more Dryads, so 5 total. We have just the Hawkeye's Cure for Way Watchers. We have a Spellsinger of Life with Earthblood and Dwellers, and that is it. And Sisters of Twilight up in the sky with Eagle Quiver. They're kind of weird Arrows of Kurnos type ability. I don't know about this. Usually when Wood Elves try and do too many things at once, it ends up failing for them. Like, either go full kite, or full rush, or full cav rush, or full infantry rush, or something like that, or tree blob, or something like that. But when you do, like, I have the Hawkeyes, but then it's mostly a rush, kind of infantry, kind of cav, it can run into problems. We'll see if it works, but I don't know. It seems asynergistic to me, which could be fine if your faction was, like, good, but Wood Elves are in the trash can right now, so they kind of need to lean into one direction, try and win that way. For the Skaven, we have quadruple Night Runners, Icket Claw with Flensing Ruin, Howling Warp Gale, Warp Lightning, Unlimited Power. A lot of people like Unlimited Power, and I don't know why. Damaging Icket seems like a bad idea. And then Brass Orb. We have a Packmaster with Shock Collar to give himself some regeneration, and I guess Rat Ogre's regeneration. We have 4 Wolf Rats, 4 Rat Ogres, and quadruple Skaven Slave Slingers. So no melee infantry, just a whole bunch of Molder mobility units, and then Slingers / Night Runners. This isn't how I normally like to play into Wood Elves, but it is like a pretty good way. It's just not as much my play style, but a little bit of counter kite with your own Night Runners and slings and stuff, and then you run around with your version of quote-unquote cavalry with Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres. So it's very similar to, like, you can see High Elves do builds like this, right, with Illyrian Reavers paired with Shadow Warriors and Dragon Princes, and then it's like the Shadow Warriors do all the kiting, and if you ever opt into a fight, then you get countercharged by, like, Dragon Princes and stuff. It's similar, but just replace Illyrian Reavers and Dragon Princes with Rat Ogres and Wolf Rats. Oh, there's a Doom Player. Alright. That also tracks. They're okay now in Game 3. Not great, but they're okay. They have received some pretty meaningful buffs. So the Wood Elves are going to get a side charge down onto a whole bunch of Skaven Slave Slingers and Night Runners. These aren't huge losses for the Skaven, honestly. They don't really care if these things get hit too much. Meanwhile, on the other side, they're getting a ton done. A couple of their units are getting a little lost in the sauce. They do need to come over here, but Icket and the Molder units are going to countercharge on this side. You see Wolf Rats pushing off those Glade Riders, and Rat Ogre is about to get a rear charge on these Wild Riders and Glade Riders with Spears. Rat Ogres are also fighting the Wild Riders over here, so things are going to be tough for the Wood Elves, I think. Damage values are very even at the start. One War Dancer is already running off under the pressure of all these units, but these guys do need to be remembered and brought over. No Tree Man equals loss. I mean, yeah, I think you're right, and there's no other reason the Wood Elves could lose except for no Tree Men. So yeah, McRight Face, you got it. The Molder collapse on this side is taking out more Dryads. War Dancers are coming back as these dogs finally get remembered, and they are going to come in. Hawkeyes of Jakira are still firing. They got hit with a Brass Orb, but they have most of their models, so they're largely okay. A lot of Wood Elves are routing off. Most of their high-value units are okay. So that's a little positive, but I'm already deeply concerned. These Wild Riders are about to be dead. They're now surrounded on two sides by dogs, and it looks like the green one is going to pull in his Rat Ogres and finish them all off as well. Spellslinger of Life is in here. She's on a horse, making her a lot easier for the Packmaster to actually hit, and he will do a lot of damage onto her, so she'd actually be better off if she was on foot. I had an entire game versus Thunderwolf, Dark Elves versus Skaven, where my Packmaster chased around their mage forever on foot because he just kept knocking her over. That will not be the case today. War Dancers, Wild Riders, everything getting pushed off. A couple things for the Wood Elves are rallying, but they're so low they probably won't be able to do too much. Naked Claw was helping out over here to rout off some more Glade Riders. I'm not sure what the Hawkeyes have been aiming at this game. It's really hard to see where their arrow projectiles are going, but it looks like they're having a tough time getting a lot of value out. Naked Claw throws another Brass Orb their way. This one only nicks a few models, but does force them back for a little bit more. The Packmaster is doing okay versus Spellslinger of Life, but it looks like he's getting double sniped by the Sisters and Hawkeyes of Jakira. And his leadership is low because he's still a Skaven, he's still in Brood Horror. First Flensing Rune of the game is coming out from Icket Claw onto just the Sisters. I wonder how much it'll do after the nerfs. I honestly haven't used it too much after that. So, guess we'll see. Skaven doing well. We're pretty much out of frontline for the Hawkeyes. I could see some Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres just running at them for the rest of the game and taking them out. Spellslinger of Life tries to throw her own body in the way, but she will also take a lot of damage if the Rat Ogres just focus on her. So it's kind of a high-value target or a high-value target. There's no real good person to take the damage. Flensing Rune is doing good versus Sisters of Twilight. Looks like it's still plenty fine at sniping out single entities, though do note that her health is only just under 5,000. She's a pretty low health entity. So the nerfs had some good effect there. That's good. I mean, Flensing Rune was hardly balanced. Hardly. Skaven in a pretty dominant position, unless these nearly full health War Dancers can carry the entire game. Howling Warpgale onto the Sisters of Twilight. Oh, that's why. I was wondering why they were even doing that at all, but they're sitting right above some Night Runners, so I guess just trying to get out some free value over there. Spellslinger of Life is forced off, and here's the big value item. Wolf Rats with Ikit Claw supporting will get onto the Hawkeyes of Chakira. He makes sure that they don't rout, and he will even do a lot of damage to the Hawkeyes. A Dwellers Below cast is getting thrown out by the Spellslinger. She stops terror routing, comes back just in time to do that. But Dwellers post-nerf won't do that much crazy damage to these Wolf Rats. Dwellers has been a little underwhelming in my opinion after the nerf, which some people would argue could be fine, because like it was OP for so long that I'm sure no one really misses it just yet. Packmaster and the Rat Ogres are all fighting Sisters of Twilight. They're in a bad spot. They will get taken out, and if they get taken out, army losses will surely hit, and the Skaven will take this game, but yeah, it's really tough these days if you want to play Wood Elves. The final Brass Orb, all three have been onto the Hawkeyes of Chakira. This one actually catches a good amount of models. With the Sisters routing, they will get their heal off, which might keep them in this game, but we'll see if the army losses doesn't hit before the heal pops. Because if the heal pops, then army losses ain't going to hit. It'll be fine. Another Cleansing Ruin onto the Sisters, though. Skaven determined to take them down. Boom. There's the big heal pop. Army losses is held at bay for a little bit. War Dancers and Dryads are remembered, and the Skaven are running a little low on bump and grind potential. There still is a full health War Dancer to deal with. We have Slingers rallying, but just barely. Rat Ogres are fleeing in several different areas. Wolf Rats have fleed several times, so they'll probably shatter next time. It gets rather healthy for this point in the game, but the Sisters could do a lot of damage to them. They have great armor-piercing values in melee, and they have armor-sundering anti-large missiles for the time being. Spellslinger of Life is somehow still alive while getting chased around by a Packmaster all game. That is kind of interesting. And the Balance of Power really fucking hates the Wood Elves. Good God. Like, I also agree the Skaven are favored, but I think that Balance of Power is a bit much. Because Ikit's almost dead. A lot of stuff is routing. Sisters are okay. There's a full health War Dancer. Like, that Balance of Power is silly. Ikit's really almost dead. Another Earthblood trying to keep the Balance of Power at bay while the Sisters of Twilight miss their charge on the Packmaster's rear, and then they are just going to land ineffectually. Now get surrounded by Wolf Rats, take a lot of damage. It looks like they're trying to pat their way out, but they might have a hard time. War Dancer support nearby might churn through these Wolf Rats faster than you would suspect. We'll have to see. Balance of Power is staying away from the army losses territory, which I'm glad of, because I still think the Wood Elves actually have a pretty decent shot here. Not a great one, but it exists. Wolf Rat's still chasing off the Sisters, but without Ikit's Encourage Aura, they will very soon rout, and Ikit is going to throw out a quick Warp Lightning that'll kill a lot of infantry, and the War Dancers are about to tear out, and with everything routing, the Balance of Power will tip beyond the point of no return. They'll fuck off. I still think that Balance of Power was a little overeager, but alright. That Balance of Power was stupid. The whole game, it was like, nah, dude, Wood Elves are fucked. They can't do it. Ikit, 2,600 value. Still pretty strong on his Doom Wheel. Packmaster did okay. Doom Players did all right. Their health bar is deceptive. They were actually very low, but they hadn't lost any models. At the end of the game, it says they're full health. They did fine. They disrupted some stuff. They chased some stuff down. Rat Ogres have always been good in this matchup. Then they got some buffs. What up, Wicked? Wolf Rats, strat game. Swears by Wolf Rat, says they're the greatest thing in the world, and I've been using them a bit more recently after he talked about them, and yeah, they have been feeling really good. Night Runners clearly did great, and Skaven Slave Slingers mostly paid for themselves. They did well. It's a good build from Green One. It's different than how I like to play it, but it is good. For Dr. Jellyfish, he played it fine. He just ran into the struggles of Wood Elves currently. War Dancers, one paid for itself, one did not. Dryads did okay. Glade Riders of Spears did okay. Hawkeyes of Chakira did fine. Sister Twilight did fine, but yeah. It's a toughie. Green One goes up 1-0. It looks like second game is Khorne versus Skaven. This matchup is, I would say, even. Maybe Khorne favored 55-45, maybe, but I think it's pretty 50-50. Khorne dog spam is really strong against Skaven. Flesh Hounds, Chaos Warhounds, both really good. Your skirmish cav is excellent in melee, which is awesome because then you can use them as skirmish cav if the enemy goes for like a storm vermin blob box or something. You can use your throwing axes to kite them that way, but usually you'll end up using them as light cavalry with incredible melee stats. So you'll charge in, get more stuff to rout off. Minotaurs are excellent against Skaven, especially the Khorne version. And then your Lord options are generally pretty good. Scarbrand can be quite good against Skaven. Valkia can be great against Skaven because she's flying a small target, so the Rattling Gunners and Jezzails can't really do too much damage to her. And if she gets netted, you can pop the Demon Shield to just not, like, to just kind of handshake cancel out the net, because if the Skaven want to waste their time shooting you while you're invincible, that's fine. So I think Valkia is probably the best Lord choice. Herald of Khorne can also be good to give buffs to Minotaurs and stuff. He can be alright, but I still think Valkia or Scarbrand are probably the better choices. So all that makes Khorne quite solid. Generally don't want much of a front line of Marauders or Chaos Warriors because they'll just die instantly. For the Skaven, that was a lot of good things about Khorne. Why are the Skaven good? Slingers, 200 gold slingers can get a lot of value shooting dogs, and if they get attacked by dogs, then it's like, okay, I lost some slingers, who cares? Globes are still really good against dogs, against Minotaurs, against the front line. The front line of Khorne, the reason they can't take any is because the Skaven are so good against it. Rattling Guns are unironically good in this matchup. Minotaurs, Scarbrand, Cavalry are all tall enough that Rattling Gunners can just shoot at them and it's fine. Skaven Lords can be a little slippery to catch. That's the one reason I like Scarbrand here, is his Rampage can really get a Skaven Lord to fuck up, but a lot of Skaven Lords are pretty good at slinking away from danger in this matchup, and Rat Ogres generally do very, very well. So both sides have a lot of tools. Hello Bang, hello Bang. Hi Nathan's channel. Head and Shoulder Rat Shampoo lets you not have to brush the cornflakes off your sports jacket. Yeah. I think this is one of the better matchups in the game. I think it's very fun, but maybe Khorne players have a different opinion, because I almost always play the Skaven side of it. Did US Netherlands finish? Do we know how that one went? When I last checked in, it was not going well for the dear old USA. Khorne is ready. The Skaven's getting there. A couple hundred gold to spend, then they're ready to go. Skaven build looks good. Starting it up. This Khorne build is very strange. 3-1. Yeah, that's a pretty high scoring game. I don't love the Skaven build here. It's not bad. I just think, I don't know what the Jezzails are for, personally. Jezzails need time to get their value out. They're really good at counter-firing archers. They're really good at counter-firing enemy weapons teams. They're really good at counter-firing enemy artillery. I don't know what they're going to do against Khorne, because the fight is going to get in your face real fast, which that's why I like Rattling Gunners here unironically, is because the Rattling Gunners are a medium to short range unit. So I don't know if the Jezzails are going to be able to really get their value before the fight gets in there. Hi Nathan's channel. Yeah, you said you're from Indonesia. Hi. Dutch capitalist quality play. I popped in for a bit, watched some of it. It looked silly. And then for the Khorne build, it's very wild. We do have dog spam, which I expected and is good. So 3 Chaos Warhounds, 2 Flesh Hounds of Khorne, 2 Furies is good, it's fine. 2 Martyr Horsemen throwing axes. So we predicted all that. This is where it gets weird. The Blood Brute Behemoth, I am concerned, confused, and scared. Bonus versus large, armor piercing, which the Skaven don't normally have a lot of great targets for that. And then he gets most of his regen by just sitting in melee for a long time, which against the Skaven you're not going to get to do too much, so I'm concerned. Soul Grinder of Slaanesh, I generally just... of Khorne. I generally think this is a bad unit, but green one might know something I don't. And then we have the Exalted Bloodthirster. He was a good lord before Valkia came out. I think Valkia just does everything this guy does in this matchup better. She's smaller, so takes less damage. She has the damage immunity. She's cheaper. She's better at squirreling away and getting out of Rat Ogre surrounds. I don't know. I think the Exalted Bloodthirster is just going to get netted and shot a bunch. So we'll see. Maybe anticipated a Molder spam? I guess. It seems weird to me. The rest of the build is fine, but all 3 single entities are a question mark for me. Not that single entities are bad, but these specific ones, I'm like, wait. For Dr. Jellyfish, we have an Assassin with Rival High Talisman and Assassin's Trophy. We have quadruple Rat Ogres, Icket Claw on his Doom Flayer to keep him mobile. Then again, unlimited power. Why are people obsessed with damaging Icket with his own abilities? Why? He doesn't have regen. Please stop hurting him. Then we have Warp Lightning, Howling Warp Gale, and Cleansing Ruin, and the Brass Orb for maximum clearing out. Skaven are forming into a giant box. We have Clan Rats in the front line, Skaven Slave Slingers, and Spears in the back line. Double Jezzails, and then I thought I saw quadruple Globe, but maybe it's just triple. Looks like it's just triple Globe. Triple Globe, triple Slinger. This is the hard part about this matchup for the Skaven, is a lot of factions like to go small to not give Khorne their army passive, but the Skaven have a really tough time going small, so you just kind of accept that Khorne will get to use his army abilities for once in his life, which is fine. Alright, I'm just going to put that guy in a timeout. That was getting annoying. Valky into Skaven feels nice. Yeah, she's pretty good. I think you just want to take some cool monsters and have fun regardless of the opponent. Relatable. Yeah. Most of this build is good from the green one. I just worry about these 3. For Dr. Jellyfish, this is largely what you want to do with the Skaven. I would cut the Jezzails personally, but that's about it. Otherwise, this is fine. Especially the Assassin. Khorne relies so heavily on having jacked up melee attack stats, so Rival Hide Talisman plus the Assassin's Trophy can really block what they want to do. And this is similar to the Beastmen matchup in Game 2, where you kind of want to... And this is why I criticize the Jezzail so much, is in the Beastmen matchup in Game 2 and now the Khorne matchup in Game 3, the game is going to be over in about 3 minutes. Like, functionally over, right? Not like... Literally, the end game screams at 3 minutes, but at 3 minutes, the game's going to be decided one way or the other. And I just don't think the Jezzails are going to have enough time to do anything. You kind of want... As Skaven, you want to take anything that has good burst potential. I don't know. So the Assassin's good for that, where you, like, slowing down their melee attack so significantly in such a short time can lengthen the game out. And the longer the game goes, the better it gets for Skaven, usually. We'll see. We'll see what the Jezzails can do. We will see. Icket Claw rolling out there, trying to get some freebies. In Khorne, taking a slow approach. Wants to stay out of the Jezzail's range. Rival Hide so good. It is so good. I personally really like the new rules that say you can't take multiples of an item or ability if it has limited uses, just because, I don't know. I like diversity and stuff, and like double Scab Scraith, double Forbidden Rod, double Rival Hide Talisman, double Web of Shadows from the Dark Elves. It's just like, I personally, and I know some people disagree, I have never seen double of anything and been like, so exciting! Like, Fey double Paladin. That's allowed. Paladins aren't limited to one, but just in general, Fey double Paladin, I'm like, boo, snore. Skaven, Grey Seer double Assassin was super common because having 2 Rival High Talismans was so good. Boo, snore. You know, Vampire counts double White King. Boo, snore. So, I like little things like that. Icket Claw is getting real deep. He's going to take a charge in the back from the Soul Grinder, and it does have a ranged attack, and it has firewalls moving, so it's getting some decent damage onto Icket. It somehow misses its shot there. The Bloodbrute Behemoth is going to fuck off. Double Rival Hide sounds cancer. It was really strong. It was. I'm gonna bump up the audio slightly more. Alright, so Icket took a bit of poke. Green one making his advance. He's trying to get a full surround before, and now he's diving in with the Furies, who are going to get shot in the butt by Slingers, and they'll get countercharged by Rat Ogres. And, ooh, Howling Morpgill is going to stop these Furies from doing anything at all. Now, can the Chaos Furies finish off the Warplock Jezzails before they are entirely killed? It does not look like it. They are, in fact, dead as hell. And they didn't quite get the Jezzails entirely. These other ones just got netted and nuked down by Globes and Jezzail Fire, so they're going to die before they even touch the ground. And the Soul Grinder is now starting to push through the front. In the back, Fleshhounds and Chaos Warhounds are moving in, and it looks like these Throwing Axe Cav have been forgotten in the fray. Bloodbrute Behemoth is able to rout off the other Jezzails. Meanwhile, the Exalted Bloodthirster is doing his best. He's now going to duel Icket with a Flensing Ruin getting cast right on top of him. That'll do okay damage, but he does have spell resist for being Khorne. Only 25% for some reason, but whatever. Currently not having a great day. I'm surprised Rival High Talisman isn't out just yet, but with Rival High Talisman and Assassin's Trophy, his melee attack will go to like 0. Yeah, he's at 6, and now he's trying to path his way out of here, but he's already lost half HP. Damage values are very similar right now. Bloodbrute Behemoth is fighting Rat Ogres, and the dogs are collapsing onto Skaven Slave Slingers at last. Goodbye, Slingers, probably, kind of. Meanwhile, other dogs and Fleshhounds are getting pushed off by Rat Ogres and Basic Spears. These two Cav are still forgotten. They do need to show up pretty soon. Some of the Skaven are routing, but all 3 Globes are still healthy and alive. Natty Boob Sharpshooters is alive, but they're not facing the right way, and there's a whole bunch of random shit around. Client Rats, Skaven Slaves, stuff like that. Icket Double Doom Rocket would be cool. He should shoot down Doom Rockets from his Doom Wheel. I have the same ammo. Oh yeah, I'm sure that would be fun for everybody involved. These Chaos Warhounds are going to get Brass Orbed, and then their low leadership will kick in and they'll get pushed off. Meanwhile, Fleshhounds are shattering off some Slingers and Jezzails, but they are also getting slinged and globed in the meantime. Bloodbrute Behemoth is in here dueling Icket Claw, currently kicking his ass in conjunction with the Soul Grinder, and he is shattered, but can they kill him? It looks like the Exalted Bloodthirster will also charge in. Missed the charge, 19 health on Icket Claw, and he is dead. That could be a huge problem for the Skaven, as their leadership is going to tank and they might start terror routing, as that assassin shows us example number 1. But does it really matter? As all 3 of Khorne's single entities are struggling, they have very low HP, and they could start doing the crumbling that actually matters pretty soon. Both of these Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are now moving in. They have full health in the late game, which could help them out. You can see their weapon strength is 44, their melee attack is 32, so if they can get into a melee fight, they'll be okay. Khorne has to do something about these Globes. Did have a Chaos Warhound rout off the Natty Boobos, but it got immediately routed and shattered by the Poisonwing Globes. Fleshhounds of Khorne were kept in the back to start chasing the routing Skaven, which there are a lot of. A lot of the Skaven force is routing right now. Can the single entities continue to rout everything, or will they get whittled away? Because if you look at it, like, the Skaven are in dire straits leadership-wise, but Khorne doesn't have a lot left. This Soul Grinder is about dead. It's about to get finished off here. Now it's surrounded by Rat Ogres. It's doing the demonic crumbling. So we really have is a full health Fleshhound, an almost dead Fleshhound, almost dead Exalted Bloodthirster, the Bloodbrute Behemoth, and then 2 Skirmish Cav versus the rest of the Skaven army. Which the leadership debuff from your Lord being dead decays over time down to a minimal amount. So their leadership situation will get less and less dire as this goes on. Bloodbrute surrounded by Spears and Rat Ogres. We'll see how well he does there. Exalted Bloodthirster tries to land on some Globes, but has a hard time of it. And these Skirmish Cav are having a real difficulty getting involved anywhere. Khorne falls a little bit behind in the balance of power, and I would tend to agree. Fleshhounds are finishing off the Natty Boba Sharpshooters. Wow, -3 leadership on that, meaning they could come back. That's kind of wild. Other Fleshhounds get caught in the middle of nowhere by slings. Going to take some meaningful damage there till they get orders to move. And all 3 of these Globes are here. They don't have a whole lot to do. They'll still do great damage to the Skirmish Cav if they get in range of them, but for now they're just chucking at the Bloodbrute, which is doing okay damage, but they are nuking down their entire force. So I wonder if it's worth it. This is definitely worth it because they're not really doing any friendly fire, and they're getting decent damage onto the Exalted Bloodthirster. So that's nice. Bloodbrute still fighting, still doing his best, but his leadership's getting awful low. These Fleshhounds got caught out by Skaven Slave Spears. They are having a bad time down there. They're trading way down. The other Fleshhound is finally remembered. I think Khorne's in a pretty good spot this game. I just don't know if they're going to be able to clutch it out. Bloodbrute is awful close to getting heal capped, and he's struggling. He's got an assassin poking him in the bum. Assassin's Trophy onto the Exalted Bloodthirster gives him 22 melee defense, which could be a problem, but now that he is supported by Fleshhounds, he'll probably route off these globes just fine. Skirmish Cav of Khorne, throwing in some axes to help the Bloodbrute. They're not going to charge into melee combat just yet. Looks like they don't really want to get hit by any globes or anything like that. Skaven rallying some stuff on the far side. Exalted Bloodthirster is still really low, but as long as he stays in melee combat with stuff, it's really hard for him to take damage, so he'll be okay. Fleshhounds on the low ground are officially gone, so we have 1 Fleshhound, 2 Skirmish Cav, Exalted Bloodthirster, and the Bloodbrute left. That is it. Something just exploded over here. Don't really know what that was, but looks like the Skaven didn't particularly enjoy it. Fleshhound's taking some poke from the Slingers. And the globes are routing. Now all 3 globes are technically routing right now. Assassin terror routes again, but he doesn't look like he's naturally routed, so he couldn't come back. He could come back. If he gets a couple pokes on the Exalted Bloodthirster, that could be pretty huge, but doesn't look like he's going to. Khorne's probably got this wrapped up at this point. Probably. Fleshhound's getting awful low. Assassin routing yet again. Marauder Horseman to Khorne route, just chasing anything that routes. I think I understand the triple SEM tech. Maybe you assume the enemy will spam globe, so infantry is worthless anyway. Might as well get all values in the globe and use the monsters. Yeah. True. Yeah, I think the Horseman should have been ranged in melee earlier too, but it's working out for him. I think Khorne has this in the bag now. Bloodbrute Behemoth is just hanging on, vibing and surviving. These Slingers need to come back over, but Khorne's got it. Ikit was a little too aggressive, got too close to all the big single entities, got his ass beat. So then when he got sniped out, it all went to shit for the Skaven pretty fast. And the Jezzails, I don't know. I talked about them at length, but you can see exactly what happened. Like, the fight started so quickly that the Jezzails got maybe 2 volleys off. Maybe. Ikit, 900 value. Jezzails, 900 and 100. Assassin, about 400. Rat Ogres, mixed, but overall very good. Globes, quite good overall. And then Skaven, Slaves, and Clan Rats struggled, and Slingers did very well. 700, 200, well, it's closer to 300. 700, 300, and like 20. On the other side, Exalted Bloodthirster, 2,200. 1,800 on the Bloodbrute, 1,200 on the Soul Grinder, and the Skirmish Cav ran some stuff off. Furies, one almost paid for itself just by diving the Jezzails. The other one got netted and killed. Dogs mostly just got creamed, and Fleshhounds did fine. GG, well played. So that'll be a 2-0 to ODM's green one. And we'll follow him into fighting the Phoenix King. Sure. You know what? Sure. You know what? Sure. For a look at the bracket so far, green one will advance over here, so we'll watch this one. But Butcherbird and Tretch are still fighting. Golden Floof and Marco Magno fighting. Strat Games, Sabrus still going. John Silver waiting. Bjorn and Gyama are fighting as well. So we'll just follow the green one in because then we'll have a game right away. How's Tourney going so far? It's going good. It's going good. I don't know what Jellyfish and Green are still sitting in that lobby for. 1-1, Kugath's hard to kill. Who were you when you were fighting Kugath? Brett? Oh, yeah. I mean, Archer spam is good versus Kugath there, but it's still tough because, like, Stream of Corruption can just take out your archers, plus probably Fury spam. I don't know what is going on with Green One and Jelly. Like, they are stalling out super hard. Static? I don't know what you mean with static. There we go. Green One advanced. And now Challenge is lagging really hard, which is pretty cool. So we should have Phoenix King versus the Green One. Stalling? No, sounds like a VC mirror match. No, they're done. We saw Green One finish the series, so I know they're done. It's just they were sitting in a lobby for a really long time, and I had to awkwardly be here. Alright. Green One is in the same lobby. So maybe they weren't sitting there for very long. Maybe Phoenix King just joined quickly. Yeah, he did. Okay. That explains the confusion. So it looks like Jellyfish left pretty quickly. But then Phoenix King joined in. And I was just sitting out there like a fucking noob. So the Phoenix King is my favorite to win today's tournament. I got to pick 2 and a dark horse. Who did I pick else? Who else did I pick? It was Phoenix King. And was it Jellyfish? Strat game? I don't know. I picked Bird as my dark horse. I remember that. I don't remember who my other, win the whole tournament was. But Phoenix King was the standout for me that I thought he would win. Okay, 0-0, everything's set. Cool. Should be doing picks and bans now. They're doing all 3 picks and bans for all 3 games. I'll message the green one. You send the picks and bans so I can talk about it. There. I asked him for the picks and bans, so I at least have something to talk about. Global bans are Cathay from the Phoenix King, Vampire Coast from the green one. And then the green one picks Tomb Kings, bans Vampire Counts and Dwarves. Phoenix King picks Slaanesh. So first game is Tomb Kings versus Slaanesh. And then Phoenix King picks Dark Elves, banning Vampire Counts and Tzeentch. Green one's going Ogre Kingdoms. So we have Tomb Kings into Slaanesh. We have Dark Elves into Ogre Kingdoms. And then game 3 is going to be blind pick, which we won't know until we get there. I think Dark Elves versus Ogres is really rough. I don't know why the green one picked Ogres into Dark Elves, so he must have something up his sleeve, but I think that's an abysmal matchup, so we'll see how he handles that. But Scourge Runner Chariots are incredible versus Ogres. Dark Shards are incredible versus Ogres. A front line of Dread Spears is going to do excellently versus them. Cold One Knights are okay. They're honestly not the best. They're armor-piercing anti-large, but Morton Fang Cav usually out-trade them. Usually. Soul Stealer is very good against Ogres. Malice is good. Malekith is also quite good. The Malekith on his dragon, maybe not as much, because if you land, you're just going to get surrounded and killed, but like Malekith on his Cold One can be fine. Or Malice and another caster is also quite good. I don't know. That one sounds abysmal. At least the series is guaranteed to get to game 2, so we'll get to see what green one is going to do there. But I really don't think Ogres do well into Dark Elves. I think that's doomed. Ogre Kingdoms are countering Dark Elves, in fact? What? How? Hanadan's how? I am intrigued. Gorgazon is the first map, then Southern Chaos Waste, then the Bitter Dunes. The Bitter Dunes? I don't know if I've ever heard of that map. What is that? Maybe I'll get to game 3 and I'll get to see it. Bjorn Norlander did prevail over Guillaume, so we have Azrael of Astora fighting Bjorn on the bottom. Looks like they're still doing their picks for game 3. Maybe green one will show it, so I'll not spoil him. Alright. I'm curious. It doesn't sound like a good matchup for them. I'll say that. Green one switches to Tzeentch. There it is, Tomb Kings. It was just a misclick. So, Tomb Kings Slaanesh game 1. In the past, we've seen Slaanesh do quite well here, even when Tomb Kings were considered quite overpowered. Now, that doesn't mean Tomb Kings couldn't win it. It's just Slaanesh did well. And now with Tomb Kings nerfs, and Slaanesh did not get nerfed, I imagine it's only gotten better for them. So I do wonder what the green one is going to do. We'll have to see. I'll be right back while they pick their armies. Gonna grab something to drink. Oh! My throat's scratchy. Also, go to standing desk. I have some rectos here. Strat game, cast a land battle tournament, get a donation. You know the drill. Thanks, Strat. Did you win or did you get knocked out by now? Okay, time to tilt the mic up a little bit, but don't disconnect, because when you disconnect, you do a thing and it sucks. So just hang in there. All right. Good. BRB still. Yeah, but Sabres bounce me like a bad habit. My builds are becoming a bit predictable. Oh, Sabres? Really? Interesting. Interesting. Both builds are about... They're under 1,000 gold left, so we'll hopefully get going here soon. Thanks for donation, by the way, Strat. Phoenix King has readied up. All right. I like that build. It's spicy. On the Tomb King side, if Greenwood locks in the current build, I think we're going to have a fun match. I think it'll be very interesting. If he switches it up, then I will obviously have to assess it as it progresses. I can't predict the future, but if he sticks with the current build, we're going to have a good match. It'll be fun. He's been stuck on this like 100 extra gold for a while, though, so I wonder what he's thinking. All right, he stalled out really hard on this last 100 gold. Just been sitting, thinking. I'm concerned he died. I think we lost the green one, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so he was finishing picks and bans, apparently. So it looks like they were deciding picks and bans, and then in the meantime building their round one builds whenever they weren't picking stuff. I see. Coming from work in a land battle tournament? Tourney? What up, Tom Bombadil? Also, hold on. I think I only have one game left before I can cast the Faction War. So I told the people involved in the Faction War that I wanted to cast the rounds of 16 and 8 tomorrow. So we should have a stream tomorrow. I can't promise it just in case something happens where 2 of the participants can't play. Then we'll delay the stream. Yeah. Okay. I'm missing 2 games there. I was just worried. I think I talked to some of the people that were involved in the other one, and they had said they were going to play, but I was like, did I ever get a replay for that? And I did not. So there's still 2 games missing. But if I can get those 2 games, then we'll cast the faction war tomorrow. Cetra or Arkan? It is Cetra. So I am alarmed about the Tomb King's build, but it is interesting. Interesting and like, I don't like the Tomb King's build competitively. I like it as a caster, but I do not think this Tomb King's build is very good. I am ready to be proven wrong. I'm ready to be proven wrong. Aren't Brett not good right now, though? True. Brett are pretty bad. Not unplayable, but just like, gun to your head, you have to put a tier list of the 23 factions first to last. They're probably like 15 or lower, so they're not in the top half, I would say. Tomb Prince is an underused unit. I think that when I see his unit card, then whenever I use it, Tomb Princes underperform. Tomb Giant, Hyrule Titan duo. All right. Goji, how's the recovery doing? Recovery? What happened to you, Goji? Goji, speak to me! For Slaanesh, we have 4 Hellstriders. No big surprise, but then the rest of the build gets sexier. Don't worry. The 4 Hellstriders, yeah, boo, boring. We all know. Brett not good, but cost structures did help them. Yeah, they got a little bit of love. We have Sigvald, boo, boring. I know. I know. It sucks. He has some of his abilities, not others. Overall, this is actually a pretty decked out Sigvald as far as Sigvalds go. Then we have a Slaanesh caster on foot with Lash of Slaanesh and Acquiescence, mostly to spam out the passive. The Mark of Slaanesh passive, the Blissful Rapture, leadership and melee attack. But Human Boy, but Hummus Lad, why, oh why would he want to spam out the passive? Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh with Hell Scourges, Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh with Hell Scourges, Chosen of Slaanesh, Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh with Hell Scourges, the Mirror Guard, and Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh with Hell Guarded. It's a whip rush. You grab a whip, run at the enemy, whip him to death. Whip him. I don't really know how that works against undead, but I guess whipping them somehow kills them. I guess. We also have a Chosen of Slaanesh, which is rather rare, and I'll take it. So it looks like this guy just wants to spam out as many spells as possible to give all of his Chaos Warriors, who the Hell Scourges have insane melee defense and not as much melee attack, but if you're spamming out the Slaanesh passive to get more melee attack, that just makes them world beaters overall. So I think this is neat. I don't know if it's competitive. I honestly just don't know Slaanesh that well, so I have no idea if it's competitive. But it looks good. I mean, fun. On the other side, we have triple Skeleton Horse Archer. We have triple Melee Ushapti. We have a front line of Nehekar Warriors. We have a back line of Skeleton Spearmen. And we have Cetra on his kitty cat. The kitty cat that can, with 2 of his cheap spells to spam out the heal. And then he has 1 big AoE debuff spell. And then we have the Sphinx of Usef, Necrosphinx ROR. Interesting. Game now, but not a ton of time at a time. I had shoulder surgery because I made choices in high school. Oh, I'm sorry, Goji. Seems like you're doing a little bit better, though. Slaanesh BDSM build? Yeah, pretty much. Also, the Nehekar Warriors are really good units. I like them a lot, but against this specific Slaanesh build where everything is a Chaos Warrior, there's no Marauders, these guys are going to struggle. But, like, Green One couldn't know that. It's just... They would be good against Marauders, but not Chaos Warriors. So I think the Tomb King's Infantry is going to have a terrible, terrible time. The Skirmish Cav don't have a lot of great targets either. It's going to be down to these constructs. Can the Ushapti, can the Sphinx of Usef, can Cetra kill everything? So, don't know. This Tomb King's build is bizarre. I don't love it. Again, I love it as a caster. I think it's very exciting. I think it's very fun. I don't think it's very competitive. Nothing in this matchup makes sense. I think the Phoenix King's build could make sense, where it's just like These guys will beat Tomb Guard. They'll beat any Tomb King's infantry that's in your way. Tomb Kings don't have great armor-piercing cav options. Like, they have Necro Knights, but what are the odds you're going to bring a bunch of those? So you just bet on your armored infantry to beat them, and that's how you used to beat Tomb Kings in Game 2. They really struggled against Chaos because of Chaos Warriors. So that can be an effective way to try and beat them. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure why you need a box. There's no bows to protect. In general, against Slaanesh, you end up wanting a box just because of their passive, where they get Devastating Flanker is on here somewhere. Wait, do none of these guys have Devastating Flanker? Wow. Okay, normally Slaanesh units have Devastating Flanker, so they get a bonus to charge if they charge you from the rear, so you just don't want to leave any rears open. Sphinx of Usef and the Ushapti are going to charge into some Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh with the Hell Scourges, and they get countercharged by Hellstriders. We'll see how much damage they take as an Acquiescence is popped. Again, it's lowering their melee defense, but it's mostly just buffing up the melee attack of everybody else. And a Lash of Slaanesh follow up onto some Nakar Warriors. The Chaos lines have collided with the Tomb Kings. Now, we do have some more Chaos Warriors coming over. They were a little out of position because the Tomb Kings of the green one ran at one particular flank to force a fight. And Hellstriders are not having their best day, but they're just doing what they can. For now, there's 3 healthy Hellstriders that are going to chase after these Skeleton Horse Archers, and we'll see if the Skeleton Horse Archers can get back into the box. It doesn't look like they can. So these Hellstriders should be able to chase them around for the rest of the game. Now, Tzeentch is after the Chaos Horse of Slaanesh. If he can get on top of him, he will do pretty good damage if he can ever land a hit. Now, foot characters, you never know what you're fully going to get with their hitboxes, how that's going to work, but we will see. Slaanesh is down on the damage value for now. The green one is doing lots of good work at the start, but the Hellstriders of Slaanesh have officially caught one of the Skeleton Horse Archers and will take them out shortly. Nakar Warriors, not having the best day of their lives. Hellstriders of Slaanesh charge into the rear of these Nakar Warriors, and the big Sphinx of Usef trying to get some good damage done there, and Tzeentch is really hunting down this Chaos Sorcerer, so good for him. He's doing really, really good work. And yeah, Phoenix King starts to catch back up in the damage value as more and more Chaos Warriors join the fray. Where are those Chosen? Ooh, wow. Those Chosen have had a bad day. I don't know what happened to them. Something hit them, and something hit them really hard. Maybe the Ushapti, but Tzeentch finishes sniping out the Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh. Does take him off the field. I very highly doubt he will be able to get away, as Tzeentch just landing hit after hit onto him. So very good stuff from a Lord I frequently shit talk, but today he is showing up. Meanwhile, Sigvald and his Chaos Warriors are currently slapping the hell out of the Sphinx of Usef. It's getting some good hits back in, but he will regen up most of that damage. Hellstriders of Slaanesh just going to rear charge Skeleton Spearmen instead of chasing those Skeleton Horse Archers around. Looks like they just are accepting that those guys are almost out of ammo already, and it's fine. Tzeentch does continue to chase Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh off. Like I said, don't think he's going to let him back in, but how is it going for the rest of the Tomb Kings? Not super great. Not super great. They're running out of steam. They are ahead on the balance of power. And when I say running out of steam, I mean their front line. You know, their Horse Archers are okay. Tzeentch's fine. Sphinx of Usef is honestly pretty okay, all things considered, but a lot of stuff dying. So we kind of lucked out taking them AP anti-infantry. Tzeentch really does seem strong when I bring him. I don't know. I am constantly underwhelmed by Tzeentch. There was one game recently that Cool Umbrella played him where he did really well, and now this game he's doing quite well. But most games I spectate with Tzeentch and I play as Tzeentch, I'm underwhelmed. And when I play against Tzeentch, I'm generally more comfortable than if I'm playing against Ark in the Black. Very good for rush styles. Yeah. I personally think Arkin is better in almost every situation, but we can agree to disagree. Chaos Sorcerer still just occupying Tzeentch's time, doing Footlord things. It was funny how often Tzeentch could hit him before he routed, but after he routed, Tzeentch missed every attack, and now Tzeentch just fucks off and leaves a Skeleton Horse Archer to finish him. Tzeentch gets a big explosion in the middle of some Chaos Warriors, who just finished off some Skeleton Spearmen. Tomb King's front line is dying off. Realm of Souls already went through all of its regeneration. That's just like a visual bug. Some people have told me that the second time through it doesn't actually give healing, but I'm still not super certain on that. I haven't done any testing, so I'll just believe them and say it probably doesn't do any more healing, but we'll see. Slaanesh army abilities coming out now, just onto Skeleton Horse Archers for fun. This guy's doing fine. Big anti-large Sphinx is attacking Sigamfoot. Not sure he brought the anti-large Sphinx instead of another anti-infantry one. It is, in fact, not having a good time. He maybe took it for like Azazel, or took it for the Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh on his Shrine for the Mortis Engine effect, and then you could just duel it with this thing, but yeah, it doesn't have a lot of great targets here. For Slaanesh, a lot of their Chaos Warriors are still left. They're still grinding away. The big single entities are going to be a little tricky to take out, but Sigvald's doing his best over here. Setra's still very, very healthy. The Sphinx of Usef has received a lot of healing over time, but it is getting whittled down. And the Ushabti summon is gone. The basic Ushabti, there's only 2 left, and both are extremely low, so they're crumbling away. And then that just leaves some Skeleton Spears. Skeleton Horse Archer still chasing around the Chaos Sorceress Slaanesh. They've done about 200 damage to him since we last checked in, but they are officially all out of ammo. Hellstrider's going to get a charge onto these out-of-ammo guys, and that was a lot of damage on the charge, considering this unit is almost dead. Holy shit! That is so much damage! They're kicking the hell out of these Skeleton Horse Archers, who are getting healing from something. Now I can't tell if Cetra cast a spell and is healing them, or if they're getting Realm of Souls healing, but oh my god, that was wild. Hellstriders are a neat unit, capable of very neat things. Tomb Kings are down to about 160 troops from their 12,000. I mean, 1,200, sorry. Slaanesh is at about half strength. Sigvald probably doesn't want to venture too far from his Chaos Warrior support. Does Cetra have any more of his explosions left? No. Okay. I mean, 0 armor piercing, but it was still doing all right. Sigvald's healing cap is in sight, and the Tomb Kings aren't out of this. Not at all. Because if Sigvald dies, I mean, the leadership of Slaanesh could falter. Now, all of them are ITP, so they aren't going to rout at all, and these Skeleton Horsemen are going to start crumbling. Now, crumbling, big who cares, but, I mean, it's damage. Damage is damage, I guess, right? Right. Sorcerer Slaanesh still getting run off, and man, can you imagine if this guy had been able to cast, like, any spells? He got 2 off before getting killed. I mean, it was good sniping from the green one. The Phoenix King didn't make a mistake. It was just Cetra targeted him very well, cycle charged him effectively, took him out, like, for sure. But that caster just didn't get to do anything. Skeleton Horse Archers crumbling yet again. Rampage on the Sphinx of Usef, just doing a little bit of damage with the Fascination passive. Chaos Warriors are surrounding Cetra, grinding him down. 2 Sphinxes could carry this? I don't think so. I wonder if the Tomb King's game will end with 2 big SEMs being ground out by infantry. Yeah. Good cycle charging from these Skeleton Horse Archers. Doing their best. They will eventually fade away. Crumbling working as intended. Good job, CA. I know, like, in their patch notes they said, we want Crumbling to be really slow and annoying, and my counterpoint is, why? If it's working as intended, then that's a bad idea. Alright, Sigvald very close to his heal cap at half HP. Cetra is still bullying him around. The Sphinx of Usep is slowly crumbling while being surrounded by stuff. Another cast onto Cetra to give him more weapon strength, but also to heal up the Sphinx with the Nahkar lore passive. Just trying to keep everybody alive and healthy. Slaanesh is ahead on the balance of power. Sigvald is low, very low. Don't know if they can finish it. Skeleton Horse Archers are back in. Skeleton Horse Archers are back out. Sphinx of Usef, dangerously close to being debilitated, crumbled, whatever, disintegrated, that's it. So close, and it does disintegrate away, leaving just Cetra as a big single entity. He gets another cycle charge onto Sigvald, who has Slippery active right now, giving him 94 melee defense. He is going to stand strong, and somehow these Skeleton Horse Archers are taking literally 0 damage. What the fuck? Anybody else seeing that? They took 0 damage? There we go. They start taking damage. I don't know what took them so long. I guess it was probably Chaos Warriors getting spam orders onto Cetra, so they just weren't attacking back. But I do think Phoenix King should have at least most of these units attacking the Skeleton Horse Archers, just to take him out and then not allow Cetra to cycle charge any further. Because you really just want to kill off all of his support and force him to stay and fight you. We notice your undead are overpowered. This is intentional. Oh, okay, no worries, then our bad. That is looking like game. The Slaanesh Chaos Warrior Horde will prevail, leaving just Cetra alone. He charges back into Sigvald for one last time. Pops quick physical resist on himself, but army losses, cares not for your physical resist. And that is it. Spoken like a true lover, Kieran. 2,650 on Cetra, 1,700 on this Sphinx. Melee Shopti all about paid for themselves. They did fine. Skeleton Horse Archers honestly did pretty fine. Netcar warriors did okay, but like I said, they were not meant to fight armored infantry, and that's all Phoenix King had, so that was just unfortunate that like there were no marauders. Hellstriders did great, Sigvald did really well, Chaos Warrior Spam did fine. Settra, with all of that, now I will remind you, with all of that, Settra did not pay for himself. That is usually why I hate on Settra. Now, did the green one use Settra correctly? Yes, he played Settra incredibly well. Very, very well. I think Settra's too expensive. I think Settra is way too expensive for what he does. I think you keep him the exact same as he is in game. Take 200 gold off him, and then he's fine. Take 300 gold off him, and then he's fine, maybe, on his two main mounts. But, like, I don't know. Settra being almost 3,000 gold is fucking wild to me. Well, like, Sigvald there was about 1,700 gold, right? Be'lakor with his normal kit is cheaper than Settra. Be'lakor with his normal kit is cheaper than Settra. He's probably too expensive. He's like, I think Imrik is either the same price or a little cheaper. Like, Settra is one of the most expensive lords in the game. And I just don't think he earns that. Personally. Now, he does, like, some people argue, and fairly, I'm not trying to belittle them. Some people argue that Settra does a lot of support stuff, so if you see, like, a life caster that only gets 200 value, you're like, yeah, she used her Earthbloods of Regrowths all game. Well, Settra spams out physical resist, he spams out army-wide healing, and he, like, I acknowledge he does all that stuff, but I feel like the green one played Settra incredibly well this game and still couldn't quite get him to pay for himself, or, like, people can brain dead smash Arkan with their keyboard and he'll still pay for himself, and that gives you like 1,500 more gold-ish. Like 1,500 more gold to spend on your army. He has summons, he has death magic, his Spirit Leech over and over again can do a lot of damage. It's just like, is Arkan overtuned? I don't know. That's a different conversation, but it's just comparing the two. It's like one's half the cost and just as good. Like that's the thing, is like man to man, is Settra better than Arkan? Maybe, or they're comparable, but one costs half as much. So, I think the cost is a big discussion. No 2 King Spellcaster, imagine a Darude Sandstorm on that blob at the end. Definitely feels weird that Undead have more staying power than Demons. Not like Chaos needs more buffs, but Daniel's a sad boy with his faction. Yeah. Settra does not serve. Settra is a caster. Yeah. Settra got robbed with the amount of time he spent chasing and not hitting that footcaster. That was wild. Unnamed username. That is normally what happens, but it normally happens while the caster's still alive. It was like, that's how footlords work, and I think it's stupid. But normally he would do a lot more of that while the caster was also casting spells. This game, he got very, very good RNG on hitting the caster until he routed him, and then he's like, I used up all my RNG, that caster's just free to go. Is it bullshit? 100%, but it's just normally how foot stuff goes. So when he was actually bodying the caster, I was surprised. I was like, oh, all right, go Settra, go. Not normally you miss a lot, but what's his bonus versus infantry? I don't know, probably 10 or 15. Does the value include healing of your own units? No. Infantry characters need to stop getting iframes because of that anti-infantry monsters. Yeah, footlords don't need iframes. In that context, Settra's a little poop. Yeah. But like, I don't know. I can see why people like Settra for what he does. I think his price point is just a little too high. That would be my end argument, is if you compare him to Arkan, the cost analysis just isn't there, in my opinion. Because if you want a support lord, you can go Kotep. And Kotep is roughly the price of Arkan, or cheaper. I forget what his kit is, but he's like roughly the price of Arkan, right? For all the support stuff of Settra. So why you're paying for Settra over Kotep is his combat potential, which I would argue is It's fine. Ogres versus Dark Elves. Hanniden's is the clanmate of the green one. He insists that this is a counter matchup against Dark Elves in Ogre's favor. I would strongly disagree. I have only seen it happen once. Happened being this matchup at all. I have seen this matchup once, and Dark Elves won it. But on paper, it sounds pretty Dark Elf favored. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what the ODM labs have cooked up. Oh, good stretch. Oh, remember to stretch your body if you have the time. Stretch out your wrists. But anyway, we'll see what the ODM labs cooked up. Maybe they know something we don't. But on paper, Dark Elves have a lot of armor piercing. They have a lot of anti-large. They have pretty good skirmish potential. They have really good spell kits. So I just don't see what the Ogres are going to do. I'm ready to be wrong. I'm ready for an Ogre victory. I'm ready for a game 3. Do not mistake me, my friends. I just doubt it. Just doubt it. I want it, but I doubt it. I want to find $1,000 on the street. That does not mean I think I will find $1,000 on the street. That just means I would be happy to find $1,000 on the street. It's all Ogre now. Is it Ogre in time? It is Ogre in time. Even Kolek would get beat up if he wins. Giants? Yeah, Giants are actually fine now. I really like what happened with Giants. They got enough buffs and enough like cost reductions that now Giants are a viable pick, but Giants aren't the viable pick. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, why aren't you taking Giants? It's, oh, cool, you took a Giant. Like, I don't know. Giants are in a really good spot right now. I'm super happy with them. Not OP, not too weak, just good. Ogres for life. We're all rooting for the Ogres. I just doubt it. But I'm rooting for them for sure. Builds are getting set up again. It's going to move out from under me, so I'm not really going to cast too much until I can get a good handle on what's going on. So I'll wait a second. I love Giants. Use the Goblin skill to hide them and run into battle. That's pretty funny. Yeah, Giants are solid. I really like Giants. They have full HP at frontline. I think maybe their leadership is a little silly. That you can't route a giant. It's almost impossible. You just straight up have to kill them every single time, and that can get annoying. But as far as how the unit currently functions, I really like it. Tall, still weak to archers, but their price point is so low that you can kind of justify taking them, just taking the risk. And if they can get into a fight with anything, they'll win that fight. And it's like, all right, cool. Giants HP pool is massive. Yeah. Giant buff's the single best change that happens in Game 3. Didn't Giants used to be cowards? Yeah. They used to have low leadership. Like, they've always had higher leadership than their contemporaries on the low leadership roster, but, like, globally compared, they used to have pretty low leadership. All right. Builds are getting set up so I can cast a little bit more of it now. For the green one and the Ogres, we have triple Noblar Trappers. We have the Powder Guts, Man-Eaters with Ogre Pistols, ROR. Really, really like this unit. I think it's a super great unit. Then we have an Iron Blaster, a front line of Ogre Bulls and Noblars, a back line of Triple Saber Tusk. We have the Sky Striders, Crushers with great weapons, and we have the Slaughtermaster with the great model with Troll Guts and Bullgorger. On the other side for the Dark Elves, we have triple Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, triple Dark Rider to support them. We have the Crows of Cain up in the sky. We have Malekith on his Dark Pegasus. This is roughly what we wanted. We did say we didn't want him on his dragon, because if he lands on his dragon, he's going to die. That's not Malekith, that's Marathi! Oh my fucking god! Okay, it's Marathi, she's back. She has the Wand of Crydon, Soul Stealer, and that is it, plus her melee debuffs and all that stuff. But Marathi's back at it. I just instantly assumed it was Malekith. Anyway, double Harpies, one of which is Crows of Cain. We have triple Spear Boys, and then we have double Coldland Knights, triple Coldland Knights in the back. So it is a mass cavalry build, barely any infantry at all. A little bit of kiting. And OP loving the Giants use cases now. Yeah. So Marathi's back. I am concerned about this Dark Elf full mobility build, because I feel like they'll just get ground out. Like over here we have Dark Riders just getting charged by Saber-Tusk packs and the Sky Striders, so I think that is a bit of a mistake. Now, the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows are trying to get some value in, but also these ones are going to get caught up in Noblars? What is happening here? Crows of Cain diving in, but this seems really disjointed from the Phoenix King, and he needs to, like, take a deep breath and figure his shit out, because I really don't like what's happening here. Lost an entire Dark Rider. Repeater Crossbow still trying to get their value in, but another Repeater Crossbow at, like, full ammunition is stuck in a fight with Noblars and Ogre Bulls and is not having a good time. Marathi dove in too? What is happening? Ogre Bulls have now surrounded her, and she's not having a good time. She has to get the fuck out of here before the Sky Striders find her, or something, but she's really going for that Lord Snipe. Dark Riders are fighting Nobbler Trappers and Saber-Tusk back, but these repeater crossbows are lost in space. The other repeater crossbows are getting routed off? No, they're still here, but Coldwell Knights are now joining the fight. What is going on? This is a really rough game from the Dark Elves. This is a really, really rough game. There's just a ton of mistakes. Like, I don't want to be a dick, but I also don't want to, like, pretend like, oh man, I see what he's going for here. It's just a disaster. And Marathi's getting fucked up. That was just a mistake. You can see the Ogres are up like almost, it's just above 2-1 on the damage value. Marathi's getting completely murdered right now. Dark Riders repeated crossbows are AFK. These guys are just joining the fight. The other Dark Riders are taking a ton of damage. Cold Knights are all gone. Crows of Cain are gone. This is just a fucking disaster, dude. Ogres are kicking ass and taking names, yeah. I still don't think this is a counter matchup. Because Hanadins is going to give me so much shit. He's going to be like, look, we crushed this game. Ogres are OP. I'm like, dude, for some reason, we don't have Scourge Runner Chariots. The anti-large armor-piercing chariots that are super hard to punish, we don't have any of them. Phoenix King made several very obvious mistakes. His build was kind of janky. He took fucking Marathi, for God's sake, and just dove her into Ogres and died. Like, I don't think this one counts as a data point on Ogres being a counter to Dark Elves. Yeah, Hanadins, that's funny. You just pop in as I'm saying Hanadins is gonna give me so much shit. I honestly think this was a botched game from the Dark Elves. I mean, Green One played it fine. Do not get me wrong. It's not like Green One was just handed a free win, but Green One played it as usual, really good level, and Phoenix King fucked up. And he doesn't, like, this all-cav build, you don't have room to fuck up, right? If you fuck up, you lose a lot of critical things. You have some Dark Riders who have rallied, but they're AFK again. They're just chilling. And the Dark Elves are out, dude. Iron Blaster's wrecking the chariots. What chariots? There's no chariots! Are you saying, like, in theory they would wreck the chariots, but there aren't any here? Yeah. Hanadin's, like, that's fine. I haven't gotten to see that matchup a lot. I was just saying on paper it seems like it would be very Dark Elf favored, and I saw it once on stream, and the Dark Elves did win it. This is my second time ever seeing it, and there are just some big key issues going on right now that is not Dark Elf or Ogre related. But I would be curious to see it more. I'm very curious what builds you guys take and what you're talking about. To be fair, someone playing into Ogres is playing into Dowie. Like, if your build isn't built for them, you can get punished. Yeah. But there was just some key mistakes there. Damage value is still 2-1. Missiles hurt Ogres because they big units. All he needed was 5 basic Dark Elf archers and spears, and he wins. I really think Dread Spears got undervalued here. This, like, full cav build was interesting and strange, but, like, I think Dread Spears are great. I don't know. That felt odd. The build felt odd, but, like, I could see what he was going for. There was just too many mistakes. Which sometimes you have a bad game and it happens, but, like, Marathi dove to her death. Repeater crossbows got forgotten. Repeater crossbows got forgotten in melee combat with saber tusks. Dark Riders charged straight into the Sky Striders and got obliterated. I mean, Marathi got instant fucking gooned. When the Dark Riders routed, they got forgotten again and didn't come back. Like, it was just like... And Phoenix King is my favorite to win the tournament. You can have a bad game. Like, I'm not trying to, like, man, just such a shit player, and it's 1-1, but, like, that was rough. That was real rough to watch. Something happened there. How do Dark Elves deal with Iron Blasters, though? Scourge Run Chariots. Like, Hanadins is saying, and I haven't seen it, and Hanadins says he's played it a lot, so, like, in theory, Scourge Run Chariots would just shoot it, and it would take a lot of damage and not do that great, but he's saying it outduels them? I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But Dark Shards, in theory, deal with the Iron Blaster. Anyway, Slaughtermaster did well. He got to fight Marathi and actually kicked her ass for a bit. Sky Striders did okay. They had plenty of health left. They just didn't get a lot of fights. Man-Eater Pistols did fine. Iron Blaster did fine. Sabertusk did well. Ogre Bulls did great. Nobbler Trappers did great. Nobblers did fine. Marathi, 1400 value. But she did die. Horrible death. Dread Spears didn't get too much done. Golden Knights didn't get a lot done. Repeater Crossbows did not get a lot done. Dark Riders struggled but did okay. And the Furies just, the Harpies got murdered. His pizza delivery showed up, I swear. I mean, without repeaters, why bring Dark Riders without repeaters? Just grab cold ones. You need Blance Army for Ogres, yeah. So. Alright, looks like we end up with Skaven versus Tzeentch. I'm surprised how... I forget that there's, in this tournament, there's no pick and ban. Like, they did all the pick and ban at the start, so then these guys just pop out and start pulling up their armies, because I was like, what the fuck? We're already on this. Balanced armies frontline would crumble. Maybe. Yeah, we just have to see it more. That's only my second time seeing the matchup on stream, and it was brutal. Skaven versus Tzeentch. It's either even or Tzeentch favored. I haven't gotten a lot of data on this one. Haven't got to see it a lot. Haven't got to play it a lot. But in theory, it feels Tzeentch favored. Just because Blue Fire is really strong against Skaven. The Tzeentch models are really strong against Skaven because you can't lock them up. And if you hit them in the air, it feels like they don't take a lot of damage from missiles because they squawk around and all that stuff. So, yeah. Coops has the tournament going pretty well. Pretty well. Pick a band beforehand is great, actually, for the viewers. Vertical Cliff, I would agree. The only thing that isn't great about it, in my opinion, where, like, I don't actually have a problem with it overall. It seems fine. The only problem with it is when I get into a game, there's a super long delay before game 1. But then after that, games 2 and 3 go a lot quicker. So, yeah. It's about whether you're spreading out the delay or whether you're just getting a really big delay at the start. And then the rest of it goes pretty smoothly. Got Deathmaster win under my belt. I'm more human boy than human boy. I won with Deathmaster yesterday, you silly. You silly Billy. I won Empire and Skaven versus, I think it was me, but I don't remember. Bitter Dunes, I have not seen this map. I am very curious what it is. It's not on our Vermin League map list, but I'm always open to adding more maps if we like how they go. Skaven has switched a couple things around. Looks like they're settling on a build they're largely happy with. Tzeentch still keeps deleting everything and adding everything back, so we'll have to see what they do. I think it was into Orcs. Oh, I could see Snitch being okay into Orcs. He's still not my favorite pick there, but he's good. He used to be my favorite pick when Grom the Punch was a lot more oppressive, but now I like Ikit there. Ikit's just really, really good at the moment. He's not that snipeable on his Doom Wheel. He's pretty mobile. The Lore of Ruin got a whole bunch of buffs coming into Game 3, so the Lore of Ruin in general is really, really good right now. So Ikit as a caster, taking that is pretty good. Basic desert map, nothing really amazing. I won Greasus somehow into Khorne. Greasus, like, can do okay. He's just, I don't know, man. He's kind of like Grimgor from Game 2, where, like, certain people would swear by Grimgor, and they would send me replays of him doing well, and then I would watch, like, 10 more replays of Grimgor getting stuck in basic, like, Empire Spearman, and he can't move, and then the whole game is one around Grimgor. Like, Grimgore's at the end of the game full HP, and his whole army is dead, and he gets army lost or cycle charged at that point, so... I don't know. Greasus feels that way. If, like, someone fights Greasus, Greasus is fine. He just has no agency in picking his own fights. Khorne soldiers are not strong. Foot Zag. Foot Zag? Having a lot of fun with Orc and Empire armies at the moment when I'm not in game. I've been having a lot of fun with Greenskins too. I've just been losing a lot with Greenskins as well. It doesn't work anymore. You lose on balance of power with Grimgore. Yeah, I was saying like they still lost before, but it was just that people wouldn't fight Grimgore. They would kill the entire Greenskin army, and then Grimgore would be left, and you just kill him at the end. Grimgore stays alive, which is a Greenskin rarity. Yeah. Alrighty. Skaven versus Tzeentch. A very weird Tzeentch build. Very strange. We have one Marauder Horseman of Tzeentch, and then a shitload of Chaos Knights. We have 4 Marauders of Tzeentch, then we have an Exalted Lord of Change of Tzeentch with pink and blue fires. Both of the fires are really good against Skaven, and then we have a Fury Summon. I don't think this build is it. I don't think this is the tech. I think this is gonna die very quickly. Okay, but we'll see. On the Skaven side, for the green one, we have Warp Grinders as a net and damage spell. Then we have a Howling Warp Gale net. So 2 nets, but one of them is untargeted. So that is fine. You can't have 3 though. So that's fine. We have the Warpstone Scroll. So we have an Aerial Slow and Spirit Leech. Aerial net. Then we have a ground-based net and damage thing. So a lot of nets. And then we have Warp Lightning and Dread of 13th. We do have one Chieftain on a Bone Breaker. Interesting. He takes a lot of damage from blue fire. So I'll be curious how that goes. But maybe it's just fine to take that. Triple Globes, double Jezzails, 4 Rat Ogres, a bunch of Clan Rats, and Skaven Slaves mixed throughout. I think Phoenix King is doomed. I think he's doomed. I think it's going to go 2-1 to the green one, and my tournament favorite is going to get knocked out. I think this build is bad. I think it's bad. I think it's bad. You know what? I'm just going to say it. I think it's a bad build. Chaos Knights have just not impressed me, man. I've used Chaos Knights of Nurgle, which sure, it's Nurgle. But Chaos Knights of Nurgle have constantly disappointed me. I've used Chaos Knights of Tzeentch when I've been playing Tzeentch because I don't really like the meta way of playing Tzeentch with Marauder Horseman Kite. I just don't like it. So I usually play Tzeentch with Chaos Knights. They always underperform. I never see Chaos Knights of Khorne. I never see Chaos Knights with Slaanesh. The only 2 Chaos Knights I see both underwhelm me. I think they suck. I don't think betting on like 5 of them to carry the game is gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. I think the Skaven are gonna win. I think it's over. I think it's over. Might as well F5 now. Doesn't matter. Boom. Do you even know it was legal to bring that much Knights? I don't know if it is. Now that you bring that up, I guess. I don't think these players would care. But let me look. It's an exciting build, but like if you want my competitive opinion, no. Hanadins, it's fine because they're lances and non-lances. And you can have 3 of each. They're not considered the same unit. So you can apparently have 6 total. Chaos Knights are strong. Give Skaven 10 to 2 odds on the Skaven. They last forever. Goblin Shaman is very squishy though without the sag powers. It is. Legal, but it's just funny. And the spider has low leadership, man. So we'll see. Well, I don't think this is gonna do it. I don't think it's gonna do it. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not, but maybe I am. I'm not. I am in fact correct. But maybe I'm wrong. Skaven advance. Phoenix King is gonna go try to get us around. But with Jezzails, usually Skaven can force the issue. If they can just get in range of these Marauders, they can get some good poke out and forces each to at least pay a penalty for getting their surround. This is getting scary. The Exalted Lord of Change is walking up. He is going to get netted right about now. 2 Jezzails are going to turn and fire at him, and let's see how much his bird body can save him. Now from Warp lightning cannons he staggers, but I don't know if he'll stagger from just bullets, so he might take a lot of damage here. And then the Grey Seer will probably throw out the Warp Stone Scroll as soon as the Fury is out. Ooh, it also, I forget it retroactively catches them. So yeah, he's still taking a lot of damage. Globes are going to get a free shot onto this Fury summon. That is a big loss at the start. That guy's taking a lot of damage. Now the Warp Stone Scroll should be thrown out to get like a slow and more damage onto the Tzeentch caster while he still doesn't have a shield. But it doesn't look like the Warp Stone Scroll will be used. He's keeping it. Maybe for the second Fury summon, I don't know. Greenskins is huge battlefield awareness because they route easy. How much would an Ragnarok have to bleed before it couldn't move? Spiders move through hydraulics? What are they, machines? Is this a real fact or am I getting trolled? Alright, Tzeentch caster is down to closer to 1/3 health than half. And Tomb Kings are pretty close to the white line, actually. Not Tomb Kings, Skaven. Because they've moved outwards from the white line. They started, like, right next to it. So I don't know about that one. We'll have to see. Exalted Lord of Change taking more poke, poke, poke. Another Howling Warp Guild is going for him, so Phoenix King's gonna have to dodge fast. He's not dodging right. He's got to run directly away. He's dodging side to side to avoid bullets, but he's not getting any distance, and he's about to get Howling Warp Guild. Yeah, that might be the end of the Tzeentch caster. Meanwhile, the Tzeentchian Knights are fighting on one side. They're already half HP, though, from these globes, and there are Rat Ogres nearby to run up and intercept them. The surround has come in for Tzeentch, and they're now starting to charge in every direction. Tzeentch caster getting awful low. Let's see if leadership is real. Does he start demonic crumbling or not? Throws out a quick pink fire, but still taking poke damage. He's not quite going to crumble, though. One Tzeentch Knight is pushed off. Rat Ogres pushing there, and now Tzeentch Knights are going to get a rear charge to them, but we'll see how much it matters. Tzeentch caster is dead. Globe's getting some free shots onto Chaos Knights, and yeah. It's looking rough. The Tzeentch Bolt of Change misses the Grey Seer because of his crazy janky attack animations, so he just goes rolling around and the Bolt of Change misses. Rat Ogres piling on to Tzeentch Knights. It looks like the Giselles are now going to fire on the Marauder Horsemen that are charging in on them. The Marauder Horsemen will take out the Nabo Sharpshooters, so that's nice, but quick little Warp Quake Net does some damage to some of the Chaos Knights, locks them in places. More Rat Ogres are piling onto them. And that's it. That is it. The Fire Belly can be going into Skaven and other low armor factions. Maybe, but the problem is then you have to take, like, Greases as your lord. Because otherwise you're paying for two casters. I think if the Ogres had a better lord, like, if the Tyrant was actually good or cheap, then the Fire Belly would be fine. Or if the Fire Belly could be your lord option. But the problem is that you have to take another lord, and that blows. Tzeentch is about to get army lost. As globes just pile down the Chaos Knights. And the Chaos Knights got some stuff to route, but there's still plenty of globes chilling. There's lots of Rat Ogres that are vibing. And that is going to be GG. That was a tough one. Tyrant has regen and melee and lowers leadership around him. It's true. I don't think he's that good, but I'm ready to be proven wrong. Globes got decent value. Rat Ogres got really good value considering how short they were in melee combat. Giselles did awesome shooting down the caster. Grey Seer and Chieftain did okay. And Skaven Slaves were there. I'm so impressed by Chaos Knights. Exalted Lord of Change got 400 value, but he just got netted twice and shot to death. Marauders didn't really get in the fight, and Chaos Knights got in the fight and died very quickly. That's GG. So we are to the semifinals. Catch you guys up. Tzeentch did prevail over Butcher Bird. So he's facing Marco Magno. Bjorn is still fighting Ezreal, and the green one is waiting, as is John Silver. I think all my tournament favorites are out, because I forget who my third tournament favorite was, but it probably... I don't remember voting on Tzeentch. I remember saying I love Tzeentch, but I didn't vote on him. I didn't vote on the green one, and I definitely didn't vote on any of these three people, so... All my tournament picks are out. I'm a big wrong banky. I'm a big wrong banky. Semifinals? Yeah, unless I could find one of these two quarterfinal games that's still playing, because both the semis are just waiting. JFK's House of Pain. That's kind of a funny name. I like it. Been a quick tournament today? Has it been? We're going for 3 hours. Yeah. I guess we've gotten through 3 rounds in 3 hours. That's about an hour round. Not bad. Not bad at all. We're not playing domination, so it feels quick. What up, Phoenix King, dude? Why the Tzeentch Knights? Pitch it. I'm gonna open my mind. What was the thought with the Tzeentch Knights? How are they going to beat the Skaven? Because my brain just says that Rat Ogres and Globes are going to take care of them. I don't know. Skaven struggle with light cav, but not heavy cav. Heavy cav generally is too slow. Their armor doesn't help them at all. So you're paying for more armor and that kind of stuff, and they just globe it. All right, Tzeentch is in-game, so he does not have time to entertain us all. Bjorn and Azrael have been fighting for almost an hour, so that's got to be finishing up soon. So we'll probably end up, our next game will probably be John Silver versus whoever wins that. Oh, Tzeentch is not in-game. He sent me something. Okay, so I think he meant in lobby. Okay, I gotta get my blocker ready so I don't show builds again like a big dumb banky. What score? They're about to play the second match. What's the score? Give me the score. Give me that score, Tzeentch. Fucking love Tzeentch. Used to play him a lot on Ant Ladder. Good dude. Now he's a better player than I am. We used to be even, and then he played a lot more than me and got better. So I fell behind the times. Currently, he is down 1. Come on, Tzeentch. Turn it around, buddy. But it's 0-1 in favor of his opponent. What's his opponent's name? Marco Magno. Never heard of him. Marco Magno. Where's the letter going to show up? Marco Magno. Looks like we have Tomb King's Dark Elves. In Warhammer 2, it used to be an even matchup. In Warhammer 3, it started out as a bad matchup for the Dark Elves, and the Tomb Kings were overpowered. And with all of their nerfs, I would suspect that the Dark Elves, it's now even again. But I have not seen it since the Tomb Kings nerfs, so I don't know. Tzeentch Knights. Hume Boy loved your build. I reckon blue and ping's wide as fuck is the way to go. Tzeentch Knights cost the same as Dragon Princes. Dragon Princes are cool. So Tzeentch Knights equal cools. So me equals pick Tzeentch Knights. I can't argue with that reasoning, man. Mirage D Globes and Spears. 1 hour battle in a best of 3, yeah. Is Hume Boy on a losing streak? Need to practice more? I'm not on a losing streak. Last time I practiced, I won 3 series and I lost the final series, but Turned, same thing happened. Too much streaming. Yeah, you don't practice as much. Tzeentch is a good dude. Now is better than the Master. Master being Pantalinade. True. It's game 2. Behind the blocker. The Dark Elf build looks ready. Tomb King's build is still figuring it out. And I drink a lot of water to keep my voice good. But that also means I have to pee. So, BRB. I miss anything? Quick, give him money while he wasn't looking. Thanks, Son of Kiernan. Son of Kiernan, you sent me a game that is in my list of things to cast and upload as videos, which I'll be working on today after the stream. Alright, we're getting into it. I need to get this bread. Because this stream went through lunchtime and I'm getting a bit of a headache. I don't like it. I like both these builds. I think these are both pretty good. I really like Nehekar Warriors. I think people are catching on to them. Delicious. Bread. Keeps me alive. And I like being alive. Oh. Let me send you a new one. I think Dov covered that one. Too bad. So many people send so many replays to all the casters that I don't keep track of who does which one. I just look at the ones people send me. If I like it, I'll make content about it. If I don't, I won't. Is Grimgor and a giant against Tzeentch? Sounds about right. Small bread pieces. Yeah, I'm pretty much a duck. Okay. I'm gonna finish chewing this bread while I set up their armies. All right, we did it. Are me and Thunder the last of the round 3 battles? No, there's you and another one. There's 2 games that need to finish up before I can cast the Faction War best of 16, round of 16, round of 8. All right. Mostly set up so I can start talking about it. We have double melee Ushabti, the Kepler Guard plus a front line of Nehekar Warriors. Then we have triple Nehekar Horsemen. We have 2 Carrion up in the sky. And we have some Skeleton Spearmen in support, plus Ark in the Black with Spirit Leech and Fate of Buna, plus his Skeleton Summon, plus his Staff Nagash. And then we have a Tomb Prince just for some dueling prowess. He has Guardian, and he has the Blade of Setep. On the other side for the Dark Elves, we have a bunch of Dark Riders. Actually, looks like only 2. I thought there was 4. But 2 Dark Riders, 1 Dark Rider with repeater crossbows. We have a Firecaster with Fireball and Burning Head for clearing out the Tomb King's front line. Malice Darkblade for dueling and murdering and slamming and killing. Double Cold One Knights, a whole bunch of Blackheart Corsairs and triple Dread Spears. And double Shade. So, yeah. I like this a lot. Burning Head's always been quite good against Tomb Kings and even Nehekar Warriors. While I praise them for their frontline prowess, they do only have 45 armor, so a good Burning Head can take out a lot of them. Shades have been rising in the meta along with Blackheart Corsair handbows. People have been liking them, and it brings me joy to see. I hate watching Malekith on his dragon with triple Scourge in her chariot, so I am excited whenever that's not happening. So I like it. I like this build from the Dark Elves. I think it's exciting. It's exciting while also being effective. It's not just like a meme build that someone's doing for fun. It's like, yeah, this is viable. This is good. Tomb King's build I also like. Yeah, I like it. The melee Ushabti are becoming more and more popular. I'm still not sure I'm sold on them. But this build's fine. I do wonder what El Nino Mamut's plan was against Scourge Runner Kite. Because with 0 range at all, I don't know how you pressure that, but maybe it's just withstand the kite, and when they run out of ammo, then they have to fight you? I don't know, but it's a melee rush Tomb King's build, so it tracks. Shades get off a pretty nasty volley into these Nehekar Warriors, taking them down to just a bit over a third HP, around 40%. And they will fall back. The rest of the Dark Elves are just waiting. I don't see any reason to run up, I guess. And this could be a pretty bad blob for the Tomb Kings. If the Kepler Guard pile right on here, that's going to be a burning head target for sure, but it looks like very nice stuff from him. He decides not to blob, and he fucks off, attacking different targets, and this Firecaster will be a little bit blue balls. Now, Malice and his Black Ark Corsairs are dueling the Nekar Warriors. The Black Ark Corsairs should win that 1-1. They are more expensive, they are armored and all that stuff, but Tomb King's army passive can help them out a little bit. Also, Arkin could help out. But so far, these ones have been left mostly for dead as Shades just destroy them, and the Kepler Guard are about to take a fight as well in front of Shades and a Burning Head. I think the Kepler Guard will be not long for this world. Meanwhile, Malice Darkblade is now fighting 2v1 against Arkin and the Tomb Prince. We almost had a Burning Head to support, but it looks like instead we are just going to get a Fireball. That does manage to hit Arkin. And the Tomb Kings are spending a lot of their resources on this top side. We have Ushapti, we have Nekar Horsemen and Carrion, everything piling up there. So the Tomb Kings are admitting defeat on the low ground. On the high ground, they are investing everything. Malice Darkblade not having a good day. Down to half HP already. Now he can transform into Tzeentch and get a whole new health bar, but obviously you don't want to do that for as long as possible. Big Burning Head on the top side is going to hit some Nekar Warriors and Nekar Horsemen, so a little bit of 2-for-1 value up there. Overall doesn't do that much, and I'm kind of surprised the Kepler Guard haven't been instant nuked yet, and a big Dark Elf cavalry contingent is just sitting on the sidelines for now for Tzeentch. They have to get much more active. He also, I mean, he has a lot of things to do, but he needs to keep an eye on Malice. He can't let him rout, because he is not unbreakable when he's not Tzarkan, so he could rout without getting his transformation off. He needs to be careful of that. Cold Knights are stuck fighting a whole bunch of stuff. They don't like doing that. They generally like outnumbering their opponent, not being outnumbered, and Malice did have to transform. I think that was a good choice. He was running out of time to do so. Shades are going to fight off Carrions that jump on them. Shades are pretty fine melee combatants. This is okay for them. And this is still a lot of cavalry to be AFK in the backfield for Tzeentch. I'm getting a little worried about that, as the Tomb Kings are starting to grind through a lot of the front line. Still no Burning Head, still no Shade support on the Kepler Guard. Just letting the Kepler Guard work through Black Ark Corsairs could be a bit of a mistake. Now the Dark Riders are going to invest in the fight with Nekar Horsemen to protect their Dark Rider Repeater Crossbow friends, while Cold Knights will go fight Ushapti Greatbows. That should be a pretty good trade for them. Meanwhile, the Ushapti Summon is coming out on top of the clumped up Shades, who are now focusing on the Kepler Guard, but it might be too little too late. Dark Elves are ahead on the balance of power overall, though. Malice transforming into a full big boy once again did really change the balance of power, and it doesn't account for the damage value the Tomb Kings put into him because it's all gone now. Another Burning Head on the Nekar Horseman is not doing as much as Tzeentch would really like it to. I think he should have focused the Burning Heads on the Kepler Guard and other Nekar Warriors instead of trying to catch all these Nekar Horsemen, because even a 2-for-1 Burning Head on these Nekar Horsemen just didn't do anything, so I don't really like that prioritization just yet. Cold Knight still killing off of Ushapti Greatbows, and these Shades are just running from the Ushapti Summon. All these ones try to kite out some Carrion. Firecaster is safe and healthy, but she used a lot of her Winds of Magic now, so she's probably going to have to lay back for a bit, and I really, really just want to see Overcast Burning Head on some of these infantry units, clear them out, give Malice some space to work. Dark Riders end up fighting a shit ton of Nekar Horsemen and have to back off, and Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows running into melee briefly from Tzeentch. A little bit of a mistake there. He is going to back off. Have a good time at the tree farm, Bubba. Grace is heading out to grab a Christmas tree with their family. Malice is stuck fighting this big blob, though he is doing fine against the Tomb Prince and Arkin, getting pretty good damage values out there. The Shades have officially extricated themselves from the Carrion situation, but Nekar Horsemen will soon be on top of them. That actually could be the end of the Shades, as they're just starting to get work done onto the Kepler Guard. These other Shades still fighting these Ushapti, who will fade away in 18 seconds time. Nekar Horsemen also catch the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, and I think the Dark Elves are in real trouble. They're ahead on the balance of power, but I think that's all going to go away once these Shades get fucked up, and once these Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows get fucked up. Now, Cold Knights from Tzeentch are pulled back to defend his Shades. That is a very good play, good positioning, good awareness of that. But his Malice is in big trouble. His Burning Headcaster is nearby, but she burned a lot of her Winds of Magic earlier. She doesn't have a lot left to clean up things. Malice is almost heal capped. Still trying to heal his way up. He's been fighting Arkin a lot, and Arkin throws out a huge Fatal Boon onto these healthy Cold Knights. And the Cold Knights are necessary to keep the Shades alive, so pretty good target prioritization there from Marco Magno. These Shades are back now that these Ushaptis are gone. They can fire at stuff. Nekar Horseman still chasing off those Dark Riders, and that Cold Knight went from very healthy to quite dead, as the Dark Caster is just gonna run over, finish off Arkin, as Arkin tries to finish off Malice, so it's a Lord for Lord trade, and Arkin is for sure dead in this situation, but so is Malice. Spirit Leash wears off. He has 44 HP. Can he heal up? Malice is hanging in there. as he dives deeper into stuff, if he has his like Soul Stealer spell thing off cooldown soon, he can maybe heal up as he's just taking pokes and pokes and pokes, and he is down. So Malice is gone. Balance of power is still slightly Dark Elf favored as it has been for most of the game. Arkan is still technically alive, and his leadership rallies. He's not going to crumble. Yes, he is going to crumble. No, he's not. Yes, he is. No, he's not. So Arkan is still up. The Tomb Kings still have a Lord and Caster. Shades are doing their best to shoot at Arkan. Right now, they'll get a bunch of poke on him, and he will die. That is pretty bad for the Tomb Kings. Shades will get chased down by the Tomb Prince once more. These Nakara horsemen did run off those Dark Riders. And then we do have the Kepra Guard. I still don't think the Tomb Kings are out of this. That Caster being full HP is a lot of the balance of power. It really matters how much Winds of Magic she actually has. Is it pronounced Buna or Biuna? Buna. I think it's Buna. Fate of Buna. I want to see Lord other than Malice from Malekith. Yeah, there was Marathi earlier in the day. You can go back in the stream and find that. Where's Strat at? Did he win yet? Strat fought valiantly against the forces of darkness. Dark Elves hero trapped, yeah. Sorry, I fell behind on chat a little bit. There was a lot going on. So the Tomb Kings, Nakar Warriors, and their Skeleton Spearmen are just fighting their best, but it's really the rest of this game is on the Kepra Guard, and the Nakar Horsemen actually couldn't finish off those Dark Riders. That's a bit unfortunate for them. Shades have really good ammo amounts. They'll be okay there. It's going to be up to these Nakar Horsemen to get onto the Shades and somehow shut them down. Golden Knights are very, very injured, so are the Dark Riders. The Nakar Horsemen could maybe beat them as long as they don't crumble or disintegrate away. Big Burning Head. Does some damage, mostly gets the crumbling going. It wasn't Overcast, though, otherwise it would have done a lot more damage to those Blackheart Corsairs. And yeah, if the Shades are able to fire, then they can finish out the Kepra Guard easy peasy. It's just like, if all of this had to melee with the Kepra Guard could probably win. But considering army losses is getting close, and considering the Shades have a lot of ammunition and decent protection, then I think Tzeentch has got this. Biuna. Yeah. Army losses is hitting. And that'll be game. We're going to game 3. We are going to game 3. I was going to say Shades will carry earlier, but I forgot. Son of Kiernan. Firecaster only 800 value. Malice got 2,300. Cold Knights did fine. Blackheart Corsairs did very well, cutting through the front line. Dread Spears did just fine as well. Dark Riders did great. Shades did awesome. Dark Rider Peter Crossbow, unfortunately, was not able to find a home. But overall, the Dark Elf build spread value across a lot of it, did very well. Ark in the Black did great. Tomb Prince did excellently. Wow, 2,100 value for fighting Malice all game. Ushaptis struggled. Kepra Guard did fine. Nakar Horsemen did all right. Carrion did okay. Nakar Warriors overall did okay, but mostly got killed by Blackheart Corsairs. I like Hellebron into Tomb Kings, but too much of a Spirit Lance, yeah. Alright, we have Tomb Kings into something. We're going 1-1. As I said on the bottom of the bracket, VM's John Silver is fighting EC's Azrael of Astora. We are here with Tzeentch and Marco Magno. And then we'll probably hop into whoever wins this versus the green one, and we'll hop into whoever wins that versus finals. That'll be a nice transition. If we go down there now, I don't know if they've already started while we were in that game, but we could have issues with, like, ODM green one and whoever wins this have already started, so then we awkwardly wait for them or something. Their best of 3 will hopefully finish before this one, so the stream will just go from this to this to this without wait periods. Would be nice. Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves, game 2. Now Tomb Kings versus Dark Elves, game 3. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, bro. Let's do it. Let's get him. I like Hellbrand to Tomb Kings too, but here have a Spirit Leech. Now I don't look like I called it. I mean, it's not that you don't look like you called it. It just doesn't look like you called it. I'm not calling you a liar. I'm just saying maybe you're not telling the truth. Hi, green one. What up, dude? Must we wait for you to cast semis? No, but I am coming to your semi anyway, because I am currently casting the people before you, and the other semi is starting right now. So it's just, for scheduling, it's going to be easier to just follow this all the way through. Yeah. Dark Elves vs. Tomb Kings again, but on the flipped sides. What will Tzeentch do different? What will Marco Magno do different? Or will he just steal Tzeentch's build, play it the exact same way, and win the game for free? Hazel Basil is here. Mr. Mukau is on his little thing. You love me, just say it. I do love you. You're great. I love Tzeentch more, but, I mean, that's what it is. Sometimes you can't help it. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Get a hand. Look at that Mr. Mukau! Look at him. Oh, he's settling down in his little sun bath. Oh, Mr. Mukau. What good boy. Hazel! Hazel, come here! Hazel, Hazel! I don't know where Hazel is. She just left the room, but Mr. Mukau's looking outside. There she is! There she is! There's the lady, yes. Hello, little Hazel Basil. Are you having a good day? She's having a good day. Look at her. Look at her having her day. Who's your good lady? Who's your good lady? Yes. I'm assuming your mom fed you, otherwise you wouldn't be this calm. You'd be freaking out if you hadn't been fed. Hey, look. It's you guys. I just realized there's no blocker on the screen. Like, naturally, there's only a blocker through my program. So then if I pointed at the screen, you can actually see the builds. That would be sad. All right, both players are ready. Let's go. Game 3. We do have a change up in the builds, just a little bit. Tomb King's much more of a change than the Dark Elves, but still a little bit of spice in there. I know you wanted me to fall versus Phoenix. Yeah, I predicted Phoenix King to win the whole tournament, so of course I wanted you to fall. You seriously need some help with your wire management? No! I like having wires everywhere. It's great. There is no management taking place. You know what? I don't like you guys. I don't like any of you guys. You're all bullies. For the Dark Elves, we have 2 Harpies we didn't have before. Bleak Swords in the front line. Dark Riders, Repeater Crossbows. We have just 1 Repeater Crossbow, 1 basic Dark Rider. Triple Black Arc Corsairs. 2 Cold Knights, Malice Darkblade, a Firecaster with Fireball and Burning Head. And then 2 Reaper Bolt Throwers. Does your chair have no back? My chair has a back. What are you talking about? I'm just standing right now. Yeah, I'm standing. It'd be hard to jump in a chair. On the other side, for Tzeentch, we have Stalker's Eyes of the Desert, Chosen the Gods, the Shop to Great Bows, ROR. We do have a Necropolis Knight, not the Halberd variant, just regular. Arc in the Black, on his horse with only Spirit Leech for a spell, but then he has the Tomb Blade of Arc and Staff to Gash Libra Mortis. We have some Nekar Horsemen, 2 Skeleton Horse Archers spread out. It looks like we have 2 Nekar Horsemen, 2 Chariots as well. The Kepler Guard with a front line of Skeleton Warriors and Skeleton Spearmen. It's a rather small Tomb King's build. It's bigger than Dark Elves, but still feels small. Very elite. Can't jump in a chair, pathetic. His chair is just a post, no seat either. Ha. That would imply it's in me bum. Standing desk, neat. Yeah, I like to switch it up between standing and sitting, so I'm not just sitting for an entire 5-hour stream or something. It's probably not great for you. So I usually sit when I play so I can focus, and then I stand when I cast so I can get the free health benefits with none of the effort. As far as builds go, I like the Tomb King's build. Necro Knights, I still don't think are very good, but some Tomb King's players have been really enjoying them recently, so there might be something to that. I've gotten a few replays of them doing well, but I imagine if they don't do well, I wouldn't get replays of here's them not doing well. I'd probably just get the good ones, so we'll see how they do. I like the Arc in choice. Chosen the Gods are probably going to be the target of the Bolt Throwers. They'll have a hard time there, and the Chariots are weird. The stats of the Chariots on paper are really, really bad, but sometimes the Chariots do quite well, so we'll see what Tzeentch has up his sleeve. But if the Chariots do well, I think this Tomb King's build is going to do nicely, because the only thing I worry about is the mass infantry clear, but if Chariots can deal with that, that's fine. Skeleton Horse Archers are going to fall back. Take a little bit of a trade with the repeater crossbows and some bleak swords, but they will just run away and Harpies will chase them off too. Chariots are coming very far forward considering there are Cold One Knights nearby. Might be a little over aggressive. I imagine Tzeentch will turn around soon. Limp side charge onto the League Swords, gets no damage out, and now he's about to be surrounded. This could be a bad time for the Tomb Kings. Tries to get his Chariots out of there, but they are going to take a bunch of damage in the trade. These other Chariots do manage to turn around in time before the Cold One Knights get to them. Ushapti Greatbow's taking a lot of damage, and it's a tough, tough start if you're a Tom Kong. Skeleton Spearmen get to fight Cold One Knights. That is a good trade for them, as these Chariots are still getting caught a little bit by a couple Cold One Knights, and these Chariots are even crumbling, getting close to disintegrating, and they will disintegrate here, it looks like. So an entire Chariot is gone. Dark Elves are up on the damage value, but huge uncontested charge on the back. Nekar Horseman going to eliminate an entire Reaper Bolt Thrower here, it looks like. A little too much cavalry on the front side. It looks like nothing was there in the back to keep the Tomb Kings at bay. And Arc in the Black will even throw out a Skeleton Summon to try and get his Nekar Horseman some space, as the Reaper Bolt Thrower is officially shut down entirely. If the Chosen of the Gods are able to fire into this blob, that would be good, but it looks like they've just taken so much damage from those Ushapti, from the Reaper Bolt Throwers. And a little bit of miss micro here. Tzeentch does get rear charged by some Harpies and Dread Spears from his Seppi stocks. They got to get out of there, or the Chosen of the Gods are going to have to support them either, or it looks like neither is happening right now. Mass rout in from the Dark Elves, lost their repeater crossbows, lost some bleak swords and a bolt thrower, and Malice instantly transforms into Tzarkan. That is a mistake. That is a mistake I have made very recently. Sometimes you just click all of his abilities and you forget that one of them is permanent. That is a mistake, though. Just because it's easy to make the mistake doesn't mean it's not a mistake, and throwing out Tzarkan this early really hurts. Sepulchral Stalkers taking a lot of damage from these Dread Spears and the Reaper Bolt Throwers. Not enjoying their lives, and Harpies are still chasing these Chosen of the Gods out in the middle of nowhere, but really stopping them from getting any value out whatsoever. Necropolis Knights in here, bumping and grinding with some Dark Elves, but I really like the Tomb King's position in this game as of right now. Sure, the Chosen of the Gods are like dead, sure, but you've done some good work. Shut down some of the Bolt Throwers, did a lot of damage to stuff. I mean, whether or not you did it, Malice Darkblade is to Tzarkan already, so he is slowly crumbling down of his own volition. Yeah, things are looking okay. It's not over, but things are looking alright for the Tomb Kings. Posture? Yeah. I wish the standing desk could go a little taller. I wish. Ushapti Summon is out onto the last Reaper Bolt Thrower that is about to get rear charged by the Nekar Horseman, so it might be over-investing in that, but they'll get him one way or the other. The last of Skeleton Chariots is crumbling away on the far side. Chosen of the Gods has officially died off as well, and these Sepulchral Stalkers are continuing to run. They have not had a lot of time to do any Sepulchral stalking. They've just been Sepulchral running. Necropolis Knights are holding Malice in place, trying to deal some damage to him, also while getting him to tick down, just doing damage since you know he's probably going to heal cap before he ever fades away. Tomb King's running off more Dark Elves. Cold Knights bumping and grinding, but that is not exactly what that unit really wants to do. And I think the Tomb King's probably going to clutch it out. Skeleton Horse Archers get into melee combat while their other Skeleton Horse Archer friends start supporting them. That will rout off these Harpies and the Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, most likely. Sepulchral Stalkers still running around. Necropolis Knights getting fucked up. Did not quite pay for themselves. Very unfortunate things for them. but another Spirit Leech onto Malice will whittle him lower and lower as Arkan chases down the Sorceress of Fire, who is being protected by Cold One Knights, though the Cold One Knights have seen better days, and they themselves are almost off this field. You Shop Summon will eventually fade away, and that will help the Dark Elves a bit on the balance of power. Necropolis Knights are entirely gone. Skeleton Horse Archers did take care of those Repeater Crossbows and Harpies. So a lot of the mobility elements for the Dark Elves are gone. A lot of the bump and grind for the Tomb Kings is gone. So it's about how well Arkan and the gang can kite now, because Malice will slowly kill himself, plus Spirit Leeches. There's a lot of Dark Elves infantry left. Sepulchral Stalkers have full ammunition, so if they are ever allowed to, like, kite out these infantry and shoot them, they'll do fantastically. The Cold One Knights are on top of them now. Dread Spears are also here, and they are a lot of the balance powers that have to be careful. A big burning head onto the Kepler Guard. We wanted to see that last game. We're seeing it this game. You can see the damage it does. They do have fire weakness due to their regeneration. They only have 70 armor, and they take a ton of damage, and they might start disintegrating, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they'll just normally crumble. Sparkle Stalkers do push off one of the two Cold One Knights attacking them, but there still is the second one. Malice is still in here. Very, very much an active participant. Skeleton Summon comes out quick to save the Sparkle Stalkers a little bit, but they took so much damage in this time that their full ammunition probably won't matter. The Dark Elves are pulling a little bit ahead on the balance of power, and I would agree at this point. Kepler Guard being taken down. Arkan is still trying to escape from Malice. He's having a very hard time of it, but his Spirit Leech and all that is dragging Malice down lower and lower. Just don't know if Arkan can carry this whole game without those Sparkle Stalkers, who took so much damage from that Cold One Knight charge. A little bit of a mistake letting them come in this close. Malice is still hunting down Arkan. Arkan just can't get out of here. I don't know if he's being force pathed or not, but it looks like he got stuck on a bunch of things. Now he has an attack order onto the Dread Spears, which actually carried him out, but then he got attack orders onto Malice. Why aren't you just kiting out? Why are you fighting Malice? Don't fight him! Don't fight him, Arkan! This is a huge mistake. Arkan staying in the fight. Malice is going to kick his ass, and now Harpies are even locking him in, but he had an opportunity to escape, and he didn't take it. He got orders onto Malice for some reason. Another Burning Head is going to clear out some of this chaff. The Skeleton Warrior Summon is not having a good time. Another Spirit Leech onto Malice, but a couple too many mistakes from the Tomb Kings will cost them, and they are donezo. Don't 1v1 Malice. Don't do it. It's honorable, but it's not correct. All right. One of my faction war events just got finished, so now we only have one more before I can cast the faction war round of 16. GG indeed. Marco Magno will advance to the semifinals to fight ODM Green One, so he is not out of the ODM grinder yet. Green One could avenge his fallen brother in a Tzeentch. Sparkle Stalkers really struggled to get any value at all. Necro Knights struggled. Ushapti Great Bow struggled. They just got chased down quite effectively. Arkan did great. Nekar Horsemen did well. Chariots also struggled. Skeleton Horse Archers did great. And the Skeleton Frontline did just fine. On the other side, Malice did awesome. Even though he was transformed too early, he still put the game on his back. Firecasters got 1,100. Cold One Knights did well. Reaper Bolt Throwers did okay. They did just fine. Repeater Crossbows did okay. Harpies did well at just chasing down the Chosen of the Gods and making sure they didn't do anything. And then the front line did all right. GG. We'll get the Green One in here and keep this party rolling. I'll send him a message. Boom. All right, Green One has been invited. I'm going to change ODM Tzeentch to ODM Green One. Zero, zero. We're on to the semis. He's here. Messaging him, telling us to pick a bands, please, so we have something to talk about while we wait. Yar. So it's going to be 2 more best of 3s on stream. This one and the finals. Oh, it's a best of 5 for the final. Okay, that's also fine. So I have a best of 3 and a best of 5. I'm just used to doing best of 3s. I always assume that's what we're getting, but it's not true. It's not true, ladies and gentlemen. It's BO5. All right, checked up on some stuff. No picks, no bans yet. I'm gonna grab a little sneaky snack, BRB. Should see I try to balance unit better now, or wait until derpiness is fixed before trying to fine tune anything? Probably still do some fine tuning. Just because I think the derpiness is going to take so long for them to fix that you're pretty much asking, should they do any balance changes now or just wait to do all of them at once? So, yeah. I don't know why so many control things are fucked up that weren't fucked up in 2. I have no idea. But it's really annoying how long it's taken to fix it. Game's been almost out for a year now. I remember there was one dude in the patch notes where it would be like Minotaurs plus 2 melee attack. I'm a little confused by that statement. You have done me a great confuzzle. So, green one, global banned Tomb Kings. His opponent, Marco, global banned Vampire Coast. Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast are banned. Really? Not counts? Really? Coast ban over counts. Interesting. So then green one picks Tzeentch, bans Dwarves and Skaven. And his opponent, Marco, picked Cathay. So round 1 is going to be Tzeentch versus Cathay. Imric did not prevail. Yeah, I saw that. I saw it. So, but to avoid as many spoilers as possible, I won't talk too much. But we have one game left. And then the faction war for tomorrow can be cast. You can make certain gun archer units 100 gold cost. Oh. Yeah, there are some things that don't fire. I think some of the firing issues can be a little bit overstated, but yeah, there is some issues. Black Knight, you're fine. I was just saying. I don't. For the stream's sake, like, people that watch it later, I don't want to be like, yeah, this and this faction won, so then this faction's in the top 4. It's like, you can type that, but I'll just ignore it. I'll ignore you, Black Knight. Like I have since the day you were born. Unused username, that is true, but like they still kind of do that where they do tiny tweaks when they need big tweaks. Like war wagons were considered oppressive, and a lot of, well, maybe not a lot of people, but a good number of people were saying that they needed a nerf in some capacity, and that's a longer conversation we've had before. But then CA's response was, got it, 25 gold more expensive, and it's like, swing and a fucking miss, lads. Or like Savage Orc Boar Boy Biggins suck. They just completely blow. Minus like 50 gold or 100 gold, I forget what it was, but like they're 50 gold cheaper. Swing and a miss, lads. Or like, you know, I was talking to them about greenskins, and I said the greenskin roster in general is pretty good. Their Lord slot just sucks right now, and that's really bad. And I told them why, and then they were like, got it. Give Azhag his items only if he's on foot, but still not on his mount, and give Grimgor one of his items that he had in Warhammer 2. Swing and a miss, lads! So, like, they're still doing the tiny change stuff. The problem is, right now, you need pretty big changes or focus changes, and they're doing neither. They're just, like, kind of half-assedly chucking the dice and hoping they get it right, and it sucks. It blows. Because, like, they have resources they're just not using in a lot of the content creators and, like, pros in the community that have just played the shit out of this game. And they add, like, why I was so frustrated with the last patch, because I was positive going into it, and then when I learned what it was, I was negative, is because of CA's approach to me. CA's approach to me was they were asking me what was wrong, they asked me for a list of things they could change, they asked me a bunch of things, and I told them all this stuff, and they seemed very receptive. And then in the patch notes, like, they just didn't do any of the things we had talked about, and it was like, well, then why the fuck did you ask me? But, yeah. I hope the Azhag thing is an oversight. It definitely is. It's just stupid. Yeah. Jeremy, yeah, you're right. All right, game 2 will be Dark Elves ban Wood Elves and Cathay, and then green one picks Ogres. So we'll get another shot at this Ogres versus Dark Elves matchup. They move at a glacial pace as well? Yeah. You're right. It's just, they spent all my goodwill, right? So I won't say I was ever a CA defender, but I did always try to be fair, where I'm like, this change is good, and this change is bad, and here's why I think that. And then this last patch, I was hyping it up, and like people were really worried about the state of the game, and I'm like, just wait for next patch, it's going to be a good one. And then it was a stinker, and they kind of fucked me on that one. So that now they're on their own, you know? Like, I tried to help. You asked for my help. You didn't take it. All right, fuck it. I'm not defending anything you do here. You're on your own, Chief. Unused username, yeah. That stuff can be really, really annoying when your units just don't respond, because then it doesn't feel like, kind of like I was talking about earlier in that game I lost, and I was salty about the Hellstriders. Like, you hate when you don't lose because you made mistakes. You hate when you feel like you lost because the game is unbalanced, like you're talking about, where like, you know, the game earlier with Phoenix King and green one, where the Skaven were shooting at that exalted Lord of Change in the sky. Like, if the Skaven netted him and then he told his Jezzails to shoot it and they just like turned the wrong way and lost their attack orders, like what's happened to me in the game I made a video about, or, you know, they would fire and miss a netted target with their entire volley. Like, if it was something completely outside his control, like green one did all the right things and his Jezzails just didn't shoot at the target, and then he ends up losing that game, it feels bad. So those are the things you want to limit, where like unit balance is so whack or mechanics are so janky that you don't feel like you have agency in your own game. You feel kind of like you're playing a pachinko machine and you're just hoping the ball lands in the right spot so you get to win, and that feels bad. Is that all over the place? No. But when it happens, it feels bad. We're developers and it's our business. We know what we're doing and why they don't. You think that listening to top players and influencers in the game somehow giving away their power? Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I just think that it feels like they don't play their own game and they try to balance it. Because I was talking to some people in the Mulder chat, which is my admins, but like even the argument they're balancing around campaign, I don't understand why vampire counts needed a buff coming into game 3. Were they even struggling in campaign? Or did anybody care? Did anybody actually want to fight vampire counts that never crumble, that have stupid high stats, have stupid high healing? Does anyone play against that in campaign and go, thank God? Like, this is a legitimate question. Does anybody play campaign against vampire counts when the AI is piloting them and you're like, thank God for those changes? I would argue no. I would argue I don't know a single person that can actually say that without any sarcasm. So then you just did it for vampire count players. Well, were vampire count players not having fun in campaign because their zombies wouldn't last 25 minutes while in melee combat? Or were they not having fun in campaign because the faction doesn't have a lot of agency? Like, for the people that weren't having fun, it's probably they want to deal more damage, not they want to live even longer. And the changes were just like, what if just zombies never die? And I'm like, is that really the most fun for the most people? Or are you guys throwing shit at a wall and you don't really know what you're doing? Which I would say throwing shit at a wall and they don't really know what they're doing, but the argument would be, no, they're bouncing around campaign. And therefore, my argument would be, the vampire counts are so stupid, I don't even think they're bouncing around campaign. All right. So game 1 is Tzeentch versus Cathay. Game 2 is Dark Elves versus Ogres. And game 3... Oh, they're doing their blind picks now, but we won't get to know till game 3, so I'm not even going to go through all those. I can tell you from the dev streams that they don't play their own game, or at the very least the community managers don't. I didn't know their devs did streams, but that is good to know. Toxic professionalism is my guess, because these stat changes could be dummy easy. Fixing their busted mechanics like Rampage would actually take work, though. Yeah, Son of Kiernan. And that's the stuff I try to be a little nicer on. Where, like, is it unacceptable that a lot of Game 3 mechanics are still busted that weren't busted in the previous title a year later? Yeah, it is. But this shit's been busted since day one, and I wasn't mad about it until, like, August. Honestly. Like, it sucked, and I got mad when it happened, but I wasn't mad at CA for it, per se. The stuff I do get mad at CA about is the simple changes they just don't do because reasons. Like, Hellstriders are OP. All right, 50 gold cost increase. That's it. Okay, that's not... What? That's not it. That's not going to do anything. The Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh are too strong. Got it. We're going to leave it alone. Chaos is too strong. And then in the patch notes have a sentence that says, Chaos is really strong at the moment. We're happy about that. Here's some buffs. It's like, what are you actually doing? Like, that's the stuff I get mad about, is the easy fixes they just fumble for no reason. Like, I'm not going to say, why don't you just program AI better, forehead? Why don't you just make perfect AI? Because if I could make perfect AI, I'd be a millionaire. Like, right, that shit's hard. What's not hard is some of the decisions that they're fucking up anyway, on their own, for no reason. I forget what sport it is, but the concept of unforced errors comes up, where, like, you know, there's a forced error where you made your opponent pick between two bad choices. There's an unforced error where you just made a bad choice without your opponent pressuring you. And it feels like CA is the king of unforced errors. And it's like, all right, listen, that other shit's difficult. I'll leave you alone on that one. But what the fuck are you doing right now with all this dumbass balancing? Counts were bad in 2 for normal players? Yeah, Cyrus. And I'm trying to say, are you talking about multiplayer or campaign? Because even if you're talking about campaign, my argument isn't that counts didn't need help. In campaign, I think counts, if they needed help at all. Like, this is putting aside the argument whether or not they needed help. right? Let's just say they did. Let's just say we all agree on that. I would say the changes to vampire counts did not make them more fun to play or to play against, where it's just like zombies last longer, crumbling takes longer, everything takes longer, and it's like, wouldn't counts players want to deal more damage or to make things move along? Like, who actually wanted counts games to take longer, even in campaign, is my point. So, like, even if you agree that counts needed buffs, I would say these were shitty buffs, is my point. Like, skipping the argument of whether or not they needed it. That's an entirely different argument that I honestly don't have a horse in that race. I think the buffs that they did were dumb. I never had fun as VC because you had to slow to damage melee slog, but I like Khorne and Nurgle. Well, Khorne and Nurgle can actually do damage in their melee slog. Don't worried about DLC sales, which I understand, but they need to understand is the game having a healthy base of players to help DLC sales. Because they can't be seen as bound or quests, bad example, etc., yeah. Yeah. So I'm just saying, I've gotten in arguments with people before where they're like, well, VC were really strong in Warhammer 2 multiplayer, but like, if you're not Void Lulls, they're really hard and really difficult and stuff. And it's like, yeah, but I'm talking about these are dumb changes even for the casual audience. I just think they're dumb. That was my point, is I think at any level of play, the vampire counts changes were bad. Do play streams I've often played against them, they just aren't good. Rip. Well, they did ask good players what good players wanted, and then they ignored it. But I'm not mad about that. And we're into game 1. Again, with this current pick system, there is a long stall at the start as you get all 3 picks and bans out of the way, but then the game should flow back to back a lot quicker. So thank you for sticking with us through the stall, and we should now have a pretty smooth 3 games. Multiplayer cost changes are easy as fuck to implement. Yeah, they don't really affect campaign that much. You can make Skaven Slave Slingers 1,000 gold in multiplayer, and in campaign you could still have them cost 1 turn to recruit, and nothing changed, because you don't use money in campaign to recruit stuff. Except for Regiments of Renown, but you don't have to change those prices either. Vamp changes and buffs did make no sense to me either. Yeah, they're dumb. What's that? You want counts to be more interactive? Got it. Zombies, more HP. Crumbling slower, more healing. We did it, boys! We fixed the vampire counts. What's that? Our player count hit an all-time low? Jesus Christ. Well, these unreasonable gamers just don't know what they want. Stupid, unreasonable gamers. How about a percentage-based healing change on Ultra unit scale, 8 to 9k in health infantry and 14k health lords? Huh. Alrighty. Things are going to set up. It's going to be a bit. So Tzeentch into Grand Cathay. I think this is quite Cathay favored, but we will have to see how it goes. Before Immortal Empires, this actually felt even at the higher tiers of play. I think at the lower tiers of play, Cathay could win it because Cathay is generally easier to execute than Tzeentch is. Tzeentch is a little bit like Wood Elves in that most of their builds have pretty high barrier of execution. Barrier. But, because as much as you like to say, haha, Blue Fire dumb, and haha, Blue Fire dumb, I agree. Blue Fire do be dumb, though. Like, if I used all my Blue Fires in a game, and Void Lulls used all of his Blue Fires in a game, one of them would have twice the value, right? So there's like a little bit to it. Does Blue Fire need to be tuned down? Yes, but I'm just saying. There's a lot of skill expression in Tzeentch. Whereas Cathay, it's generally more defensive of a playstyle, so there's less room to make errors. And your units have like inherently... If AI controlled both these factions, the Cathay AI would get a lot more out of their units, is all I'm trying to say. Everyone in this chat is better than CA employees at playing this game. Alright. So, army's a little more set up. We can get into this now. We do have Chaos Furies of Tzeentch and Screamers. Looks like just one of each. And then we have the Golden Griffin of Theurgy, Lord of Change ROR, with 1 use of Gehenna's Golden Hounds and 1 use of Searing Doom. Just 1 use of each of these? Really? Why does he only have 1 use? Alright, that's kind of weird, but okay. Double Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch for green one. Then we have Chaos Warrior spam mixed with some Marauders, and Kairos Fate Weaver with blue fire, Pendulum, and Regrowth. Nerfed Pendulum. Interesting. On the other side, for Marco, we have a front line of Jade Warriors, a secondary line of Jade Warrior Crossbowmen, bunch of Peasant Longspears in the back, triple Jade Lancers, double Crane Gunners, and a Shugi Lord on Horse of Yin with Talons of Night and Ancestral Warrior Summon. I think Cathay has this in the bag based on the builds. I really don't know what Tzeentch is going to do. Void style might not be good, fun to watch, but he was just really good. Oh, he's really good. Yeah. Void is incredibly good. He's just not fun to watch. And depending on faction, he's not fun to play against, but certain factions he's fun to play against. I like playing against his counts, honestly. Like, people give a lot of vocal time to, like, talking about counts, like, cheese and stuff, but Void actually doesn't usually play counts very cheesy. He does a lot of rush, but at least that's my experience with him. I usually play Skaven versus his counts, though, so then he's usually rushing me. The Unholy Fire of Jade Warrior Crossbows routes off one Marauder offhand, but that's not a huge loss for Tzeentch. Meanwhile, their Chaos Warriors are taking some damage, and we do have a big aerial dive in from Tzeentch. So we have Chaos Furies, Kairos, and the Golden Griffin, plus another Chaos Fury. Everything diving in, trying to shut down these Crane Gunners, but they're now surrounded by Jade Lancers and Peasant Long Spears, and even the Dragon-Blooded Shugi Lord of Yin. So we'll see how much that does. But they do round off one of the Crane Gunners so far, so far so good. Grand Cathay has lower ceiling than Tzeentch for multiplayer micro. He's also pure generous and a high skill, but skillful and 9 string. Yeah. Tzeentch is throwing out a bunch of spells. We have Gehenna's Golden Hounds, we had the Searing Doom, and we had a Pendulum just doing tons of damage to the back line, but the frontline fight has begun in earnest. Now, Jade Warriors have a higher melee defense than the Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. Just a quick little FYI there. Higher melee defense than the Tzeentch Chaos Warriors, so they will hold for quite a long time. The big boy is trying to get off the ground. He's currently surrounded by Cav, but the fucking Tzeentch models are so broken that the Cav don't know how to surround him, so they just walk alongside him and he will get out scot-free. God damn it, I hate Tzeentch models. They're so fucking busted. Kairos with his pathetic 20 melee defense is now surrounded by Cav and Spears. I'm sure he'll take a lot of damage, and I'm sure he won't just walk out of there, because Tzeentch models are some bullshit! They're just bullshit! He just walks through everything! He just walks, and they don't know how to surround him. They don't know how. They just walk alongside him. They just walk alongside him. They don't know how to hit it. Oh my god, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it, hate it, hate it. It's been here since the start of Game 3. It's always triggered the fuck out of me, and it just triggers the fuck out of me every time I see it, it triggers me even more. I hate it. I hate Tzeentch. I hate his burr models. They're so shitty and stupid. That's one of the reasons I only play Village, is because I just hate the fucking bird models. They're so toxic. They just don't work. It feels like the game doesn't know how they work. The game's like, I don't really know what to do with this. I don't know how to interact with it. I'm just gonna walk alongside it. I fucking hate the bird models. Anyway. Moving on. Both the birds are stopping a lot of crossbows from shooting. The Dragon-Blooded Shugi Lord of Yin is going to get in there, but Cathay is keeping up on the damage value. They have killed a lot of the frontline stuff. Now, the Crane Gunners have been pushed off very nicely by the green one. He had really good target prioritization with his aerial units. Got a good little shock burst in there. He did lose both of his Furies in the process, but taking out the Crane Gunners was worth it, and now the Screamer can chase that one off. This big boy is now surrounded by Jade Warrior Crossman. Okay, so that's not Cav, but we do have Jade Lancers coming in. We'll see if they can catch him or if anything matters. Quick Pendulum. Does some damage, but not a lot. And it looks like the Jade Warriors will finish off these Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. So the Chaos Warrior front line did not get through the front line of Cathay at all. It's struggling a lot. Hubby was the chief Sarthcourt complainer. Are you saying I'm wrong, though? Like, does it look like these models know what to do against a bird? Do they? Cairo still has shields with his 20 melee defense, but he's just been fighting forever. This bird just walked out of Cav like no big deal. They just like don't know how to hit it. You should see Grease's chase. Even if you have the speed in campaign, you actually can't attack things directly in front of his card. Yeah. Chariots have always had that issue. Like Grom the Paunch sometimes had it too. Alright, so Tzeentch is not doing well on the front line. Both of his birds are doing just fine, excellent, even. Screamers are healthy, and both Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch are healthy and fine. Towns of Night is going to finish off this Chaos Warrior most likely. I haven't seen a lot of casting being done, so I imagine that's probably overcast, or there's a bunch more to come. And, oh yeah, there's an Ancestral Warrior summon, too. I do wonder if when that lady's going to throw it out. Kairos, he's losing this fight. He only has 20 melee defense. His melee stats are pathetic. If you ever see Kairos being tanky, it's because of his model, not his stats. His stats are abysmal. Another Pendulum from Kairos trying to take out the front line. It's really not working out, though. That spell has seen many better days. Screamers are trying to finish off these Jade Warriors, but they will get rear charged by Jade Lancers as soon as they do so, and it looks like we have crossbowmen all across the board trying to take them out. Big Tier 3 army ability from Tzeentch. We'll take out this Peasant Long Spear and Jade Warrior Crossbowmen, so that's fine. That's a good use of it. But the Screamer is about to die. Screamers have proven tankier recently than you would think, but not that tanky. They're still a demonic unit, and they are gone. So no more Screamers. Chaos Warriors are routing, and it is down to the double birds and Skirmish Cav. Yin Lord is keeping Kairos honest, keeping him on the ground at least, trying to attack him, though now she's running alongside him, now she's running in front of him, she's not getting any attacks off, and he might just take off while in physical contact with another being because of reasons. Golden Griffith should not be standing in these Peasant Long Spearmen. He's going to take a lot more damage than he needs to. Standing here, he needs to get out. Ancestral Warrior Summon is coming out now from Marco, but I don't know if it's going to be able to catch anything. Okay, now that there's Ancestral Warriors, this Golden Griffin 100% has to walk the fuck out of here. And he is getting some pretty good charge animations. He can get out there. And now he's just going to start walking. And the Cathay Cav doesn't really know what to do, so they'll walk alongside him until he wants to take off. He's actually just going to go 2v1 the Yin Lord with his buddy Kairos. That's interesting. Jade Warrior Crossmen and their Peasant Spears are fighting off the Skirmish Cav for now. Chaos Warriors are pretty much all routed. But soon they will turn their angry crossbow faces onto Kairos and the Golden Griffin, and no matter how janky your bird-ass models are, arrows are still arrows, and you're still going to get hit, big boy. Quick regrowth in from Kairos. Golden Griffin is still fighting. Now, while the bird models are bullshit as their tankiness goes, they're terrible at grinding out millions of infantry. So I don't think Tzeentch can win this at this point. There's just too much left, and they don't have a lot of bumping and grinding. The bird models are bullshit because of how hard they are to kill for no reason, but they don't do, like, any damage in melee. Yeah, it's looking tough. Searing Doom, Uberalis against Cathay. Specifically Undercast Searing Doom. Yeah. Undercast Searing Doom is the way to go. Can't spam it for the arm boost buff passive also. Overcast Lord Metal is a scam. The only thing is Overcast Final Transmutation is still pretty good. But at this point, I think the green one is doomed. I don't know, unless Kairos has like a bunch of Winds of Magic left, which I don't think that he does. And even so, his only crowd clearing spell is Pendulum, which we've seen cast a lot and just hasn't been doing a lot of damage. It took the Nerf Hammer to the face. Now, these full health Marauder Horsemen are getting into melee with Jade Warrior Crossmen, but with the Harmony buff and nearby Spearmen, they will be pushed off, and when they get pushed off, the Crossmen will shoot them as they run away and get a little bit of damage. We have some Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch who are almost dead just walking up, and a second Ancestral Warrior summon coming out from the Shugi Lord. Now, both the birds are probably going to fuck off and just let that summon fade away on its own. And Cathay archers are trying to line up a shot on this guy as he tries to run away. He's currently getting regrowthed. Gave him a little bit of health, but he's going to get back up in the sky. Take a lot of damage from the archers on his way out, though. So Cathay's very expensive summon is out. It's chilling. We have a full health Jade Warrior over there. Probably Cathay just needs to regroup everything, spread out as little as possible. Because Tzeentch just wants to chase off anything that's separated from the group. Wind spells are inferior to Vortex, Warhammer 3, Ultra Size is so fun. Burning Head is still pretty good against a lot of factions. But yeah. Vortexes are pretty strong. Specifically the non-moving. If you're a moving Vortex, you suck. You can't be directed anymore. Cathay is trying to regroup a little bit. As we discussed, they probably should do. Getting a little bit of poke onto the big bird. Might want to save your ammunition just for shooting at these Marauder Horsemen so they can't cycle charge you to death. Since the arrows are mostly missing this guy, seeing as how he's still getting shields. Ancestral Warrior Summon 2, 1, gone. Balance of power actually goes into Tzeentch's favor a little bit. Now, the balance of power does assume that Tzeentch has infinite winds of magic, which he does not, but another regrowth is going to come out on the single entities, so both the single entities are ending up rather healthy. Kairos is back in the fight, full shields. He immediately terror routes off some Jade Warrior Crossmen. The only problem for Tzeentch is going to be these Jade Warrior Crossbows at full HP will provide a harmony buff for the entire melee portion of the army for years and years to come. They'll be hard to clear out. Shugi Lord of Yin ends up 1v2 against these guys without a lot of support. We need to get Spearman up here fast, but she is going to terror out, and wow, okay, Green One's actually going to take this game as just all of a sudden the balance of power shifts massively against Cathay. And yeah, the Cathay lines got a little too spread out. You can see all of these healthy Jade Warriors and Peasant Spearmen are not in position to protect their Lord. Their Lord gets sniped out. That's going to be that. Army losses. Pit hits what you want. Banishment and Hounds hit what it feels like hitting. Yeah. That was well played from Green One towards the end. I think Marco was in a good spot and then just didn't group up fast enough. Like, he kind of did, but then we saw that his Yin Lord was just sitting, like, in the middle of a box, but completely alone, and then it got dove by the two birds, and there was no one nearby to help in any way. So, yeah, that was a little bit on on the Cathay player. That was just a mistake. Marauder Horsemen did okay, Furies did fine, Screamers did fine, Chaos Warriors really struggled to get their value back, but the two single entities did excellently. Shugi Lord of Yin did fine. Crane Gunners struggled. They got dove on immediately. Jade Lancers struggled to get their value as well. They surrounded the birds but just didn't do anything. Crossmen did very well. And the Peasant Spam / the Jade Warriors did fine. Bear Regen and Cycle Charging for 5 minutes straight. Yeah. There's a good reason that there are people that just global ban Tzeentch, even though he's not like a top 2 faction. It's just some people don't like how he's played, which is fair. I think Forsaken greater than Warriors this matchup at IEK. I don't think Tzeentch can really bust through Cathay frontline that easily. Cathay's frontline won here. The problem was, one, just not being able to lock down the single entities due to the bird model reasons, but even outside of that, like I said, at the end it was just a mistake. Where Cathay was actually in a really good spot, but they stayed too spread out for too long. And then when they brought it back together, they didn't bring it back together enough. So it was just, Lord could get easily sniped. Everything could get picked apart. Fucking son of Kiernan. All right, we have Ogres versus Dark Elves. We saw Green One. I'll be ignoring you again. I thought I said the Flock of Doom on Techless with Sword active as the new Kid in Town knighthood. I said that out loud. You're silly. You're ignoring me, sir. Alright. So we have Dark Elves versus Ogres. We had a conversation earlier in the stream, but people have been coming and going. Mostly going. Does Cathay have a combat hero? I haven't seen one. No. No, they don't. They have caster heroes, that's it. On paper, I would think this is Dark Elf favored. Green One and Hanadan seem to think that this is a counter... Ogre Kingdoms counter Dark Elves, according to them. I don't know, but we did see Ogre Kingdoms win earlier today. Magistrate is a meme. Magistrate is a Lord, Tian. He's not a hero. Their heroes are just the Alchemist and the Astromancer. Azrael of Astora advanced to the finals over John Silver. That is surprising. All right. So if Green One can close out this game with his Ogre Kingdom secret super tech counter, Then we'll be going on to finals. If not, if the Dark Elves prevail, as I predict they should, then we're going to game 3. Would not even hack it as a hero. Yeah, the Magistrate's pretty bad. Sentinel versus the Big Birds might have an easier time landing hits. They're so fast, probably not. Yeah, the Sentinel can be good in that matchup. For sure, like one. I personally like in that matchup, like Miao Ying a lot. Her dragon form is quite good at chasing down the birds. And then her spell kit's good. Earthblood and Talons of Night. But it's been a long time since I played that matchup. Like 5 or 6 patches, legitimately. Because last time I played it was pre-Immortal Empires. Post-Immortal Empires I haven't played much Cathay, because I just don't find them fun, personally. I think I've played 2 games of them post-Immortal Empires. Worse than VC and Warhammer 2. Yeah. I mean, I like playing as Village. I think Village is... One, I think he's good. I don't think he's OP, but I do think he's good. I think he's underrated. But I also just think he's more fun to play as and against than the Big Bird stuff. But that's just me. Both armies are in, looks like they're ready. They just haven't hit ready up yet as they do some final thoughts, but both armies are below 100 gold left on the field, so it's mostly just going to be Chevs at this point. Or big rethinks. Oh god, our viewership's dropping. It's all over. Have we had any High Elf games? No. We have not. I'm trying to think. No, we had one. I played Skaven against High Elves. There's another BBB brother that likes Village. Yeah, Village is good. Turn is streaming his tournament. That might be where they're going. Oh, maybe. I'm gonna go watch Domination Mode. RIP. Well, land battles are dead. Fuck shit. Marco's ready. Green One's build hasn't changed. He's ready. We're good. Skaven versus High Elves I will rewatch. I think I won that one. I did. It was frustrating, but I did win it. Lambo with Human Boy greater than Domination. Tell that to my viewership strat game. 26 degenerates versus turns almost 1,000. I think that's the free market talking, man. Domination won. We lost. It's over. It's over. They have the high ground strat. Green One's build is the exact same as it was before. I think that's the one big thing Dom is going for it. No cycle charge regen shenanigans. I mean, it has like war wagon spam, cannons spam that they get unsummoned and resummoned with full ammo, like the ROR Hellstorm rocket battery, corner camping, 5 minutes of people just sitting in their spawns because they don't want to fight for a while, infantry blobs on points. I mean, there's a lot of stuff about Domination that I think makes it a pretty bad viewership experience. Don't you ever come back here again, ever. Yeah. Dude, I have played and watched and casted enough Domination that I can say that for me, and if you like it, you like it, that's fine. But for me, it's boring. It's boring and I don't like it. The only thing I enjoy is co-casting it with Platypus, because Platypus is a fucking G, and I like him, I like the dialogue we can have, and I like talking to somebody else while doing domination stuff. But if I had to solo cast domination, I couldn't do it. Wait until my final strike against domination releases. Yeah. Does he still get 1k viewers? He gets about 1k now. Yeah, it's been falling though. Like, everybody doing Warhammer content has been getting less viewership. Tzeentch and Khorne battle poems are opposite of the meme. Are opposite ends of the meme? Yeah. So, I'm gonna have a fucking stroke. By the way, that's surprising he's a Warhammer World Cup. No, it's his own grand final things. I'm gonna have a fucking stroke. Scourge. Okay, no. Every goddamn game is Scourge Runner Chariots and Malekith. Scourge Runner Chariots and Malekith. Scourge Runner Chariots and Malekith. And then I talk to Hanadins and I say, dude, this matchup shit for Ogres. And Hanadin says, nah, bro, it's OP. And I just want to see the matchup. I just want to see what he's talking about. And no one will take goddamn Scourge Runner Chariots and Malekith. Why? Why do you people hate me? I just want to see what he's talking about. This build isn't bad. I also don't think it's good. Why do you people hate me? Why do you hate winning video games? God damn it. Okay. So, for the Dark Elves, we have 4 bleak swords across the front line. Why do you have bleak swords when everything is large? Just take 5 dread spears, call it a day. Alright, 4 dread spears. Good. 3 Black Ark Corsairs with handbows. The only non-armor piercing missiles on this whole fucking roster. What are you gonna do about Mornfangs? What are you gonna do about Mornfangs? Why does everybody hate winning? Okay. Triple Cold One Knights, anti-large arm piercing, that is fine. Cold One Knights have generally been underperforming against Ogres. They've generally been underperforming against a lot of things, but they are fine. Malice Darkblade is fine. I think Malekith would be better. A Shadows Caster is why you have Soul Stealer versus a faction with a lot of single entities it does damage against and low health pools. Why do we not have Soul Stealer? What do you have? The Withering for minus leadership and armor and the Enfeebling Foe. Fine, but not great. Fire's better, Dark is better than that. Why do you hate winning? For the Ogres, we saw this build earlier. It is 4 Noblars, 4 Ogre Bulls. We have an Iron Blaster, the Man-Eater Pistols, ROR. We have the Shy Striders, Crushers, ROR. We have triple of the Doggy Dogs. We have triple Noblar Trappers, and we have a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. Okay. An article in which I show all the shit in Dom happening. Scourge Runners are the WD-40 Dark Elves, but they didn't take any! Alright, Black Ark Corsairs ended up in the melee fight with the Ogre Bulls. They don't like that. They're retreating. These other Black Ark Corsair handbows are also in melee with the Ogres, and they're not having a good time? Why are the Black Ark Corsairs ending up in melee? Just why? Dread Spears and Bleak Swords are pushing into the back line, but they're unsupported. They'll probably just get shot by this Iron Blaster and the Man-Eater Pistols. The Dark Elf front lines are forming a bunch of blobs and having troubles getting their ranged dudes to shoot because they're in melee right now. Cold Knights are joining the fight a little bit late. Yeah, this one's fighting on the far side. It got charged by a Sabertusk pack, so it got fucking killed. What is happening today? What? Hanadins is just gonna rub my nose at it that Ogres are an OP counter to Dark Elves, and I'm gonna be like, bruh, what are these builds, dude? What are these builds? What's going on? And also, why do the ranged units keep ending up in melee? What are these guys doing? They're just vibing. Like, we saw Marco play a lot better, but it wasn't this matchup. This matchup just gives Dark Elf players a stroke and they all forget how to play the game. I'm not trying to be a dick, but you can see what I'm seeing. And I see Black Ark Corsairs stealing melee. Back them up! Back them up! No! Oh my god! Ogres are punking kids right now. Malice is running around trying to get some good stuff done. Sky Striders could surround him. Why is this happening to me? You don't know I'm paying all the Dark Elf players to lose it. Yeah. Iron Blaster gets a really good 2-for-1 shot across the park here. Hits the Cold Knights and the Black Ark Corsair handbows. Where's my money? That's funny. All right, Malice is getting his ass kicked. This is gonna be a great Sky Strider charge from Malice. And then and then the pistols are gonna turn around and shoot it. Oh boy, that was a big fucking shot from the Iron Blaster. He's taking so much damage he has to transform right now, or he's gonna rout. He's gonna rout. There it is. Nope, he got the transform off. Even though he's routing, he's going to transform. So Tzarkin is back, bringing the balance of power back to even. Coldwood Knights do manage to take out the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw. Iron Blaster's trying to chase him down. It should probably fire at point blank range. Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw rallies because the Coldwood Knights got so low they didn't even matter on the balance of power. So he's back. He can heal himself up. He will be fine. Ogres overall appear to be winning a lot of fights. They just need to withstand Tzarkin. Dark Elves did eventually win the front line. They're pushing up now. Blackheart Corsairs, Hambos. One has a lot of ammo, but he's almost dead. One has a lot of ammo, but it's almost dead. And one has half ammo, but it's not almost dead. Maneater Pistols are running into fight with Malice and Meme Blade, as we are going to get a big Troll Guts cast onto them. Ogres are really OP right now. Yeah, they're freaking busted, dude. For sure. For sure. Alrighty. Dark Elves are on their last leg here. Bounce Power says it's even, but if you really look around, it's Malice and the Shadowcaster carrying it. Otherwise, everything is very low. Sky Striders could clean up the rest of this game if those two single entities weren't there. So it's all about kiting, and it looks like Green One is very much on top of that. His Iron Blaster's getting a little close to Malice for my liking. I think he should be running away. It looks like he has attack orders onto these Dread Spears, but why? I guess he's trying to keep them off the Powder Guts, but the Powder Guts can keep themselves safe. This Iron Blaster needs to not be in melee combat with Malice. It does not need to be in melee with Dread Spears. Please, for the love of God, get it away from Malice. Somebody do something. It's just getting killed. No. Why is it in melee with the Dread Spears? It has attack order. It wants to be here. What is happening? Oh no. It's just getting its ass kicked. There, it has orders to run away, but something needs to support it. Something needs to protect it. The Powder Guts probably needed to run in there and help. They got Butcher to heal them up. And wow, that lady took a bunch of damage all of a sudden. I don't know what made that happen. And the Ogres get a bizarre-ass charge. I don't know what's happening. Malice Darkblade is in here. Sky Striders are nearby, almost heal cap. Dark Elves around the map are starting to rout. We have infinite rampaging Saber Tusks on both ends of the map. In case you ever thought you could escape from the infinite rampage bug, it's on both sides of the map, baby. It's Mr. Worldwide. Green One still just running away from Malice. Doesn't really want to play with him at all. Just says, fuck off. Die on your own. It's fine. Slaughtermaster is running around on his own, and we did lose the Iron Blaster entirely. RIP. Sky Striders fighting some Dread Spears for the moment. They'll probably, they have orders to leave as soon as Malice comes near them. That makes sense. And the Maneater Pistol's turning around. They're trying to get Potchoff onto the Sorceress of Shadows, and if they shoot her right here, she'll rout right off the edge of the map, as is good. So she's about to rout off the map. Good for them. Maneaters might want to start shooting Malice. Just poke him down. Poke. Because his self-drain stuff doesn't hurt him nearly enough to really count on it. I've tried counting on Malice to kill himself. He does not. Sorceress is off the map, and Bounce Power should take a shift against the Dark Elves with that, because magic weighs pretty heavily on the Bounce Power. Sky Striders are bumping and grinding with more Dread Spears, but they'll need to leave now that Malice is here. Slaughtermaster is safe, happy. Cannon hurts a lot. Yeah, I don't know why it was in melee with those Dread Spears, because it had attack orders for the longest time to hit the Dread Spears. I don't know what that was about. I think he was trying to save the Maneater Pistols, but again, I think they can just save themselves. Sky Strider's going to get a huge charge onto the Blackheart Corsair Hambos. It's going to get rid of them. They'll probably rout soon. And another Troll Guns out on the Sky Striders, really trying to give them all the help and love that they can. Dark Elves are almost officially down to just Malice. Once these Dread Spears are gone, and once these Corsairs are gone. This match is rigged. I feel the rage, I love it. Look at those little ants. Still have to write a few things and it's ready, yeah. No wonder why they think Dark Elves are favored versus unfavored versus Ogres. They're built to shit, dude. Alright, Sky Striders are fighting Malice. He's almost heal capped as Noblars and Maneater Pistols are all kicking his ass. The Bounce Power is shifting heavily in favor of the Ogres. And it looks like the green one will be 2-0 today on this matchup. And I guess I'm just an idiot. I guess I'm just stupid and dumb. I didn't realize you could just easily beat Scourgerunner Chariots because they'll never be here for some reason. I didn't know you could easily beat Soul Stealer because it'll never be here for some reason. I didn't know you could beat Dreadspear spam because it'll never be here for some reason. I didn't know you could beat Darkshard spam because it'll never be here for some reason. But don't worry, the Blackheart Corsairs are going straight into melee mode. What the fuck? You're right. You're right. It's a great matchup for the Ogres. God damn it. God damn it, Annotates. Oh, that's funny. All right. You had Soul Stealer, true, but Marathi dove in and immediately died. Why'd you take Marathi? Not Malekith. God damn it, Phoenix King. 2,750 on the Sky Striders. 2,750 on the Man-Eater Pistols. Healybot did Healybot things. 1,700 dead even on the Iron Blaster. The Iron Blaster has been very impressive in this matchup. Like, memes aside, I'm really liking the Iron Blaster here. That is some cool tech. It has been used very well overall. One little mistake with it at the end, it got routed off, but clearly it got its value before that happened. So, Iron Blaster, top tier. Nice done. Nicely done. Sabertooth packs are also doing a lot of work in this matchup, both times that we've seen it. Mistakes aside, they have been doing really, really good work. Ogre Bulls seem to be doing fine. The Noblar Trappers are nice little archer poke pieces, and Noblars are just protectors. They do fine. Malice did incredible work. 3,700 value. Shadows Caster did not. I did not support that Lore of Magic choice. Yeah, don't like it. We have Cold One Knights, mixed value. Overall, fine. Blackheart Corsairs, mixed value. Even after going into melee, still almost paid for themselves, but one of them did well. Dreadspears got mulched, as did their Bleak Sword friendos. I'm going to have a stroke. That's it. I'm going to have a stroke. It's going to happen. We rehost since lobby host transfer leads to crash. That Dark Elf build is not great against Ogres. Let's talk about that more. So, like, while they set up a game, and, like, Hanadins is a very good player. ODM is full of very good players. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying on paper, it seems like it would be bad for Ogres. And I just want to see the matchup. But so far, we've had two really weird builds and two really weird plays with the weird builds. So I can't, like, I can't honestly just go like, oh yeah, you guys are right. It's super good. You know what I mean? I don't feel like I saw what I wanted to see. We saw Marathi and a Cav spam, and then the Cav got caught. Marathi ran straight in and died. We saw Blackheart Corsair, I guess, and Shadows Caster, and the Shadows magic didn't do anything, and the Blackheart Corsairs ended up in melee mode. So it's like I don't know how this matchup's gonna go. I have a good player telling me it's good. So like, what about this? What about Lore of Dark with Soul Stealer, and then the Darkstar Cloak and Dark Pegasus, so she's up in the air and safe, right? Right? We do that. Okay, we can all agree. Do that. Get 5 Dreadspears. Get triple Scourgerunner Chariot. Right? Triple Scourgerunner. 4,000 gold left. Maybe get some Dark Riders to chase anything you route. We could do that. Maybe get some Cold One Knights, because they're good. Maybe we do that. Maybe we get 2 Dark Shards, huh? How's this look? How's this looking? Maybe this? What about this? Maybe a little bit of this? Huh? You got these? Get some Bolt Throwers if you're inclined? Get something like that? Maybe a little bit of this? I'll try Ogres in your league. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Hanadins, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to see it. Like, I just want to see it. Because the Iron Blaster did a lot better than I thought it would have. You know? I'm saying that part's good. That part's really good. I just, like, I haven't got to see what I instantly assume would be what you bring versus Ogres. I mean, yeah, versus Ogres. I've seen these weird-ass builds where, like, the Phoenix King's just doing Phoenix King things. Because that's just him. Like, he's always done that shit. That dude loves, like, cavalry builds. He loves all this weird stuff. Like, Phoenix King just plays he wants to fucking play. That's fine. But, like, it's just funny we had that conversation. It's like, I never see Dark Elves versus Ogres. I just assume it's really Dark Elf favored. And then we see weird-ass builds all day, and it's like, what the? Where are the Scourge Runner chariots? What is this? So, I just want to see it. But Iron Blaster's been kicking ass. And you did say that, like, the Scourge Runners can't do anything against the Iron Blaster, which I would be very curious to see. Like, I think that would... If that's true, that would be wild for how that matchup goes in my head. That's all. I think I can beat this on me. So that's why I'll play them on the leagues. I can show you, tell you never won that matchup as Dark Elves. Yeah. Like, I just want to see it, Hannah. I want to see how it goes. Because in my head, those units are all really good. I'm not sure it was great against some ogres, just not the one... Oh, you're sure it was great against some ogres, but not the ones that came? Yeah. Scourge Runner. Strat game, that's, like, on paper, I would say the Iron Blaster loses to Scourge Runners, but Hannah is, like, pretty confident that it beats them, and I've literally never seen it, so I'll just trust him on that. And if that's true, then that could make the matchup a lot harder. I just want to see it. I would go Malekith. You don't even have to bring 2 heroes. Maybe. The only problem with Malekith I could see Cool Umbrella is if you take him on as Dragon. Dragons are really bad against Ogres, right? I think. Because don't you just get surrounded if you ever land on a Dragon and then you get beaten to death? So you'd have to take Malekith on like his Cold One mount if you wanted to do that. Which I think if you're going to do that, I think Malice and a caster is better. Because we saw how good Malice was there for Marco. Like, he did really good with Malice. Can you bring Malekith on foot, strip down with Soul Stealer, 20 stack it, which Cold Ones and Scourge Runners? You could bring him on foot, that is true. Ogres aren't the best at finishing off targets on foot. They tend to get in each other's way. Yeah, that could be one way of doing it. I think Cold One Knights might be a bait. Ogres can punish dragons with their mass, but that just means you should take your engagements really carefully instead of pointing malice at anything that moves. Yeah. I think... what was I going to say? Green One asked me a question, and I had to deal with that. Punish dragons, malice, foot Malekith. Nah, it wasn't that stuff. Oh, Cold One Knights. I think Cold One Knights might be a bait here. Because on paper, they, like, have everything you want versus Ogres. But so do Cold One Spear Riders, and I just feel the Cold One blank mounts. Cold One Riders, Cold One Spear Riders, Cold One Knights, Cold One Dread Knights. I feel like all of them underperform for reasons I can't possibly explain. That one's just a feeling. Like, I have no facts to back that up. It's, I watch Cold Ones a lot, and I don't love Cold Ones a lot. I got nothing to support that. It's just, it's a feeling. Will Malekith on foot do then? Just cast Soul Stealers and not die. Hey, Cool Umbrella said exactly that. That's pretty funny. Gold ones are meh for Dark Elves, not for Lizardmen. I think they're both trash. Do anything in their full mobility with Kite strong against Ogres. Maybe. Ogre defensive buff allow for fast moving units to get in melee and defeat Dark Elf Scourge Chariots? Probably not. Because the defensive buff gives armor, which doesn't help against the Scourge Run Chariots armor piercing. Alright. Tomb Kings and Cathay are the global bans for this best of 5. Green One is going to pick Vampire Coast, ban Counts, and Empire. Azrael goes Dwarves. Really? Ugh. I haven't played this matchup a ton, but when I have played it in Immortal Empires, it has felt very Coast favored. Picking Dwarves into it is bold. But today is the day of bold picks. So Maybe Azrael's got something up his sleeve like the green one had with the Ogres. Dwarves should definitely outgun Coast, but Coast has shift entirely to rush. Yeah. I think the bombers being so strong has really shifted a lot of things. Plus, the Coast got a lot of good buffs. Some of them may have gone too far, but Sirens aren't worthless now. They're pretty good into Dwarves specifically, but Sirens in general aren't worthless. Depth Guard aren't worthless. They're actually quite good, and they're very good against Dwarves. You know, stuff like that. So they got some buffs that really help them out in the bump and grind with the Dwarves. But Bombers being so strong is probably one of the main reasons that this matchup's tough, because you can just... Nice shields you have there, frontline. Ah, we're all dying! As soon as Dwarves aren't dumbly ignoring the Depth Guards. Oh, VP versus Dwarves is close to even. Maybe. I feel like Coast has a lot of things in it, but maybe I'm just weird. I really like Celostra here, and not a lot of people do, but... Celostra summoning crabs and summoning those ethereal knights is a lot of armor piercing, and you just take out all the Dwarven ranged and then grind them out. You'll love them one day. I will never love Boar Boy Biggins. Ignoring Depth Guard, I thought it... They're shoot with everything target. It can be hard. With dogs and animated hulks harassing your backline, it can be hard to just sit and shoot the Depth Guard, you know? Because you also have to shoot the animated hulks, you also have to shoot gun bats if there are gun bats, you also have to shoot bombers if there are bombers. Like, I understand it. I think the Depth Guard are definitely a high priority target, but usually how this is played is the Coast just... They target overload you. Celostra can be good, but it's a risk. I'm on foot. Yeah, I'm on foot. I take her on foot with her summon and her crab summon, and then I take a vamp caster hero with just invocation. I don't take a lot of summons versus dwarves for the zombies, but I could be wrong on that. I'm not saying my build's perfect. I'm just saying I like it. There's a difference between having difficulty shooting and just ignoring them. Yeah. Hi, Grace. No. Grace is home. I have 2 more messages, probably the picks and bans. Round 2 is High Elves versus Lizardmen. Azrael. Yeah, I'm going to go with that one. Azrael picked High Elves, banned Dark Elves and Skaven. Green one picked Lizardmen. So we have High Elves versus Lizardmen. That's a matchup we haven't seen in a long time. Does minus blasting charges evenly traded at range with vampire counts land, bomber, infantry? No. Bombers will win that over time. Not another spell in Celostra? I personally don't. I used to take Vangeist's Revenge when it got buffed because it was fun, but people got used to it. They got used to dodging it, so when they dodge it, not as much. Also, I remember I wanted to keep her cheaper. Because if I take 2 or 3 spells on Celostra, then I am not going to have enough Winds of Magic to justify having a Vamp caster, so then I probably cut the caster. But I like the Vamp caster. She can keep my Sirens alive. Again, I don't think my build is the best. I just like it. Coilers and other Rangers versus Coast. Bye, Grace. We seem to go crossbow Dako. I've only played this matchup twice. But I did see crossbow spam. Yeah. But you have animated hulks to push through the front line and harass the back line and stop them from doing anything. You also have dogs. And the dogs don't, like, kill rangers. Dogs have actually been struggling to kill a lot of stuff recently for me. The Coast dogs specifically. But they're good at stopping them from shooting while your Depth Guard and Sirens push through the front line. Or bombers just shoot the front line. Yeah. I still think that is probably the best way for the Dwarves to play it, though, is just Daka spam. Daka, 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 Daka. Hulks up the gut, eat the blast, and charges Depth Guard on the flanks. Well, behind the blocker, green one has most of the build put together, ready, slapping it together. I know there's a blocker up. I know. But I'll share with you a little bit of what's behind the blocker, just to cheat a little bit. Just how about my boy Azrael? So, we have Arc in the black. I know I know it's a glitch. It's a bug to put him on the Vampire Coast roster. I know, but ODM Green One, he's abusing it. So he's got Arc in the Black. He does have the Sphinx of Usav. But to mix it up a little bit, he does have Triple Blood Knight. That's all I'm going to tell you. That's all I'm going to tell you. The rest is a secret. I mean, it's not that secret that he's taking a Goblin front line. Like, everybody does, you know. So. Well, I told you most of the build. Might as well finish it out. And then he has Thoric Eyebrow. I know it's a bug to put Thoric in the hero slot, but he did. He did. Up the gut, not Slaanesh enough. Well, we're not watching Slaanesh, we're watching Pirates. For game 3, we have Tzeentch, Ban, Chaos, and Coast. Azrael picks Empire. So we're going to have Coast, Dwarves, Lizardmen, High Elves, Tzeentch, Empire. Our 3 matchups so far. All of which we have not seen today. And all of which I think are pretty fun. I think Coast Dwarves is fun. I think it's Coast favored, but not by like a ton. Lizardmen High Elves is fun. Loopy kicked my shit in with it once, and since then I haven't been able to win it as Lizardmen, but better Lizardmen players than me can do better. It's just, I like to rush, and then Loopy does this like triple Sisters of Avalorn build that just wrecked my shit, and ever since then I've been losing to High Elves as Lizardmen, so rip. But it should be a fun one to watch. And then Tzeentch Empire is also interesting. That one I really like, a build where as the Empire I have Boris, 2 Knights of the Blazing Sun, 2 Reiksguard, the Hammer of the Witch's Cannon, 2 Huntsmen, a front line of state troops, and then whatever caster you want is fine, but I don't know. I like that one a lot. I think it's fun. I haven't played it in a while. The Tzeentch tech has probably evolved enough that my build is obsolete, but I did like it. Dwarven Flamethrower Infantry might be the best to deal with bombers. They're resistant to fire damage, can shoot both air and land targets. Yeah, the Flamethrower Infantry can be pretty good. Might be underrated. GDI, they brought Kairos, didn't they? They brought Kairos, for sure. The 3 matchups I've listed go to game 3 so far, so we will see all of those. Anything they send to me after that, we could see a 3-0 and not get it. Who's the premier most used Empire cav nowadays? All 3, actually, Tian. Really get a lot of use. Knights of Blazing Stun still very popular. Reiksguard have been rising up the ranks. Empire Knights are always popular. The Demigryphs are still super rare, but Blood Penguin uses them. Sincerely, F Vampire Coast. I hate how good they are in melee right now. Yeah. That sucks. I still don't mind Coast nearly as much as I mind Counts. Like, my global bans are Counts, Slaanesh, Warriors of Chaos, then Coast. Lizardman High Elf is a match whenever I feel I get a handle on, suddenly go massive loser and then they change everything. Yeah. Definitely a range back one or 2, but they're both somewhere 3, all focused on their melee. And then we have Vampire Coast Empire in game 4. In game 5 will be blind picks, so we won't get to know that until game 5. So, if we go to game 5, we'll deal with that, but the matchups you are about to see are Coast Dwarves, High Elves Lizardmen, Tomb King's Empire, and if it's not a 3-0, you'll see Empire VP. And if it's not a 3-1, you'll see something else that I don't know yet. I'm going to take a leak while they finish their last picks, BRB. Nom, 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 nom. No, I just grabbed some chocolate covered blueberries. Because they're the only thing that's easy to eat. They don't need to like make a whole meal out of or something. But I had breakfast 7 hours ago, and I would normally have lunch 3 hours ago. So we're getting pretty peckish over here. Nom nom nom. Yeah. All right. I think Coast are more enjoyable right now than they were at the end of Warhammer 2, where they either sucked or they were cheesy. Because at the very end, you hardly ever saw them. Or when you did see them, it was deck dropper bat, like kite, with double gunnery white on their crabs. It was just not very fun to watch or play as or play against. It was dumb. So I think they're better than that. But I don't think this is the most fun they've ever been. I think on their release, while they were broken, I do think their release playstyle was more fun than their current playstyle. Playstyle being the key word. I know they were OP back then, and I know that they had their own issues. I'm not trying to rose-tinted glasses. Like, back in the day, the Vampire Coast were fine, and everybody back then that was complaining about them was just a baby. It's like, no, I understand that, but I think like their playstyle, if it was more balanced, would have been more fun than the current spam of animated Hulks and Depth Guard and shit. But there's like, I think they're in the second best place they've been balance wise. Because Coast have had a rough road. They launched way overpowered. Then they were overpowered through like 3 patches. Got nerfed into the fucking dirt. And then they were a cheese faction until Warhammer 3. Now they're they have multiple playstyles again. And they're a little overpowered. But like, I don't know. These guys have just been like, OP, useless, OP. Is this finals? Yeah, this is a best of 5 now. We watched best of 3s through the whole thing. And again, there's a very long pick phase at the start of this pick format. But then after that, the game should be going pretty quickly one into the other. Because now all 5 games are picked except for the last one, which, if you care about their 4 factions they picked, green one will play Warriors of Chaos, Skaven, VC, or Norska, and his opponent will play VC, Skaven, Tzeentch, or Warriors of Chaos. And if they get to game 5, Hanniden's will reveal what the blind picks were. So all 5 matchups are already determined. All they have to do is load in, get a build. That's it. I feel more of their power should be allocated to the ranged assets than the melee, because right now the gun faction hardly ever uses guns except for the cheapest pistols. Yeah, Lucinia, I agree. I was just saying that I prefer them now over the end of Warhammer 2. Because gunbat and gunnery whites were just stupid. I just like complaining. You're in the right place, dude. I complain about everything. I'm a whiny whiner pants. And I'm okay with it. Oh! I try to be fair. I will at least say that in my defense. Why is the Tomb King's Lich Priest of Shadow banned in the Fruit Rules? Because he's part of the extended roster. I disagree with it, but I understand where they're coming from. Because they're worried about opening the door, and then like, everyone is talking about the extended roster. Like, well, if the shadow guy from their extended roster is fine, then I think these Empire things from their extended roster are fine. I don't think they're OP. Well, I don't think these things from the Vampire Counts extended roster are OP. They're fine. I don't think this thing from Bretonnia is OP. I think it's fine. I think these High Elf ones are fine. It's like, it's a lot easier for them from a management point of view and for tournament hosts from a management point of view to keep it simple and just say no extended roster. You know what I mean? Like, it's just easier that way. So, like, while I think, yeah, Tomb Kings could have their Shadowcaster, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't care. I understand where they're coming from. Need less salt and more sugar? Oh. You're fine to have that opinion, Knighthood. I just generally... I'm a person that consumes a lot of salty content, so of course when I make content, that's the type of thing I enjoy. I think it's humorous. I think it's fun to talk about. I like ranting about things. I don't know. I don't get as passionate about positive things. Like, I have positive things to say, but I'm not... You don't usually get a positive rant, you know what I mean? And the rants are the funny things. People are finally pre-picking. Thank goodness. What's Cool Umbrella? What's going on with all this pre-picking craze? Like, people are apparently really excited about it. For me, as a tournament host, I'm not noticing. It's just shifting stuff. So it's not like it doesn't make things go faster as far as I've seen or experienced. Now, I could be wrong. It doesn't seem to go faster. It's just there's a very long delay at the start and then small delays throughout because people still have to build their armies rather than picking as you go, which is just like medium delays all the way through. Hi, Atharian Shades. Isn't Lich Priest a Shadow of Ailment quick battles? No. No, he's not. With unit caps on, he's turned off because of the extended roster. Same with Alistair the White Lion. He's in the High Elf Lord section for some reason instead of the extended roster, but if you turn unit caps on, he gets disabled. Yeah, Cool Umbrella. I agree. I was just defending the Fruit Rules people since they're not here to defend themselves, and I understand their choice. It's not like they just didn't think of it. It's like, they weighed they weighed the pluses and the minuses, and they decided it was more minus to allow it. If I was just making the rules alone, I'd probably say it's fine to use the Tomb King Shadowcaster, but like, you know, it's I get it. It's not something I feel that strongly about one way or the other. Should the VP Black Dot ROR work well with pistol infantry? Because they're both hybrid melee ranged. Maybe like on a flank together. Yeah, the black spot can do okay. The problem is that they're 800 gold and they usually still die as quickly as most things. Even with their hybrid stats, they generally die to a slight breeze. Yeah, I'm not against the pre-picking, by the way. I'm just confused what all the support about it is for. Did I miss something? Because it just feels, if you're gonna have a 10-minute wait, like, this is extreme, but let's say picking takes 10 minutes. Just picking takes 10 minutes over the series in 5 games. For me, it feels like it's either 2 minutes between each game or 10 minutes at the start and then 0 minutes between each game. But you still have like the build phase and stuff. It's just extra work. All right. Works for me. Works for me. Alrighty, Dwarves versus the Vampire Coast. We have a front line of Dwarf Warriors, a secondary line of miners with blasting charges, 2 cannons, and then a whole bunch of Daka. Looks like 5 Rangers or any of you Quarrelers. Nope, 5 Rangers, and the back triple Slayer, one of which is the Dragonbacks, and we have Thoric Ironbrow on foot. Ooh, oh god. Okay, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Rune of Slowness is your only rune too. Why? The OP part of Thoric is when he's on his anvil, he's crazy tanky, and he gives global melee attack buffs and cause fear and all that stuff. On foot, he doesn't have that. I really don't like that. I disagree strongly. The rest of this build is good. It's fine. I don't know about the double cannons, but I've been souring on cannons in general in Game 3. I would probably just cut the cannons, give Thoric his mount, and get some more rangers. But we'll see. The cannons here are actually going to do quite well. I was just saying, when you don't know what the coast is going to bring, I don't know about cannons. But knowing the coast has Salostra on our giant crab, the cannons can whittle her down over the course of the game and actually do a lot of good damage, so we'll see. You can switch faction after an opponent locks in, select a pre-made army, and fuck them. I see. People like drama, but if the negativity gets... Oh, McNee, you're talking about quick battles. We're talking about the tournament pick ban system. So in the Discord chat, they pick all 5 of their factions for all 5 games before it starts. And that's what they're talking about. I was talking about figuring out what extended rosters are balanced and what isn't for the extra role for making rule because they don't get paid for their work. Oh, I thought you meant the pick and ban stuff, yeah. But if the negativity gets too overwhelming as already is by COJ, then okay, game feels hard to enjoy. That's fair, Nighthead. That's fair. I just enjoy talking about things I actually have an opinion on. So I'll say positive or negative things depending on how I feel positive or negative. I'm not really going to filter my content based on exterior factors of the game, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not going to suppress my opinions or alter my opinions based on how everybody else is viewing things. Like, I don't know. If Turin says war wagons are fine, Anticity says war wagons are fine, Dav says war wagons are fine, Milk and Cookie says war wagons are fine. If I think war wagons are fine, then I'm going to say war wagons are fine. I'm not going to say, like, well, everybody else is saying war wagons are fine, so I have to say they're broken. It's like, yeah, I'll just say what I feel about war wagons. Anyway, I'm not implying that you're saying I should lie. I was just saying why I can get negative a lot of the time is if I feel negative, I'm going to say negative things. I'm genuine. Whether you like it or not, you get what you get. For the green one, we have 2 scurvy dogs placed in the vanguard, a front line of pistol mobs, secondary line of triple deck gunner, then triple mortars behind that. 4 animated hulks. We do have a vampire caster with invocation to heck and taunt, and then we have Celestra Deerfund with spiteful shot. Spiteful shot. Okay, spiteful shot, denizens of the deep, and goes to the past. I don't want to express your opinions. I hammer see a good. I just want your content to do well. That's fair, Knighthood. Yeah. That's fair. That I was wondering if they pre-chose. Oh, yeah. I missed quick battle chat in Warhammer. Dude, we need the chat back, so I don't need to relay to you what's happening in the Discord chat. We can just click on it and see what people are talking about. They said it's coming back in 2023, but who knows, man? Who knows? So the Dwarven cannons should do all right. I wonder if he's going to target the deck gunners. That's like, it's very RNG reliant, but if you can get some good hits on deck gunners or crane gunners or Jezzails, cannons can do very well against them. But I have seen times where like your RNG, you just get bad RNG and then they miss everything and that sucks. But if you get some good hits, you can get them crumbling. The mortars, I don't think they'll outduel 2 cannons. If they get in range and it's 3 mortars versus 2 cannons and the cannons aren't firing back, yeah, I think the mortars will eventually win for sure. But I feel like the cannons are okay, just trading. Dwarves might want to advance in general to get their archers into range, because they are facing 5 medium to long range assets. 6. 3 mortars, 3 deck gunners versus 2 long range assets of cannons. So you probably want to bring your medium assets to bear in the quarrelers, but we'll see. We'll see how long Azrael wants to take this trade. But I think he should probably be moving up. Can you show the ROR deck gunners? There aren't any. All these are normal. The RR deck gunners are ethereal and they have a discourage aura, but yeah. Nice use of the rune Thoric took. Rune of slowness onto these scurvy dogs, plus the stalked rangers facing backwards are just teeing off onto them. Get about half HP plus some on the dogs. We're going to start crumbling and the slayers are right on their heels trying to take them down. So really good start from Azrael. And one of the deck gunners is almost dead. It even had to get an invocation and a heck forced out as these cannons do good work. Meanwhile, mortars are trying to hit the front line of the dwarves. It looks like they're struggling to really land good hits, and these dogs are going to crumble away into nothingness. Other dogs in the corner are trying to get into position for something, but it'll be a while before we have to care about them. Cannons have almost finished off that deck gunner. taking it real low on HP. Crumbling really affects deck gunners because their HP pool is so low. It's a larger percentage of their health. And their leadership is low enough that they'll actually start to get disintegrated quicker. So, good trade so far for the Dwarves. Really nice start for them. These Scurvy Dogs are about to crumble into nothingness. I don't think they'll rally on leadership. I think they've taken too much already. Meanwhile, cannons are turning to fire at Celostra. It looks like Rangers are also retreating to do the same, and Dragonback Slayers plus Thoric are running over to do some good work there. But we do have the Rotting Promethean summon. Thought it was going to be the Night summon. I got a little antsy. But no. I usually take Celostra on foot, as I was talking to Handons about before, but I do really like Celostra in this matchup. Rotting Promethean summon is great versus Dwarves, really good armor piercing, good disruption in the backline, and the Ethereal Knights do a lot of work as well. Getting some threat overload that 3 Slayers can only hold off so much stuff, so we do have some dogs being zoned out by those Slayers. These dogs are just about dead. It looks like Rangers are going to finish them off, but Celostra's Summons is being held off by the Dragonback Slayers, and she herself is walking through. Now for the rest of the coast, we have Mortars all safe and happy firing in, doing good consistent damage over time. It's not going to be super sexy, amazing bursts of damage, but if they're allowed to fire for the whole game, they will do all right. Ethereal Knights are out. Ethereal Knights are fighting. They did some damage to a cannon, and now they're running over to fight the other cannon, getting blocked up on some of the models, but at least in this game, they attack the models. They could actually reduce the cannon's overall effectiveness by quite a lot. Slosher Terror routes off that other cannon, and the Prometheans are not having a good time fighting the Slayers, but they are blocking up those Slayers for a bit. Both cannons are shut down from the Dwarves, and it looks like the coast is in a good position. They're up on the balance of power. Now, to be fair, there are a lot of summons going on, so who knows. The Dwarves are currently up in damage value, but let's see how much it matters from all of the summons. One cannon is knocked out, very low HP, but not going to shatter, so they will have to be finished off, otherwise they can just come back and remount those cannons. And the other cannon is currently off their rocker, but not against getting back on it. Scurvy Dogs running away from Slayers. They should loop back into the backfield, and they can maybe chase down these cannons after the Knights are gone, because the Knights are running out of time. They have 30 seconds or less, and they're just taking so much damage, they're probably going to disintegrate here any second now. So the Knights are gone. Celostra's terror routing off some Rangers, and things are looking really, really good for the Vampire Coast. I think Celostra's super good in this matchup. She's very neato. Because those Knights, man, those Knights do work. 100% armor piercing on the ethereal units. They just roll through a whole bunch of ranged units. We have 2 deck gunners, still healthy, a lot of ammunition left in them. Mortars firing away. Looks like this entire flank collapsed for the Vampire Coast, though, so it is a limited amount of time before these Dwarf Warriors come up here and silence those mortars for good. Thoric and the Slayers are working on Celostra Deerfon, but she can just walk out of them. Dwarves lack any real mass. It's looking good for the Dwarves. Wow, it looked good for the Dwarves at the start, and then Celostra Summons came in. And Frontline's glided. Azrael, to his credit, is still up on damage value, so he has been trading all right in this game. Rune of Slaanesh trying to keep Celostra in range of the Slayers. Doing all right so far. The coast frontline has largely fell apart because it's mostly just pistol mobs. They have some animated Hulks out here now, but Slayers will trade incredibly well into them, and as we saw, we have Dwarf Warriors and Miners running around, but Green One's on top of it. He dismounts his Mortar Crew just to buy time. He's going to run away from these Miners, who will eventually catch him, but it just wastes a bunch of the Miners' time while the other 2 Mortars get to fire. And if the Dwarves give up on chasing them, then these guys get to go back to their Mortar, so it's a bit of run them around. Another Rotting Promethean Summon comes out. Another Rotting Promethean Summon is going to walk over to the Rangers. The last Scurvy Dog that is alive is just spending his days chasing around Dwarf Warriors, decided he wanted nothing to do with the back line. And Rangers are rallying. We have 4 Rangers back in the fight. 5 Rangers back in the fight, though all of them are quite injured. Speaking of quite injured, Celostra. She exists. She's been taking a good chip-chip-chipperino. Animated Hulks do peel back, and with Mortar support, they just push off all these Dwarf Warriors. The back line of the coast will remain safe. Especially these deck gunners are going to be a bit of a problem. How are we doing on Animated Hulks? 2 left effectively, because this guy ain't making it out of here alive. That guy's gonna die. Celostra's fine. She's even getting healed up. Wow, she's getting healed up big time for the Invocation of Heck. Yeah, that could be problematic. Promethean Summon. Destroying the Ranger backline. Dragonback Slayers will run over here and help it out, but I mean, they have to spend their time fighting a summon. This cannon did get back, which is nice. They're gonna take out a deck gunner, so it leaves 1 deck gunner. I'm concerned. Rotting Leviathan seems like a bad pick against Dwarves. How did it not get punished? There's no Thunderers, to be fair, and the cannons were busy fighting the Crane Gunners, not shooting at her, so there was no armor-piercing missiles. There was just basic Rangers, but they don't have great armor-piercing values. And even when they all turned to fire at her, she threw two armor-piercing summons on them. So a Rotting Promethean mucked up one, the Knights mucked up another, and the Knights took out both cannons. So, yeah. The Dwarf build wasn't super set up to punish a crab, but even then, Green one just played it well. Dwarves are back up in the damage value. Barely. They're holding the balance of power together just slightly. Their backline is getting protected from these gunnery mobs by just out-shooting them. These cannons are still online with 300 HP. They have 3 models on the cannons. Are they firing? There they go. Cannons finally break. 8 dwarfs, so they could come back at any time. Pistol mobs are pushed off. Balance of power creeping back towards the middle in favor of the dwarves. Slayers are chasing Slaanesh around. At this point, I think the Slayers should probably go after the mortars, because all their other guys are having such a hard time getting on the mortars. Like, chase down the mortars, chase down the deck gunners. Stop chasing Slaanesh with these guys. While it did good damage for now she's running away from you, and you were right next to 2 high-value ranged pieces that you could have stopped. It was just my opinion on it. If this cannon crew rallies, they could come back and be a pretty big force. Meanwhile, our last few rangers are firing at animated hulks. That's a great target for them. They love shooting animated hulks. This pistol mob is going to disintegrate now, freeing up all these rangers to move up. Dragonback Slayers are sprinting for the deck gunners, and there is no hope for them to stay in this game. They will not outrun these Dragonback Slayers, not at all. Vampire Fleet Admiral uses Invocation of Heck, trying to get these dogs to rally, but I don't think it's really going to matter that much. Ooh, that was a good volley from the mortars, doing a lot of damage to Dragonback Slayers. But Dragonback Slayers are about to finish off the Scurvy Dogs, about to finish off the deck gunners, and these Dwarf Warriors will chase those other guys down. Can the Slayers and Thoric finish it off? Another Rune of Slowness cast onto Celastra. Not her animated hulks, who are still getting Gatling gunned down by all these rangers. And Azrael's really pushing back into this game. His cannon crew is not rallying yet. Still -4 leadership. They're getting close to the edge of the map. We'll see if they ever do manage to rally. Animated hulks rally. Stop crumbling for just a bit. Now they're crumbling again. These Slayers, man. These Slayers. Dragonbacks caught the deck gunners. All the deck gunners are dead. They caught the dogs. All the dogs are dead. They're going to catch these animated hulks. The animated hulks are going to be dead. The Vampire Fleet Captain of Vampires is actually... she'll do okay versus the Slayers, but long term I think they'll be alright. And they're going to take down a mortar. So the balance of power is about to go wildly back towards the middle when all these mortars die. There's another mortar. Still tons of ammunition, but we have Dwarf Warriors walking straight at it. We have Rangers coming near to it, though I don't think the Rangers are going to get there because Celestia is doing a great job stopping them. These Rangers are doing well against the animated hulks, but they're also running out of ammo. Oh god, did we just crash? There's no way we just crashed. Come on, dude. Yeah, we just crashed. What the fuck, man? That was so good. Is it a crab or a spider? It's a crab. I'm not sure the VP can kill remaining Slayers unless the crab cannot heal them. That was upsetting. That was the most upsetting thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Slosher Crab fan got 500 value, but her summons what does most of the work, and that doesn't count towards her. Deck gunners did alright, they paid for themselves. Mortars did very well. Animated hulks peeled off a lot of dwarves. They were still kicking. Dogs did okay, and pistol mobs did bad. Thoric did not great off of his mount, TBH. Minus Blast and Chargers did alright. Rangers did very well. Overall, just fine. I thought it was going to be very well. Cannons did well. Slayers did great. That's sad. Leviathan is a lobster. Look at the head shape. I mean, yeah, sure. I just meant it's closer to a crab than a spider, I think. At least visually. But that's upsetting. That was so close, too. I actually, I legit think it was even at that point. That was so freaking close. It was so freaking close. The Dwarves were really scrapping it back there. Look at the VP advantage-ish, but it could have gone either way, yeah. Yeah, right now we're trying to get in contact with his opponent. He hasn't messaged me for a bit, so I wonder if he had a power outage or something on his end. It does look like something happened over there. And yeah, McNee. I mean, we'll think about what to do and that kind of stuff, but for now, it's just about figuring out if Azrael's even back. All right, he messaged me now. All right, Hanniden's is gonna have a look at the second game. We're moving on to the second game, and Hanniden's is. This is an ODM tournament. I'm a caster. So I'm not an admin. I don't make the decisions. So it looks like the admin is going to look at that game. Meanwhile, to keep the stream rolling, we should just move on to the second game. So I put 1 with a question mark up there, just like they might have to replay it. We'll see. But Azrael's back. We have High Elves, Lizardmen. Mine goes out all the time now. Will I take regular bombers if bat bombers are likely only 50 gold up? Regular bombers have much more models, so you're getting a lot more bombs thrown. The classic clan ODM strat of cutting your opponent's power. Just fucking kneecapping him. Alright. Azrael's back. Something happened over there, but he's back, and he doesn't sound like he's contesting that game should be replayed or anything, so it makes me think it was a power outage thing. Diego Chu, I also agree. Sad face. Lizards versus High Elves. I think this is even. Sorry. In my experience, I think this is even, but also, like I was talking about earlier, I used to win this matchup a decent amount, and then all of a sudden just started losing, and lost it a lot. That made me sad. So maybe it's super high elf favored. Especially after the buffs, maybe it's super high elf favored, but I have no idea. I haven't seen this matchup since the High Elves got their Lothern Seaguard and Illian Reaver buffs. Let a third party determine the winner of first match, start second match. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. What the fuck am I getting so many texts about? Alright. I think I'm caught up. I think. Boom. Lizardmen doing some rethinking. High Elves seem pretty happy about their army. Their Lord choice keeps switching. This is a spicy Lizardman build. I think if Lizards got some buffs to their top tier dinos in Croxagores, they'd probably be my favorite faction. Their infantry are all pretty fun, pretty fine. I enjoy them. Their skirmish is like fine. It's not my favorite playstyle, but they're good units. Their cav sucks, except for their 450 feral cold ones. Their air presence is okay. Their missile monsters are fine. But I like the Jurassic Park in me wants Carnosaurs to be good someday. Crocosaurs to be good someday. I just want my big dinos to run free. High Elves have 0 gold spend, so I hope they're ready. If they change anything now, they're a disappointment. Shameful. We're going back to the standing desk. We're doing it. So the chat knows the players will have to replay the first game because a winner was not clearly decided. All right, okay. If that's the case, then I think the Dwarves might have it. The Dwarves might get it. Get it. Same armies or what? Dr. Hanniden's. Was it? Five hours in, 5 games left to go. This is the first game then? It's the second matchup, but yeah, they'll have to go back and play the first matchup again, so it's 0-0 again. Yeah, they have to replay the same faction. For sure. Okay. Neither army is readied up yet. Oh god, green one he deleted his whole build, he's restarting. Oh no. He heard news? No, I'm just typing to some of my friends. That's another king. Yeah, I don't think there was any foul play there or anything. Like, the Dwarves were on the come up. It makes no sense the Dwarf player would just, like, disconnect his internet for a redo when he was maybe even favored to win that game at that point. Like if you want to, you know, let's argue. Let's just, again, like, as we did earlier with the Vampire Council thing, like, let's just, like, pretend he was going to disconnect his internet to, like, cheat. Wouldn't he have done it way earlier when things were looking worse for him? It seems weird to fight your way back into a game and then just pull the plug, if that's true, which is why I don't think it's true. I think it just happens. as far as shooting goes. Past the time, what do you think of the top 3 gun factions and why? Cathay, Empire, probably. Skaven. Yeah, those 3. Cathay, Empire, Skaven. Maybe Coast if you count bombs, but you said guns, so. Yeah, Crocswar's great. But it is game 2, but it's actually game 1. Mazda Mundi Double Salamanders has been popular recently. Incarnation plays a lot of Double Salamander. I'm not fully sold that it's like the best way to play Lizardmen, but yeah. Incarnation gets a lot more out of lizards than I do, so you must be onto something. Other than that, Red Crested Skink, minimal frontline, 3 Cold One Riders that I previously shit-talked in the stream, so now they're going to do great, make me look like an asshole. And then 3 Chameleon Skinks for a bit of kiting. 3 or 4. I didn't actually see how many there were. But rather small Lizardman build, elite. Going to be a lot of kiting. For the High Elves, I saw a lot of Archers and Northern Seaguard. My first Warhammer 2 campaign devolved into Crocsword Doomstack spam after I discovered the unit. Please make Crocsword great skin. What's everyone's opinion on the matchup? I think it's probably High Elf favored after the buffs, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen it in so long. Hard to make stuff online fair. Just do what each player agrees to. Yeah. Alright, so we covered the whole Lizardman build. It is, in fact, 4 Chameleon Skinks. For the High Elves, they're going to move a bunch of stuff, but we have a White Lion front line. Looks like 4 White Lions. Then we have 5 Lothern Seaguard, 4 basic Archers, 4 basic Spearmen. We have an Archmage of Light with a net and all of her magic regeneration stuff. And then we have an Archmage of a Mage of Metal with more magic regen stuff and Plague of Rust. What up, Itharian Shades? You're apparently very excited. Mazda Mundi with his net, Apotheosis, and then his bound, Banishment, Ruination. Yeah, that tracks. I think the High Elves are going to win this one, looking at the 2 builds. I don't have a lot of faith in the triple Cold One Riders, and I also don't have a lot of faith in the double Salamander to clear out all of these infantry. So it kind of comes down to Mazda, and Mazda's great at clearing out infantry, but this is a lot. I think the High Elves are going to win it. There's certainly less lizard favored than before. I don't know how far I'd go towards even or beyond even. Like, in general, maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen this matchup in a really long time. But looking at these 2 builds right now, I pretty heavily favor the High Elf build. We'll have to see how it goes, but I think there's a lot of advantages over here. That's a full High Elf army, yeah. I love how Azrael's just dancing around with his casters. I think he's just killing time. There, game started, yeah. So he probably told his opponent he was ready and then just started clicking around. Don't underestimate the Sallies. I literally started this out by saying I don't believe in the Sallies, but Incarnation uses them all the fucking time. So something's there. They're a nightmare for High Elf infantry. I'm excited to see it. Let's go, dude. Aren't Salamanders anti-large specialists? No. No. They're anti-infantry. I think it's pretty even, but there are a lot of different viable ways to play from both sides. So the High Elves are moving up. Moving up in the world. Lizardmen high ground. Yeah, but they'll have to come off it eventually to keep shooting at stuff. Also, the Hives don't really want too much of a melee fight. Like, they have White Lions, so they'll do okay in a melee fight, but they mostly want to rely on their 9 archer units to carry this game for them. More than they worry about melee fighting their opponents. Double Sally coming in hot. Double Sally missing both shots. Double Sally running for their lives. Double Sally dodging all the knives. Sal Hunting Pack multi-model has anti-large. Oh, I see. The Elves are turtling? Yeah. Mazda's now going to get shot at a little bit of pokey pokes, but he is going to walk away just fine. Chameleon Skinks are revealed on the side. No, that one isn't. Not yet. The other one is. Poking at the Pure Main Company. Pokety pokety. Spokety spokety. Hard to evaluate as I only play ladder, but feels about right, Bowmore. Lollan Seaguard should outtrade these Chameleon Skinks if they decide to turn back and fire on him. Doesn't look like they will. And the Pure Main Company do dodge those salamander bolts. It's good for them. But the High Elves are just trying to get some shots off anywhere they can. It's on green one to dodge everything. Can you dodge everything, sir? 2 really good hits there on the Lollan Seaguard. Very, very good shots from the Sallies. At this point, it's going to be hard to hit the salamanders. Green one's probably on top of dodging with them. You might want to shoot the multi-entity models just to get value. And it's a lot harder to dodge with multi-entity models. It's possible, but... Pursuer Silver and Guard here. Get the magic. Yeah. Mazdamundi's walking straight up, though. He's real close. He's about to get netted. This could be a bit of an issue. Oh, he got Overcasted Plague of Rusted, but he did not get netted, and the Lollan Seaguard do not have attack orders, so you can see they're not shooting at him. Now all the archers are going to shoot at him. When he only has 70 armor, he's taking a lot of damage, and we do have a net coming in. This could be it. This could be the game. As Mazdamundi is about to take a shitload of damage, he has the shield the old ones up for 20% damage resistance, but he's still taking a buttload of hurt. He has not cast Apotheosis on himself yet. On the other side, Lothar and Seaguard are getting picked off by the Ancient Sallies and the Chameleon Skinks, but it looks like the High Elves have just abandoned that position instead, doing more than half of Mazdamundi's health. And they're now even forcing Apotheosis onto him, but you can see they just rocketed up the damage value there. Ruination of Cities went out, and it looks like it didn't hit anything. I have no idea what happened with that one. I don't know what happened with that one. That was weird. It was gone. A little bit of lag. Some of the archers are now getting attack orders onto the Chameleon Skinks, who are right next to the white line, so if they take enough damage or like end up in melee or something, they could just get pushed off. Cold Knights charging into a whole lot of spears. But we might have another crash, it looks like. 54 on the timer, and the timer stopped. The last time it stopped like this, someone got dropped. Game's back moving, and there's no pop-up saying anybody got dropped just yet. The game's moving forward again. No one got dropped. I'm actually surprised. Alright, we're back in it. Archers are firing out onto the cold ones, some onto the salamanders, some on the Chameleon Skinks, really just trying to fire out in all directions. But a big pick on Mazdamundi is pretty much all the Hives have gotten out of this game so far. Chameleon Skinks running a little low on ammo overall. Sallies, slightly over half ammo apiece. And the Red Crested Skinks are now getting involved in the fight with the Pure Main Company. 47-48 melee stats. They're nothing to fuck around with for the 36-19 of the Red Cresteds. It's not even a close comparison. And archers are still firing out. Maz is coming back with a little bit of healing from Apotheosis. And we have Lothar and Seaguard rallying just to get run over by Cold One Riders. Did this happen before you started watching in his other matches? I don't know. Or does this PC not like just you? I have no idea. We do have a big overcasted net coming out onto the Ancient Salamanders to net both of them in place so that the Pure Main Company can get into melee, as can this lady, and archers are going to fire in. So this is a big moment for the High Elves in this game. If they can really take out both these Ancient Salamanders, that would be huge. And the Ancient Salamander, while netted, does get off a charge animation, but that actually drags it closer to the Pure Main Company, so that's actually worse for it overall. 5 armor on the Ancient Salamander because of Plague of Rust overcasted onto it, taking a lot of damage from those archers in the back. Mazdamundi running up meanwhile. There's no Plague of Rust for him. There's no net right now. Both are definitely on cooldown. So that could be a moment for him to get in, get some work done, do some good stuff. Archer's still going to shoot at him. He has 130 armor and some missile resist, but it's something. And the Ancient Sally is going to run away. It took a lot of damage, but since it's not primarily a melee tool, it will just get out of range, rally, and continue firing. So overall, actually, the Lizardmen are probably plenty fine with what just happened there. Mazdamundi is causing a massive disruption. He's giving everybody a conniption, and he has netted down the Plague of Rustcaster and threw a banishment behind himself onto the Spearmen. So he's really being a big disruptive force. Spearmen, meanwhile, going to fight some cold ones for a little bit. Archers are trying to reform the lines and hit Mazdamundi in any way they can. White Lions fighting off everybody in melee, but the Hives are still up on the damage value overall from all their big picks onto large single entities. And the Lizardmen, red-crested skinks have not been having a good time, while the Cold One Riders have been having a great time. Red-crested skinks have not, and the chameleon skinks are now about out of ammo, so they'll soon also have to commit to the melee fight if they want to be of any more use in this game. Ancient Salamanders doing pretty good damage, but also the Cold One Knights with their massive amounts of disruption are doing great. And an overcasted net onto just Mazdamundi. That is a mistake, because the overcasted net doesn't last any longer. It just makes it AoE, and it's not hitting anything else besides Mazda. And there's nothing nearby to punish him, so that was definitely a big whoopsie. And Azrael withdraws. Yeah. That was a whoops. Sally's got pretty okay value. They had tons of ammunition left to use. Red Crested Skinks did what they had to. Cold One Riders were just there to chase off stuff that routed. And Chameleon Skinks got pretty good value, but they ran out of ammo. Mazda didn't get that much value, but his Ruination of Cities went weird. White Lions did okay. Lothern Seaguard did mixed. Archers did fine. Spearmen did not too much. They just walked around. GG. All right. So green one is up one game. And while they do their builds, I want to see if that was even a bug or what happened with that Ruination of Cities. I just want to see. While they do their builds, I'd rather watch this and start the screen. So what happens with Mazda's first Ruination of Cities? They won't replay game one first? I have no idea what they're going to do first. It's up to them. I thought I just saw it there, but it got canceled. All right, here it is. Here it is. What happens with this thing? Oh my god! Oh my god! That sucks! That fucking blows! Did you see that? That's hilarious. That's a video for sure. That is a video for sure. All right, green one, by the way, green one conceded game one. The Dwarves Vampire Coast. So the Vampire Coast, he just conceded. He thinks the Dwarves are going to win from that position, so he just doesn't feel like replaying it. So it is now 1-1. Is Ruination bugged again? Warhammer 3 looks like it always goes the same direction. I haven't used it for a while. It does, it, for me, has not always gone the same direction in Warhammer 3. So that was the first time I saw that in this game. but that was really funny. Because that was like, I remember seeing the last... I saw the last tendril miss, and I didn't see any others go out. I didn't see any marks in the ground, so I was looking for a bug. I wondered if it canceled or something, but it was just all three completely fucking missed. Lizardmen are like the Hannibal overpowering the Roman High Elves history comparison. Sure. I mean, if Hannibal had dinosaurs. So we're back. They're not even done with the builds yet. You didn't miss a single thing. Look at me. Look at me. You didn't miss anything. Kugath seems somewhat busted. Yeah, he's pretty strong. Nurgle, in general, their roster kind of sucks except for their lords and heroes, but then their lords and heroes are overpowered, so it's weird. Because Kugath's for sure overpowered. Exalted heroes of Nurgle are busted as hell, but then Nurgle doesn't dominate the meta because what else do they have? Soul Grinders? That's it. Plague Bearers are eh. In a global sense, right? They're eh. You might say like, well, yeah, but if they duel Empire Swordsmen, they'll beat Empire Swordsmen. Okay. But what usually happens while they're fighting the Empire Swordsmen? They get shot by arrows and they disintegrate away. Or they get kited or something. They're just too slow. So like Plague Bearers are eh. Depends on the matchup. Nurglings suck. Marauders of Nurgle are generally pretty meh. Chaos Warriors of Nurgle are alright. Nurgle's Cav all sucks. Nurgle's Flying Corps all sucks. Nurgle's single entities besides the Soul Grinders all suck. So, Nurgle just blows. Animals chat enough. And the Elves are pretty virgin. Go Empire, fight the forces of chaos. Yeah, I would generally root for the Empire here too. I think the Empire can have a pretty fun playstyle. Tzeentch can too. I enjoy playing Tzeentch, just I don't enjoy the best way to play Tzeentch. The best way to play Tzeentch I don't find very fun. Like the blue fire spam with perfect angles and like skirmish cav and recharging your barriers as much as possible and single entity cycle charging with the bird models. Like that stuff I don't find very fun. But I think Tzeentch as a faction can be fun. I like Village. I like his Chaos Warriors. I like blue and pink horrors. I think they're fun. I like Screamers. So there's things about Tzeentch I like. Imagine how freaking broken Hellstriders are for his Chaos doesn't use their broken as fuck Chaos Marks and the OP Exalted Heroes of Nurgle. They can take him, but you never see them. Yeah. It's also because they don't usually need the Exalted Heroes of Nurgle. Well, okay, there's twofold on that. The Exalted Heroes of Nurgle are strong for Nurgle because they have healing support from their lord and from their army passive, which Warriors of Chaos can't provide unless you take Festus, which Festus is a suboptimal lord. He's okay, but he's suboptimal. And also, Exalted Heroes of Nurgle are world beaters when they can like take down single entities or large targets, and for that you already have Bellicor, so... Chaos doesn't use them because they also have other things that do it, but yes, Hellstriders are fucking nuts. Tzeentch have good spells and basic units. Yeah. I like a lot of what Tzeentch has. There's just a couple things that are annoying, but it sucks that the couple things are usually the best at highest levels of play. Hot photos of my sister. All right. Okay. We're not doing that. Plague Bearers of Nurgle are so tough, I like them. Good. Glad you like them. I have not seen them do well competitively for a very long time. But you're allowed to like them. Ah, righty. Tzeentch versus Empire. We have Boris Toddbringer. Fuck yeah. I do think he's the best lord in this situation. He's tanky. He's cheap-ish. For a combat lord, he's cheap. He has leadership lowering stuff, which is good against demons because it gets them to their demonic crumbling even faster. Like I said, he has his own healing, so you don't need to focus on healing him. He's pretty resistant to blue fire. He's generally good. I like him a lot in this matchup. You can take whatever lore of magic you want. It looks like the green one went for the lore of light, so I'm guessing he has Shem's Burning Gaze and the net. Probably. Aside from that, I saw some Empire Knights, some Huntsmen, and a basic frontline. We'll have to see. I think Reiksguard and Knights of Blazing Sun are very good here, but I don't know. I like Nurgle, best free archery targets around. Yeah. Nurglings disappoint me. I think Nurglings are trash. Every time I take them, I regret it. Nurglings lost against the Vampire Coast basic deckhand mobs in melee combat, and that made me cry a lot. Boris is everything Loon wants to be. He's cheaper, faster, and better debuffs. You're right. He is better. Regenerating Griffin Combat Lord. Oh boy, the Empire's gonna move around a lot. Let's go back to Tzeentch. Kairos Fate Weaver in the sky. Much smaller build. Wow, much smaller build. Kairos Fate Weaver in the sky with Pendulum, Blue Fire, and Regrowth. Then we have a Soul Grinder of Tzeentch. We have a Forsaken and Marauder frontline. One Chaos Knight of Tzeentch, one Marauder Horseman, 2 Marauder Horsemans overall. And it looks like 1 Fury. Game Boy, why do you have all the units I like? Why do I have all the units you like? What? What are you talking about? Why do you hate all the units you like? Oh, I don't know. Boris melee stats suck. He has 47-35. He's fine. And he has 47-40 when Hold the Line is active, which it gets active at the start of the game. And then he lowers enemy melee attack by 8. So you should buff up his melee defense de facto by 13. Beat him with a Cold One Dreadlord once. All right. I don't think Boris is the best pick into Dark Elves at all. I meant into Tzeentch. When you're worried about getting sniped. But yeah, Dark Elves, no, he's trash there. All right. Anyway, for the Empire, triple Empire Knight. We do have a Light Wizard with Shem's Burning Gaze and Net. We have Boris up in the sky, triple Huntsman, and the Sterlin's Revenge, armor-piercing Free Company Militia ROR. Then we have 2 Halberdiers, the Sigmar's Sons Swordsman, and a frontline of Swordsman Spearmen. What up, Mr. Casual? No Empire Artillery? I also think that's a little weird. Empire Artillery in general isn't performing super great in Game 3, but I think the Hammer of the Witches is quite good here. Hellstorm Rocket Battery, maybe, but you're not sure what type of build Tzeentch is going to bring. For all you know, you're about to get single entity and like Cav rushed, and then the Hellstorm Rocket Battery doesn't have any targets, so that makes sense. But I do like a cannon. Kairos is coming in. What's he going to use his spells on? Ooh, maybe the Light Wizard. Light Wizard could be a pretty solid target. He's on horse, so he's easy to hit. There's no healing for him. Low armor, low HP pool. I hope this isn't the last match. It is the last series, but it's a best of 5. So you have 2 to 3 more games left, Mr. Casual. Just some softening stuff with their shields, yeah. Soul Grinder does have attack orders onto the Light Wizard. Really wants to take him out. Excuse me. And after Azrael netted him down so much last game, looks like the green one's not about it. He's done getting netted. Soul Grinder, do Soul Grinders have homing ammunition? Because that Light Wizard tried to dodge it and it just followed him. I'm very confused. Sterling's Revenge, pop out of the ether. They do have stock. So Kairos didn't know they were there until he got too close, and then he got chomped a little bit, but he's fine. He's backed off. He's going to get his shields back. He'll be okay. Soul Grinder of Tzeentch was trying to get some stuff done, but now it's in range of the archers, so it is going to run back. And I'm actually getting a little worried about Tzeentch here. They didn't get as much done in the early game as they wanted to, and now the front lines are in position. But we will get a nice big pendulum onto Sterling's Revenge, taking about half their HP off, and they still have every single model. Not a single model died, so Sterling's Revenge is still at full firing capacity. Any Norscar Ogres? No Norsca, but we have had 2 Ogre games today. Marauders of Tzeentch get involved in the fight for a second, then they run away, but now their backs are turned to the Huntsmen, so they're not getting the benefit of their shields. They will take a little bit more damage on their retreat, though that matters too much. The Empire front line is holding for now, and the Huntsmen are getting free firing time. And the Empire does have to rotate some of their infantry over to the left, so there's nothing on the right for them to zone out. And on the right, on the left is just a whole bunch of nonsense. Shem's Burning Caster hasn't had to do anything just yet. And there is a net in the sky from the caster as Tzeentch, though I don't know if there's a lot of follow-up on it. Looks like some huntsmen in the distance are firing over here. So we'll see if they get any good shots, but mostly it's just delaying the inevitable, I think. Another pendulum is going to be a 2-for-1. A little more damage onto these Sterling's Revenge. But they are holding on for now. Empire Knights get a nice recharge into the Forsaken. Might even get them to rout soon. Big blue fire cast onto the Light Wizard. We haven't seen it all day, and now we see it, and it like one-shots that guy. I think it was 2 blue fires in a row because of the scroll. No, I don't know if he has it. Okay, might have just been one that did all that damage. God, if it was one that did all that damage, that's stupid, but okay. So Kairos insta-kills the caster. Ogres will play Wise Day both times in Dark Elves because it's Ogre favored. Ogre needs an update. Shut up, Mr. Casual. Don't let Phoenix King trick you. All right, it was a whole thing. It's a whole thing. We're past it. We are past it. You can go back in the stream and hear me rant about that matchup a million times. It was a whole thing. We're not getting back into it. Don't let Phoenix King bait you. Don't let him do this to you. Mr. Casual, he's playing you. He's playing you for a fool. Shem's Burning Gaze onto the Soul Grinder, takes out its shields and gets a little bit more damage. Honestly, that was a really nice cast. Did a lot of damage. But Soul Grinder fires back and he's going to rout the Empire guy again. Don't let Phoenix King do this to you. He's just trying to turn you against your friends. All right. Pendulum goes through, does some damage to the Halberdiers. Not a lot, though. I really don't like Pendulum. Not a fan. Because it costs a lot. It costs a lot of Wind of Magic. 13. Gaze of Fate, trapping our friend Boris Toddbringer in the middle of Chaos Knights and Forsaken. He was also in front of Skirmish Cav, and I think that was the point, but the Skirmish Cav are having a tough time shooting over their own cavalry to hit him, so not a lot getting done there. The Man Tide stands strong. All 3 Huntsmen are still very healthy. They only have half ammunition, they're all very healthy. Sterling's Revenge is here, 52 models. They are suffering, but they've taken a lot of damage. Taken a lot of heat for the other Imperials, and there is a lot of chaff left for the Empire. Tzeentch's front line is getting pushed off, as it usually does. Tzeentch's front line is not particularly strong, which is okay. And considering their faction, I think that's fine. They're not meant to really be front-to-back fighters. Shattering it for the Light Wizard, so no more magic for the Empire in this game, but it's okay. Boris has his own healing, and Empire Knights are pushed off by the Chaos Knights of Tzeentch. Kairos lands in the middle of Huntsmen, and all the Huntsmen are turning to try and shoot him. It doesn't really look like it's going to work. And he has Oracle of Eternity, so 44% damage. This will get him back up in the sky. Azrael is making the mistake of thinking Empire Knights can hold Kairos in place. What a fool! What a silly charlatan! And the Empire Knights lose the plot. I don't know where they're going, but man, they're going there. They have no attack orders, by the way. They're just running at the wall. Okay. Kairos is back in the sky, but this is why I like Boris. Boris can just chase after Kairos without really worrying about getting punished too much. He can harass him constantly. These Empire Knights are still running without orders. I think they lost their orders onto Kairos when he like took off or something, and now they're just fucking who knows what. But they stopped. They're fine. I did forbid. Anyone play greenies? No. No. Empire is up 8,000 to 5,000 damage value. Things are going very well for them. Soul Grinder is very injured. Kairos is at half HP, though now he is regrowthing himself. We have 2 Marauder Horsemen without a lot of ammo, and we have a Chaos Knight at like 1/2 HP. We have seen this before versus Skaven, and somehow the Tzeentch side won, so maybe I shouldn't count them out just yet, but I'm going to risk it. I'm going to say I think Azrael's going to win this one, I think. Maybe I shouldn't. This is exactly how they won last time, but I don't think it's going to be the same thing. Oh, because it's also Soul Grinder. It's not another bird. Something smells funny. All right, I heard another blue fire. It hits a crap load of Imperial troops, doing some pretty good damage, but not quite finishing them off. Is Throg Troll build any good? Throg is good. Troll build is not. Huntsmen teeing off on the Chaos Knights, getting a little bit of poke damage, keeping their shields off for the time being, and Halberdiers plus Empire Knights will countercharge them and do well. Green one throws some Marauder Skirmish Cav into the Empire lines, trying to shut down the Huntsmen, and shut them down he will for just a brief moment as these other Huntsmen turn and fire at Kairos, who now has the Oracle of Eternity back up already, which is odd. Kind of surprised it's off cooldown that quickly, but it is. Greenskins are a legitimate counterpick to Tzeentch. I don't think that's true. You're a liar. I feel like blue fire is just too strong. But army losses will hit, and Azrael takes game 3. Since again, if you dipped out, you missed game 1. There was a crash, but green one conceded. So we are going to game 4. Kairos, 1700 value. Soul Guardian of Tzeentch, 1100. Chaos Knights, again, underperforming. Unfortunately, have not seen them do well today, but some people like them. Forsaken of Tzeentch did okay. Marauders of Tzeentch got punked on, and Marauder Horsemen of Tzeentch didn't get their value back. Okay. I like Chaos Knights. I don't think they're very good. I could be wrong, but usually I see Chaos Knights underperforming their value. Boris did fine. He was just tanky, ran around. Did that sort of thing. Light Wizard got destroyed. Huntsman did excellently. Sterling's Avenge did great. State troops were there. They protected some things, and Empire Knights did well. I think that matchup, I really do like Empire and Tzeentch. I think it's a fun matchup, but I also think it's pretty winnable for the Empire. And I know some people like global ban Tzeentch, so just keep that in mind. If you're having issues with Tzeentch, maybe give Empire a shot. They have some good Lord options, good heavy cam options. That's one of the reasons that I find it weird that Bretonnia struggles into Tzeentch so much, because you'd think that, like, Tzeentch really struggles against heavy cav. But I guess Bretonnia is so one-note, you can just spam halberds and the severed claw into them. And then the only lord that isn't blue fire snipeable is Lewin, and Lewin is subpar in my opinion. Like, you kind of have to take him so you don't just lose your lord, but kind of subpar. I guess I did take the Fae in one game, and she has like 65% spell resist on her unicorn, but I don't know. She's pretty easily snipeable in melee. Like, that game, that Exalted Lord of Change just kept diving on my Fae Enchantress, and there wasn't much I could do about it. So, yeah. I've been playing Norska recently. They're fun. They're good. Azhag could catch the Tzeentch players off guard? Maybe, but I feel like Blue Fire would just kill him, though. Because Azhag has an abysmally low health pool when he's on his Wyvern. Like, way lower than you would think. Doomdiver's on Tzeentch. Doomdiver, River Troll Hag, Scarsnake. Maybe. Alrighty. Empire, Vampire, Coast. If Coast win it, we are done. If Empire wins it, we're going to game 3 with a blind pick that we don't know yet, but the admin of this tournament does. And with the concession of game 1, we are on track for this to be potentially a 6-hour stream. I'm going to be honest, I don't have anything going on today. I have some stuff I want to do. Like, I got to work out and I got to make some videos. Like, I have things I need to do, but nothing time sensitive. I thought today was going to be like a 4-hour thing. So it started at 10 a.m. I'm like, nice, I'll be done by 2, have some lunch, and now it's like, it's almost dinner time. I haven't had lunch. I haven't done anything. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. So this is a long day. River Troll's debuff in water is legit. Is it? Depends on army comp. Azhag catches and murders birds, though. Does he? Dude, Azhag's melee stats have always disappointed me. That dude sucks ass in melee on his Wyvern. Now, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I've had some bad RNG. But my muscle memory of Azhag is every time I put him in a winning situation, I'm like, all right, my son, you are now in the perfect situation for where you want to be. Fly, my child. He's like, miss, derpy animation. I'm caught. I'm dead. He sucks. Let's cast together random games. Maybe? What? Why random games? Why random? What is this, Mr. Casual? Are you trying to trick me? Is this some sort of scheme that I'm too gamer to understand? You're just bad? Alright. Alright, dude. Alright, bro. There was this one guy that was pissing me off in one of my videos recently. He was in the comment section just saying, like, this video sucks, you suck, your channel sucks. Every time it gets recommended to me, I get sad, and you're just bad at video games. I'm like, alright, thanks, man. Wyvern loads are just bad. The trick is not landing ever, but if you Spirit Leech and Cycle Charge, it can be super annoying to deal with. Maybe. Get off of putting people on. It's my burner account. Thanks, it's current year. Also, hi, it's current year. You suck, you boy. Fucking got him. Yeah. It's hard to tell when people are trolling, but like, it's like one of those things that I need to get better at. But people are overwhelmingly positive when I do stuff. But it's like, some people can just be really negative, and it annoys me. Even though, like, it's definitely that thing of, like, if a 99 people give you a compliment and one person says something negative, you'll probably remember the negative thing. It's just, like, really annoys me. Even if, like, they could be honestly trolling, because I forget that some people do get their jollies out of that, just trolling people. But my brain, it's like, how could you possibly think that this is working as intended? Because the video was, I clicked on this, I had a Stonehorn and Boris Ursus was charging him from behind, but he wasn't there yet. And when I ordered the Stonehorn to shoot him, the Stonehorn stops dead, doesn't turn around, just stands there with attack orders. So you can see the big red arrow going from the Stonehorn to Boris, shortening, and then Boris collides with it, and it never turned and tried to hit him. And the comment was something like, it's entirely your fault, you suck. Hunters are perfect and amazing, and you're just a terrible ogre player. You can see that you didn't give your ogre any orders, and he just sat there and got rear charged, and that's on you. You just played poorly. And I'm like, bruh, do you see that giant red arrow pointing from the Stonehorn to Boris that he didn't act on at all? And he's like, nope, you're just an idiot. It's always worked that way. Arrows don't mean anything. You're a dumbass. I'm like, I just, what? What are these? What is this reasoning? I don't understand. But like, I could have just been getting trolled. True. Cool Umbrella. That is true. Azhag doesn't have any items when he's on his Wyvern, so that does really limit his dueling potential. Every time I see a hummus video, it marks the beginning of a manic episode. A blissful rapture. Jokes aside, funny little videos about wonky shit are a treat, unironically. I do, like, I love wonky shit. Like, that's the thing, all right? So, why can they tell you your stream is shit? Why don't they make their own? Exactly. Dude, like, that video that we're gonna make about that, oh my god, did I say, I swear I saved the replay, but I just need to make sure. The Ruination of Cities, where so Green One, in this finals, put a Ruination of Cities in the middle of like 5 high elf units. Like in the middle of them. And there was very narrow corridors where it could have possibly missed, but it was gonna hit. And then all 3 snake through the formation so they don't hit a single person. Like, I'm gonna make a video about that. It's gonna be awesome. It's also gonna be negative. Like, and Knighthood, I'm not trying to like call you out. I'm just saying, like, you know, that's like the shit. I love that shit. I love ranting about it. I love raving about it. It's not anybody's fault. It's just funny. And I find bugs the same way. Because this game, like, real talk, Warhammer 2, I made bug videos through all of Warhammer 2. I didn't hate Warhammer 2. I thought Warhammer 2 was a great game. But this game is so gigantic, and there's so much shit going on, that of course there's going to be bugs. And I find them hilarious. Now, Game 3 has more bugs than it should. It has an intolerable level of bugs. But I still find them very funny. And I love finding them. I love watching a replay, and you think you saw something, so you go back, you rewatch the replay, and you really zoom in on it, and you watch it happen. It's just magic. It's fucking magic to me. I love it. It's like fishing. It's like fishing when you catch the big one, and you're like, look at it! I caught it! I did it! That's how I felt about that. We were watching the game, I saw the ruination, it wasn't a bug, but I saw the ruination of cities, and I go, something about that wasn't right. After the game, go watch the replay, look at it, boom! Fucking gold mine, snakes right through the high elves, doesn't hit a single person somehow, and you did it, you had the patience, you had the tenacity, you saw it, you found it. I love that shit. And some people are like, why do you hate these games? I'm like, I don't hate these games, I love finding the little things they don't want you to find. Because it's boring to talk about the shit that works. The shit that works, it's like, yeah, Empire Knights charged Cold One Knights, and Cold One Knights won it. There's not a lot of analysis there. You know what's fucking cool? Mazda Mundi snaking his spell through all the high elves, not hitting a single soul. That shit is awesome. That shit happens 1 out of every 10,000 games, and it's worth making a video about. Empire Knights versus Cold One Knights, shit happens every day. Not worth a video. I love it. I love finding the bugs. I love that stuff, and some people don't understand that I love it. They think I hate these games, and I'm like, you're wrong. I love these games. I love these games, and I love the bugs in them. Be part of the Regiment of Renown and Wargamer Fantasy, which... What? If you were part of a Regiment of Renown. Which one and what game would you want to be part of? I probably want to be a Sky Striders. The Sky Striders seem like they're having a fun time. The Mornfang Crusher ROR. And they always get all the healing. Which I love getting all the healing. Because, dude, imagine... Sorry, Eldrin asked me in a DM what Regiment of Renown I want to be a part of. I would definitely want to be part of the Sky Striders, because you're getting Troll Guts all game. Your Lord is not going to let you die. Imagine being part of the Sigmar Sons, or the Tithe. You're fucked. You're completely fucked. You misunderstood what I meant anyways, never mind. Knighthood... I refuse to ever be wrong about anything, but yeah, I probably misunderstood you, and I'm sorry. Stop complaining with the game, you're ruining the game by making people leave. Do what you love, make videos better to watch. Who isn't a developer is complaining about bugs who doesn't know anything about coding. Be positive, I'll talk about negative stuff, that's totally fine. Yeah, Knighthood. Yeah. But like, yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think it's like, there are certain people that pop in, they're like, you need to stop. And I'm like, sorry, having fun. Especially when Warhammer 3 came out. Because I made this channel May of 2 years ago or May of a year ago. Was it 2 years at this point? Yeah. Yeah, because Warhammer 3 has almost been out for a year and I've covered this the whole time. So I've had a YouTube channel for almost 2 years. A little over a year and a half, and I covered Warhammer 2 for most of it so far. And I've been making bug videos since the start. So some people are like, you're just shitting on Warhammer 3. It's like, nah, dude. Did it for Warhammer 2 too. It's great. Fucking Mario games have bugs, man. Call of Duty has bugs. Cyberpunk 2077 has bugs. Every game has bugs. I find them funny. The Donkey video on Cyberpunk when it launched, that was hilarious. That was awesome. I just started playing Cyberpunk. Its gameplay is pretty meh, in my opinion. Its gameplay is middle of the road. I really like the storytelling. I've been really, really enjoying the plot. I've been enjoying interacting with people. Been enjoying the open world feeling. The actual, like, when I get in a fight, I kind of cringe a little bit personally. I'm just not loving the fighting mechanics too much. The AI are a little dumb. It was funny, I ran into a bug. So I was in this fight in Cyberpunk where you roll up with this lady and she hates this guy who betrayed her once. You go to his cave and you're going to kill his entire posse, right? You roll in and there's this gigantic dumpster that the game puts you next to. So I'm like, I'm supposed to take cover behind this dumpster. It's gigantic. I can't see above it when I'm standing up, and when I crouched, I can see maybe it's midpoint. So my eye level is at the midpoint of this 6 foot tall dumpster, right? I kept dying, and I had no idea what. Like, I would lean out, shoot some shots, take some cover while I reload, and I take damage, and I would die. And I'm like, what the fuck keeps killing me? So the fifth, I swear to God, the fifth time I died, like I died in the same spot. I kept going to this dumpster. You might be like, human boy, if you keep dying in the same spot, that's on you. Yes, I didn't understand why I was dying. There's a camera function. I took the camera, so I went into 3D. I crouched behind this dumpster, I went into 3D. I'm like, where am I getting shot from? What's the angle? While I was crouching and my eyes were at 3 foot height, my actual character is full on standing upright with his gun like this. And I'm like, what? That is not at all what is being shown to me on my screen. On my screen, I am crouching. So my dumbass has his head above the dumpster that I can't even see above the dumpster if I'm standing up. So I had no way of knowing without this camera function that I was entirely exposed at this fucking dumpster. And that's like the kind of bugs I'm running into with Cyberpunk in general, is just like, how did I die there? This is stupid. And then I go back and I found out like, oh, the AI can see me through the tent walls, even though there's tent walls, and they shoot through the tent walls, but I can't shoot back through the tent walls. My bullets get stopped by it, but theirs don't. Okay. So like, Cyberpunk is a fucking mess in the combat, but the story's really good. The atmosphere's really good. So I've been enjoying it overall, but that combat's still buggy as fuck. I want to be a part of Blood Crusher ROR because I'm a pacifist and I'm never getting picked. Lucidia, I love that one. I'm a pacifist, I'm never getting picked, I don't have to fight anybody. Cyberpunk? Why are you talking about it? It's 2004, I just bought a game called GTA San Andreas. GTA is great, yeah. Was the Tzeentch game worth watching? It was good, yeah, I liked it. That doesn't seem to fit a hater of the channel. You're not a hater of the channel, Knighthood. You're a beloved supporter. You're a beloved supporter. Hey, look at me. We love you. All right, love might be a strong word. We are gigantic giga fans of you. Guess I was lucky? Maybe. What build are you running? All right, I should focus on this. Green one has Empire, 2 Free Company Militia, 2 Huntsmen up on the high ground. A Bright Wizard on a Pegasus with Burning Head, Flaming Sword of Ruin, Marcus Wolfheart on the ground. We do have the Sunmaker, first time seeing it today. Triple Empire Knights, 2 more Huntsmen, 2 more Free Company Militia, and the very far back Sterling's Revenge. Nagetsku? Yeah. Like, I'm glad you didn't have bugs. I am, but I did say overall I'm enjoying it. Like, I keep finding myself counting down the hours till I can get home and play some Cyberpunk. I've been really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it more like a TV show than I am enjoying it as a video game, if that makes sense. Like, I really want to know where the plot goes. I also did watch the TV show and it was good. On the other side, we have Scurvy Dogs from Azrael. We have some Depth Guard, Animated Hulks, Sirens, more Pistols. We have 2 casters, 1 Vampires with Invocation Heck and the Summon. And then we have a Deeps caster with Denizen of the Deep and Back Parapet. More Sirens, more Depth Guard, more Pistol Mobs. So it's a really diverse build here from the Vampire Coast. Dogs commit to trying to kill the Free Company Militia, but they're Free Company Militia, they're mixed hybrid units, so they're pretty good at fighting their way out of a bad situation, and with Huntsman support, they do push off the Scurvy Dogs. And again, in Game 3, Scurvy Dogs are still very good units, don't get me wrong, but they really haven't felt like world beaters anymore. 26-14 for melee stats is pretty abysmal, so the Free Company Militia just kick their ass. Depth Guard, however, will definitely destroy those Free Company Militia. The Sunmaker is uncontested, having a grand old time firing, but these other 4 ranged units that are nearby are also out of position, so they're trying to come over and join the fight as fast as they can. Meanwhile, the Empire of Green One is just taking their day out on the coast. Good God. Hellstorm Rocket Battery firing in, Animated Hulks faded away. One of the dogs is already killed. Depth Guard took a big walloping too, and both of these single entities have taken a lot of hits from the Sterling's Revenge and Marcus Wolfheart. More Huntsmen get caught. More Empire Knights are starting to fall back. So it looks like an overall rout on the left field from the Empire as the undead hordes sweep over them, but it was not without cost, as the undead has taken pretty massive damage for their efforts. Now the Bright Wizard and Sterling's Revenge and Empire Knights, everybody's committing to this melee fight against the Vampire Fleet Admirals. I think the Bright Wizard probably wants to get out of here. He is not really going to contribute anything to the melee fight, but things are looking good for the Empire overall. a lot of these ranged units, while they weren't in position to help out at the start of the game, it also means they're still full health in the late game, and they're still contributing a lot over here. Coast is coming down from the high ground, still advancing. A lot of damage coming out from the Sunmaker, but its ammo is limited, only has 4 solid volleys left, and we still have a fully healthy depth guard. We have another depth guard that is healing up in melee combat on the far side. We have some Sirens, and a Burning Head thrown out from the Empire onto a pistol mob rather than the Sirens. I find that very questionable. Maybe it was just an attack of opportunity, since the Bright Wizard might not have super long left to live. He was stuck for a while, but I don't think that was the best Burning Head. It was okay. Dogs do shut down the Sunmaker with 3 volleys left. Good play there, get good value, and all of a sudden Azrael just rockets ahead on the balance of power. No, sorry, the damage value and the balance of power, to be fair, when he was a little bit behind, but Sunmaker was a big catch for him. Denizens Deep Summon kind of in the middle of nowhere. A little surprised about that. They are now going to lumber forward, but they're going to spend a lot of their summon time just lumbering forward, because these Krabos only have 45 speed. Marcus Wolfheart going to take some pot shots at the Caster and the Lord. Caster and Lord have received a lot of healing, so I can't imagine their heal cap is that far away. As a focus shot slams right into the Vampire Fleet Admiral. This doesn't do a lot of damage because it does more damage based on how much health you don't have. And since she was full health, it doesn't really do a lot. Empire is falling back all over the board. They are having troubles except for this little right flank where their sneaky Robin Hood style friendos are trying to get some value back. But you can see they're quite down in the balance of power. And overall, they are getting pushed back in all metrics. Now we're relying on crumbling. Animated Hulks and Sirens are crumbling. This is a summon, so it's fine. Been a lot of healing onto the Lord, who, wow, yeah, she took even more damage. Her heal cap is in sight, but it's actually quite far off, so she has plenty of left to go. Wolfheart's going to kite away. I don't think the Empire can do it. I played Street Guy backstory pistols and spec a lot into crafting, hacking, body, really high crits and headshots. First game ever, it made me like pistols. That's good. I'm currently a tech person, but then tech wasn't doing a lot of damage in the fights, which was fine. So I'm mostly tech, but then in fights, I went pretty high into reflex, so I have those cool blade arms. So I just run around ninjing people. But, yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot. Bugs aside, I think it's very fun. The plot's really good. All right, Bright Wizard is trying to cycle charge, get some stuff done, but the Vampire Fleet Admiral is really no slouch in melee combat. Some people tend to think that they are, but it's 55-50 on the melee stats, 400 weapon strength, and a lot of it's armor piercing. So she'll trade back just fine. Huntsmen are also trying to offer support. The Bright Wizard is really going for a Lord Snipe here, trying to lower the leadership of the Undead even further, get rid of their caster, get rid of some of their... that one's not healing, actually. The hero has the healing, but anyway, get rid of their caster, get rid of their leadership, cause them to crumble slightly faster. But we do have a healthy Free Company militia trying to help some huntsmen, but ooh, that is a full health depth guard that somehow crept up in these huntsmen. Even I didn't see it coming. Those depth guard would be really hard to take care of. There's not a lot of good spells for it either. It's not like we have Piercing Bolts of Burning or anything, we just have Burning Head, which is fine versus a lot of stuff, but not depth guard. Just buy a real pistol and go to the woods. Speaking of TV shows based on games, Arcane is really good. Arcane is really good. You gonna watch Waku Waku after this? Is there a new episode out, Cyrus? Because I did get all caught up with Spy Family. Spy Family's real good. Been enjoying it a lot. Sunmaker is a Giga Chad. Yeah, I think in land battles, Sunmaker is balanced. I think in domination mode where you can get full ammo back, it isn't balanced, but I hope they don't nerf it too hard, because it being good in land battles is fun for once. Used to be a meme. Another fireball onto the caster, but Marcus Wolfheart got his ass kicked so hard by the hero that it's looking like he's probably going to die, especially with the pistol lady poking him as he runs away. So it's either he stays in melee and gets slapped, or he stays in ranged and gets shot. Depth Guard are chasing the last healthy Free Company militia, the last of the Empire's other troops are getting pushed off the map, and there just is not enough carry potential. Azrael of Astoria will take it 3-1. And there we go. An upset victory to be sure, but upsets are not always a bad thing. Also, to be completely fair to everybody, the green one did concede the first game after a crash. That was very sportsmanly of him. That was very gentlemanly. But, you know, there is an asterisk, like maybe he won, but what happens, happens. And Azrael did take it 2-0 2-1 after that point, so if it was best of 3, he would have won. But 3-1 with that little asterisk, so he certainly played excellently today. Green One himself had a pretty hard run through the tournament. Overcame a lot of scary foes. Put up a good fight in the end. And Azrael with a very unique build versus Empire. The slow grind to death pushed them into a corner and pushed them off the map. Double casters both on crabs. What a fun, sexy time for him. So he's the big winner for today. I am going to get going. Thank you to Hanadins and the rest of ODM for hosting this tournament and allowing me to cast as usual. You guys are great. Channel news. Tomorrow I will be doing a stream at noon my time. No. I'll be in Mankato at 3 p.m. my time for the Faction War, best top 16 and top 8. We need one more replay, but we should get that by tomorrow. And then we'll know the top 4. And when we know the top 4, I will coordinate with them to get us a live final, hopefully next week, either during the week or on the weekend, because when you have only 4 people, it is actually easier to schedule. That sort of thing. And we have just 2 best of 1s and then a best of 3. So it's 5 maximum total games, so the top 4 really shouldn't be that hard to coordinate. Fingers crossed. Aside from that, this upcoming week, do we have anything? I have nothing, so I'll probably post a tournament pretty soon for people to sign up. We have not hosted our own tournament in a while. I've been busy with some IRL stuff. Also, the patch was really disappointing, so I honestly just took a little bit of a break, took a breather after the Vermin League season finale and running all this Faction War stuff. I have been tired, and I have just wanted to play Cyberpunk. But we'll get back into the habit of hosting some tournaments for people to play in. We'll do that. We'll do that. Thanks for the positive stream, Knighthood. Thank you for being a positive person. Love Knighthood. Fellow man of culture. I love Spy Family. I will fight you if you don't. All right. Goodbye. Have a good Sunday. Saturday. It's Saturday. We'll have a good Sunday tomorrow. Watch Void Laws win the entire fucking Faction War. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. Mark my words. Goodbye.